The world was changing. Flames engulfed the city. One day, the buildings burned. The world suddenly came to an end. The inferno raged. A pandemic spread. Breaking news reported the largest group of infected, 740,000 in their 20s to 30s. War broke out. News reports detailed great losses. Economic decline and food shortages became widespread. Society crumbled. Such ominous omens had appeared. But the one who hammered the final nail in humanity's coffin wasn't themselves. Something else was at work. The world groaned under the weight of its torment. The end of humanity came in the form of game-like characters. Monstrous figures emerged, their presence a stark contrast to the world that once was. These monsters descended upon the remaining humans. What followed was predictably chaos. Amidst the destruction, metahumans began to appear. Just as in novels, these metahumans possessed special abilities. However, reality differed greatly from the novels. The metahumans simply weren't powerful enough to end the apocalypse. 3 days later, the city lay in ruins. Sung reached into a bag of chips. He crunched on a chip. The world hadn't completely ended. He stated that he was still living normally, as he took a swig from a can and ate a chip. The scene shifted to a close-up of instant ramen containers. But then, he paused, a realization seemingly hitting him. He realized he was alone. He was the only one living in the apartment of 100 square meters. His eyes narrowed as he thought about the situation. Outside, his father had ultimately decided to buy this place. It had been bought by borrowing a total of 200 million won from the bank and all of his family's assets, which totaled another 200 million won. The reason he was staying here, despite not being born wealthy, was someone needed to live there for 2 years before they could enjoy the tax benefits from buying it. The apartment building stood tall, a symbol of his family's investment. That's why he had been living in this place and had been locked in after the sudden apocalypse that happened. He looked at his phone. The young man's expression shifted to one of distress. His phone displayed a poor connection error message. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. Confused, he muttered a huh. He gasped, seeing the Calican monster flying outside his window. The monster shrieked, its grotesque form filling the window. The glass shattered as the creature forced its way inside. He cursed in shock as the monster invaded his apartment. The force of the impact sent him staggering backward. The monster's claws scraped against the floor as it lunged. The Calican roared, closing in for the kill. He screamed in terror as the monster attacked. The monster's claws tore through the air. He cried out, bracing for the inevitable. An automated message appeared. A subject who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter. The monster roared, its presence a violation of the apartment's defenses. The system's passive ability, the ultimate shut-in house declaration, was now in effect, preventing entry without the ruler's permission. The system's message appeared before him, a reminder of the power he now possessed. The apartment's interior remained undisturbed, a stark contrast to the chaos about to unfold. He realized that this ability was the reason he had survived until now. He knew that his survival was due to this ability. It was all because of this ability. The door clicked shut. The lock engaged with a series of clicks. Seriously, he thought, as he kicked at the door. The hallway outside remained silent. The door's security panel was now active. He kicked at the door again, the force of the blow echoing through the apartment. It was the third day. It was the third day after the world faced its end. He mused that he was grateful for the ability that was protecting him. He realized he was completely trapped in this house. He muttered to himself. The screen in front of him displayed a message. The screen read, "The ultimate shut-in cannot leave the house." He scoffed, calling himself the ultimate shut-in. He looked at the screen with a frustrated expression. He exclaimed, asking if there was anything he could do. The screen continued to display the message about not being able to leave. He looked down deep in thought. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he glared intensely. He realized the problem was food. He glanced at his refrigerator. He realized his fridge's electricity had been cut off since yesterday. He had been surviving on side dishes from his fridge, but those wouldn't last. Not for long. He realized he only had a few packets of ramen left. The thought clearly distressed him. He looked around, his expression troubled. He paused, a thought occurring to him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. He had hunted a Calican, level 23. Another notification chimed in, indicating that he had obtained a great amount of experience and his skill level had increased. Sung looked surprised by the sudden influx of experience. He stood on his balcony, looking out. Elsewhere, a group of figures battled a large, feathered creature. The creature was massive, its talons tearing through the environment. Back at his apartment, Sung wondered if he had ended up hunting it because it crashed into his house. A new notification appeared, indicating that he had obtained a new skill and that loot nearby had met the requirements. The system began calculating the loot. The sudden, piercing shriek echoed through the room, startling Sung. He turned, a question forming on his lips, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, outside, The air crackled with an unseen energy. Elsewhere, the goblins seemed to be in a state of panic. One of them wondered why they were suddenly acting like that. The goblins continued to scream in terror. The monstrous creatures thrashed about, their cries of fear filling the air. Back inside, a notification appeared, confirming that the loot calculation was complete. 2,203,241 won had been deposited into the ultimate shut-in's wallet. Sung remained oblivious to the chaos outside, his back still turned. He was still trying to understand what was happening. Sung turned towards the source of the light. He gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. The electricity had suddenly returned. Sung stood in his apartment, now illuminated. A notification appeared, declaring the house's passive ability. No one could enter the house without the ruler's permission. Another notification detailed the dignity preservation passive skill, explaining that half of the house's functions would be restored in order to preserve his dignity. The ultimate shut-in's wallet level was now maxed out, containing 2,203,241. Sung's eyes darted around, taking in the changes. He realized that the house's functions were being restored. With a surge of power, the faucet in the house began to function once more. The water pressure increased. The door slammed open. Sung's expression shifted from surprise to something more sinister. Water gushed from the faucet. The stove ignited. His grin widened, revealing his teeth. He stuttered, realizing that the house was working like it used to, as if the world hadn't ended. Sung threw his head back and screamed in elation. He wondered if his phone was working as well. The phone displayed a message. The network had poor connection and asked him to reconnect and try again. Sung sighed, frustrated that it still wasn't working. He ran a hand through his hair, his expression troubled. Despite the house's functions returning, Sung remained frustrated by the lack of network connection on his phone. Meanwhile, a family was captured in a photograph. The photograph was placed on a desk. The mother held her newborn child. Her son smiled brightly. The family walked together. They appeared happy and content. They celebrated a birthday. The family gathered around a cake. Back in the present, Sung sat at his computer, a grim determination etched on his face. His eyes narrowed, reflecting a fierce resolve. He thought to himself that he needed to bring his family here, no matter what. His eyes glowed with an intense, almost otherworldly light. He stood up, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The sound of footsteps echoed through the otherwise silent space. The footsteps continued, each one distinct. The sound grew closer. Sung's expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, displaying the words Ultimate Shut-In Store and indicating that he could buy items listed in the store at original prices. The scene shifted to a view of the store's exterior. Sung stared at the screen, a question forming in his mind. The store? The screen displayed the details of the Ultimate Shut-In Store, showing a balance of 2,203,239 won and a prompt to list items. The system interface displayed the words Ultimate Shut-In above a shopping cart icon. The screen then indicated that the store was at level 1, and that items could be purchased at their original prices. Sung considered the implications of this new development, wondering about the store's contents. He reached out. Sung tapped the shopping cart icon. The screen shifted to display the Ultimate Shut-In's wallet, showing a balance of 2,203,241. Sung observed the display of his funds, realizing that it was connected to the Shut-In's wallet. He took a step back. Sung turned away from the screen. Another screen appeared, stating that the Ultimate Shut-In could not leave the house. The barrier remained. Sung sighed, realizing his attempt had failed. Even though his skill level had increased, he still couldn't escape. Sung knew one thing for sure. Having leveled up, Sung found himself face to face with the same feathered creatures from before. He recalled that if he hunted monsters, his level would increase, and he would gain a new skill. Sung considered that if he leveled up, he might be able to obtain a skill that would allow him to leave the house, but the system message indicated that the Ultimate Shut-In could not leave the house. He wondered how he could kill monsters in his current state. Sung realized it would be hard to expect a situation like before to happen again. Suddenly, he paused, noticing something. He saw the feathered creature attacking smaller creatures on a rooftop. Sung thought he might be able to kill goblins, though. He grabbed a metal bar. Next, he grabbed a water bottle. Sung hurled the water bottle. He prepared to jump. The water bottle flew through the air. It hit its mark. Having discovered that he could throw items outside the house, Sung was pleased that his plan was working. He realized that he could throw items outside the house. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sung prepared to throw another item. From his vantage point, he could see the monsters below. Sung decided to try using a dumbbell as a weapon. He resolved to use the dumbbell. Suddenly, Sung gasped. He gripped the dumbbell tightly. Below, the monsters shrieked. Their cries echoed. The monsters continued their assault on the city. One of the monsters was struck. Sung was determined not to let them leave. He prepared to throw the dumbbell. Sung stood ready to fight. The sound of something shattering echoed through the air. From his vantage point on the balcony, Sung watched the scene unfold. One of the neighbors pleaded with him not to miss. The sky above seemed to crackle with an ominous energy. Feathers rained down amidst the destruction. The monstrous calicans remained undeterred. One of the creatures shrieked. Sung realized he was in a desperate situation. He knew that the dumbbell was all he had left. He gripped the dumbbell tightly. He considered his options, realizing he had nothing else in the house to fight with. Sung knew he wasn't strong enough to throw TVs or computers. Another shriek pierced the air. His eyes widened with a mix of fear and determination. The monsters continued their assault, their cries echoing through the city. The monsters continued their advance, their numbers seemingly endless. One of the Calican monsters bared its teeth, ready to strike. The monster growled, its breath hot and foul. Back in his apartment, Sung felt a chill run down his spine. The monsters shrieked, their cries echoing through the city. The horde of monsters pressed forward, their eyes fixed on some unseen target. Their massive feet crushed everything beneath them. The city was being reduced to rubble under their relentless assault. From his vantage point, Sung realized the monsters were heading in his direction. He gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white. He tried to reassure himself that they were still far away. But the reality of the situation was sinking in. Sung gasped, fear gripping him. He realized he needed to open the store. Summoning his courage, Sung prepared to take action. Inside the ultimate shut-in store, the system prompted the user to list an item, displaying his current balance of 2,203,239 won. With a touch, he initiated the listing process. His finger pressed the list item button. The system then inquired if he wanted to list the item. Holding a dumbbell, Sung considered the offer. He confirmed his decision. The system began listing the dumbbell. A notification confirmed that a classic non-slip 3 kilograms dumbbell had been listed in the ultimate shut-in store. The listing appeared, showing the dumbbell's details and price, 16,991. Sung noted that it was the same price he paid when he bought it online. He mused that the market rate was the same as before the world ended. A ding sound indicated a sale. The system showed that 2 of the dumbbells were being purchased. Sung reacted positively to the sale. Outside, a customer approached the store. A notification sound echoes. Sung turned around. He approaches the notification. The system had worked. Sung smiles widely, clearly pleased with the result. He notes that the weight is great. The camera pans up the side of the building. The dumbbell plummets from the sky. Time passes. The dumbbell crashes into a monster. The monster cries out. The system indicates that he has hunted a goblin and obtained experience. He receives 3,345 won in his wallet and exclaims his excitement. Sung smiles. Nearby, goblins growl. The goblin snarled, its guttural growl echoing through the air. Nearby, another goblin was struck by a heavy object. The impact sent the goblin sprawling, joining its fallen comrades. Another goblin was struck, sending debris flying. The goblin's leg was crushed beneath the weight. Frustration mounted. Sung clicked his tongue in annoyance. A system notification appeared, confirming the purchase of 3 sets of classic non-slip 3 kilograms dumbbells. The dumbbells materialized before him. Sung prepared to strike. He hurled a dumbbell with deadly force. The dumbbell connected with a sickening crunch. The goblin cried out as it was struck. A system notification confirmed that Sung had hunted a level 6 goblin. 2,512 won had been deposited into the ultimate shut-in's wallet, and his skill level had increased, granting him a new skill. Sung thought the new storage ability was nice. He then decided to test it out. The system informed him that he had access to the ultimate shut-in storage, level 1, which was an alternate dimension used for storing items. Sung realized it was a storage this time and told the system to open the storage. The system then presented a dumbbell. The system asked if he would like to place the dumbbell in the storage. Sung confirmed that he would. The system registered the action. The system then informed him that the ultimate shut-in storage now contained a classic non-slip 3 kilograms dumbbell and asked if he would like to summon the item. Sung confirmed that he would like to summon the item. The dumbbell materialized in his hand. Sung thought it was sweet. He realized that he could summon items from the storage to any place he wanted. Sung decided to test this new ability. Having discovered the system's storage ability, Sung prepared to test its limits. Outside, the sky was bright and clear. The apartment building stood tall against the skyline. The world was quiet. He focused his mind, commanding open storage. The system responded, the storage interface materializing before him. Sung reached out, ready to summon an item. His hand passed through the interface. He commanded the system, summon dumbbell. Again, Sung commanded, summon dumbbell. He repeated his command, summon dumbbell. Suddenly, dumbbells began to materialize in the sky. They plummeted towards the earth. The weights fell rapidly. The dumbbells crashed down into the area where the goblins had been. The heavy weights landed with crushing force. A goblin, caught beneath the sudden barrage, could only scream in terror. The creature's final, desperate cry echoed briefly. The system registered the kill, goblin, level 5. The system continued to register the kills, noting that Sung had hunted a goblin, level 6, and a goblin, level 7, also indicating that he had obtained a large amount of experience. The system then informed him that 54,661 had been deposited into the ultimate shut-in's wallet. The system then asked if he would like to list additional items. Sung responded with a resounding yes. A wide, almost manic grin stretched across Sung's face. The next day, Sung listed 10 items after the shop opened. The items included classic non-slip dumbbells, ramen, water, rice, eggs, easy-to-digest milk, seaweed, canola oil, and ketchup, bringing his total money to 2,178,861. He had sold the dumbbell he used to defeat the goblin, as well as all kinds of groceries and daily necessities. Sung stared at the screen, confused. He was taken aback. The ultimate shut-in's wallet was at level max, with 2,178,851. Sung wondered what was happening, noticing he had lost 1-1. He considered that it didn't cost money to keep the dignity preservation on. Sung was still confused. He thought about the electric, gas, and water bills. Sung figured it must be due to the refrigerator. He muttered about those goblin bastards. He recalled hunting the goblins by dropping dumbbells on them. The dumbbells rained down on the goblins. The goblins, defeated and scattered, had fled, abandoning their former territory. Since then, Sung had only managed to eliminate 2 of them. Frustration mounting, he wondered aloud if there were any other creatures he could hunt. The carcasses of the goblins lay discarded. The remains were all that was left. Sung lamented that there wasn't even a single one left. He realized he needed to find another method. Suddenly, he paused. Sung wondered if he would be lucky enough to have a dumb calican fly by. He peered out from the building. His eyes widened. He realized what he was seeing. It was the unmistakable form of a calican. The creature flapped its wings. Sung recognized it instantly. A calican. Certain that he had not been abandoned, Sung continued his ascent. He gripped the railing tightly. The metal groaned under the strain. His hands tightened on the makeshift ladder. He continued to climb. He reached the top of the railing. The ladder shifted slightly as he adjusted his weight. He stepped onto the roof. Suddenly, the calican swooped down, talons extended. Sung continued his climb, unaware of the danger above. He was almost there. The calican's massive jaws opened wide, ready to strike. The monster screeched, its eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The calican roared, its attack imminent. The monstrous calican prepared to strike. The calican's claws slashed downwards. The monster screeched as it struck its target. The attack connected. Nearby, Sung grinned, confident in his plan. The calican roared in pain. The monster staggered back, clutching at its chest. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Sung knew that at this rate, it was a done deal. He thought to himself that he would definitely level up if he killed that thing. His heart pounded. Sung struck the calican. The monster was caught off guard. The calican was sent flying. Sung wondered what was happening. He gritted his teeth in pain. He wondered what was happening as he looked out the window. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed. Because of the noise, Sung turned around, disbelief etched on his face. The source of the sound was a monstrous entity. Sung's eyes widened as he looked up. He was visibly shaken by what he was seeing. His shirt collar was visible. Meanwhile, a sharp point pierced through a barrier. The entity's dark form became more visible. A warning flashed. An unauthorized entity was attempting to enter. The warning repeated. The entity continued its attempt to break through. Sung's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He wondered if the barrier would actually break through. The force impacting the barrier was immense. Suddenly, a digital interface appeared before him. Open store. He knew he had to do something. The interface displayed the contents of the ultimate shut-in store, listing various items and his current balance of 2,178,861. From what he had observed so far, Sung knew that loot calculation only happened if the corpse was nearby. His goblin hunts hadn't always been successful. He recalled that some survivors took the corpses of their dead allies away, and those corpses weren't calculated as loot. In other words, if the distance exceeded a certain limit, loot calculation didn't occur. He couldn't let that happen. The barrier continued to be assaulted. Sung wondered if there was a way to kill it in one shot, as the store interface displayed his available funds. Sung's eyes widened as he realized the potential of the store. Immediately, a notification appeared, urging him to purchase 10 bottles of canola oil. With a determined look, he reached out. The system confirmed his intent. Purchase items? Without hesitation, Sung selected yes. In an instant, 10 bottles of canola oil materialized before him. He grabbed a pot and a bottle of oil. Sung turned on the stove. He poured the oil into the pot. The oil cascaded into the pot. Sung then declared that he would open the store. He began to add the oil to the store. The system then asked if he would like to list this item. More oil poured into the system. The system registered the new item. Elsewhere, a hand reached for a lighter. The lighter was brought to a makeshift torch. The torch was lit. Flames erupted. The fire blazed. Holding the torch aloft, Sung looked determined. Back in the apartment complex, the Calican monster's shadow loomed over the building. The monster descended. Its beak approached the railing. Suddenly, Sung appeared, brandishing the flaming torch. He stood ready to fight. Sung shouted, summoning the canola oil. The system responded. The Calican monster thrashes wildly, covered in canola oil. The monster screeches, the sound echoing through the complex. The Calican continues to shriek as Sung watches from the balcony. Suddenly, flames erupt around the monster. Sung watches, his expression a mix of shock and determination. The monster, engulfed in flames, screams for death. The flames intensify, consuming the Calican. The monster's cries become more frantic as the fire spreads. The flames continue to burn fiercely. The Calican is now completely ablaze, its form barely visible through the inferno. From the balcony, Sung realizes that his plan has worked. A sinister smile spreads across Sung's face. The monster's form is silhouetted against the raging fire. Sung watches as the flames engulf the monster. The fire crackles, signaling the end of the battle. Sung stood on the balcony, overlooking the aftermath of the battle. Below, the Calican monster shrieked as the flames consumed it. The monster's shrieks echoed through the air as the fire intensified. The Calican monster let out a final, guttural groan. A system notification appeared, confirming the successful defeat of the Calican and the acquisition of experience points, skill level increases, and a new skill. The system then indicated that loot was nearby and began calculating it. The system continued its calculations. The system announced that the loot calculation was complete. The system then notified Sung that 9,347,487 won had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Sung was shocked by the amount. He realized that it was almost 10 million. The system then indicated that the requirements had been met. The system announced that the house territory expansion had begun. Sung was confused by this development. The expansion seemed to be happening in his house. A strange sound echoes. Startled, Sung wonders what is happening. His eyes widen in alarm. He gasps, his body reacting to an unknown force. Looking out the window, Sung sees a figure standing on a nearby balcony. He grunts, feeling the effects of whatever is happening outside. The figure on the balcony seems to be glowing with an eerie light. Another strange sound resonates. The walls of his apartment seem to be shifting and changing. Looking up, he sees the ceiling stretching and distorting. Meanwhile, in the apartment next door, the neighbors sit around a table. Sung collapses to the floor, overwhelmed by the changes. He wonders if these events have something to do with the people next door. He realizes that they are the neighbors in the house beside him. A strange energy crackled in the air. The ultimate shut-in's eyes widened, his pupils now completely black. A strange sensation washed over him. He wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the neighbor father stood with his family. They too felt the shift in the air. The neighbor mother questioned if there were other people experiencing this. The ultimate shut-in's eyes darted around, his breathing becoming ragged. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor, a surge of energy emanating from his body. He coughed, struggling to breathe. A moment ago, he had been fine, but now something was clearly wrong. An image of Choi Hyungjin, labeled as husband, late 30s, appeared. Then, an image of Park Hye-won appeared. Following her, images of Choi Nae-yeon, first child, 6 years old, and Choi Seo-yeon, second child, 3 years old, appeared. It was declared that they had discovered beings that met the requirements of being taken in as citizens. A disembodied voice posed a question. Would he like to grant them citizenship? Bare feet padded softly against the floor. He wondered what would happen if he refused to grant them citizenship. The system warned that beings denied citizenship would be expelled from the house. The system pressed him, asking if he was certain he wished to deny them citizenship. He realized that if he didn't grant them citizenship, they would all be exposed to the threat of the monsters. The system urged him to give the 4 of them citizenship. The screen displayed the names of those to be granted citizenship: Choi Hyungjin, Park Hye-won, Choi Nae-yeon, and Choi Seo-yeon. A surge of energy coursed through him. He realized he might have gained other skills related to citizenship that had unlocked as well. It was time to check. The words "Ultimate Shut-in" appeared on a screen. The system announced the activation of Ultimate Eyes LV.1, stating that nothing in the house could escape his eyes. He wondered if he had anything related to citizens. The system continued to search. The Ultimate Shut-in's passive ability, Ruler's Declaration, was at level 6, preventing anyone from entering the house without his permission. The citizenship management system was now active. He examined the holographic display in front of him. The screen displayed the names of the new citizens: Choi Hyungjin at level 9, Park Hye-won at level 5, Choi Nae-yeon at level 3, and Choi Seo-yeon at level 2. The current population was listed as 4 out of 600. He questioned if that wasn't too many people. He focused on Choi Hyungjin. Choi Hyungjin's stats appeared. Level 9, Trust 24, no Awakened ability, and 0% for both EXP and money distribution rates. Options to give a quest or expel were available. He considered the EXP and money distribution rate. He realized it was talking about the EXP and money they would share with him, and that he could even control how much he wanted. He wondered if it would make him stronger. The screen still showed Choi Hyungjin's information. He wondered if he could give Hyungjin a quest. The screen prompted him to give a quest, including the quest description, time limit, reward, and penalty for failure. He realized he could fill in the quest details. In that case, he read the quest details. Hunt a goblin, 0/1, with a time limit of 168 hours and a small amount of EXP as a reward. There was no penalty for failure. The system prompted the ultimate shut-in, asking if he would like to give a quest. He considered the options, wondering how far he could go with the penalty for failure, even with the basic reward. The ultimate shut-in then saw the option to edit the penalty for failure, which was currently set to death. The quest details were displayed. Hunt a goblin within 168 hours, with a small amount of EXP as the reward. The system once again asked if he would like to give a quest. He decided against it. The system confirmed that he had canceled his request. The ultimate shut-in slumped over exhausted. He then realized that, if he wanted, he could kill his citizens anytime. He recognized this as his ability. The ultimate shut-in stared intently. He wondered what he should do now. Activating his ultimate eyes, he focused his gaze. The ultimate shut-in sat in the darkness, contemplating. With his ultimate eyes activated, the ultimate shut-in could see everything. The gravity of their situation began to sink in for the neighbors. The neighbor mother asked her husband what they should do. She trailed off, lost in thought. The neighbor father insisted that he needed to go out to get water, urging her to stay with the kids and wait. She protested, saying it was too dangerous, but he countered that they didn't have any other choice. She wondered if any place would even have water. She expressed her desire to try going to the convenience store nearby, believing that a store of that size should have something. The neighbor father seemed to be in deep thought. One of the children said that they were thirsty. Another child called out to their mother, saying they were thirsty. The neighbor father clenched his fists, seemingly frustrated. The neighbor father asked if she trusted him, promising to bring something back and asking her to wait for him. The family remained huddled together. The neighbor mother looked on with worry. The dispel buff faded away. The words ultimate eyes appeared before Sung. Sung clenched his fist. He sat before the screen, realizing the situation was worse than he thought. He opened the store. The item list appeared on the screen. Sung thought it would be good to have a capacity to store more things and opened the skill window. The screen displayed Dignity Preservation, Passive, LV. 1. In order to preserve your dignity, half of your house's functions will be restored. Points. 3. Storage, LV. 1. Is an alternate dimension where you can store items. Points. 3 foot. Sung exclaimed yes. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to increase the level of the Ultimate Shut-In Store skill. The screen indicated that the Ultimate Shut-In Store was now level 2 and the number of items that could be listed had increased to 20. A notification appeared, stating that a 10% discount had been applied to the prices of all items. Sung thought that the upgrade was a good thing. He realized he had 2 remaining points. Sung considered that he should invest more in the store and dignity preservation. He thought that he might meet even more citizens from now on. The system announced that the Ultimate Shut-In Store was now level 3, and the number of items that could be listed had increased to 40. The system informed him that he now had the function to restore items. It was a function that could restore old items and turn them into new ones. Sung thought it was great and worth increasing his store's level to 3. He prepared to open the store. Sung smiled, pleased with the store's progress. The system prompted him to open the store. The Ultimate Shut-In Store was now level 3, allowing him to buy items listed in the store at their original prices. The system asked if he wanted to purchase Samdae water and Jeju tangerines. The system prompted him, asking if he would like to make the purchase, with options for yes or no. Sung decided to increase the level of his other skills, too, and the system asked if he would like to increase the level of the Ultimate Shut-In's Dignity Preservation skill, with a yes option. Sung considered the implications of his actions, realizing that providing electricity and water to the neighbor could allow him to request many things in return. He tapped his finger against his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. The system notified him that the Ultimate Shut-In's Dignity Preservation skill was now level 2. He could now register vassals. Sung wondered what vassals were. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the building, a young boy wondered what the noise was. He peered out from behind the door. The neighbor father stood in the hallway, ready to leave. His wife called out to him, calling him darling. The neighbor father embraced his family. He told them that he would be back and asked them to protect the house while he was gone. The neighbor father hugged his children tightly. One of his daughters asked if he was really going out. He confirmed that he was, saying he would get them some food and water and told them to listen to their mother while he was gone. The neighbor daughter trembled, her eyes wide with fear as a hand rested on her head, attempting to comfort her. Her terror escalated as she shouted that there were monsters outside. The neighbor daughter's face contorted in fear as tears streamed down her face. Elsewhere, a cheerful tune played. The tune continued as two figures played at a playground. Back in the house, the neighbor mother and child huddled together under the covers. Meanwhile, a monstrous face emerged from the darkness. More monstrous figures appeared, their eyes glowing menacingly. The neighbor daughter's eyes widened in horror as she looked up. She reached out, grabbing onto her mother's shirt in desperation. Suddenly, the neighbor daughter and mother were pulled away. The neighbor mother pulled her daughter along as they fled. The neighbor father grabbed his daughter and wife, pulling them along. The neighbor daughter looked back, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. A dark, ominous presence loomed behind them. The monsters approached, their forms grotesque and menacing. A strange sound echoed through the air. The sound faded into the distance. Meanwhile, the neighbor father, his face etched with worry, glanced back. The neighbor mother tried to soothe the children, telling them everything would be all right. The neighbor father's brow furrowed with concern. He realized this could be the last time he saw them. His jaw tightened with resolve. The door creaked open. The sound reverberated through the hallway. The neighbor father ushered his family forward, urging them to hurry. The door continued to creak. He gripped a metal rod tightly in his hand, ready to defend his family. The family moved forward into the darkness. The hallway remained shrouded in darkness. From behind the door, a voice pleaded for help, asking them to open the door. The neighbor father hesitated, his eyes filled with doubt. He was torn, sweat beading on his brow. He wondered if it was a person on the other side. However, he knew it could also be a monster, and it was too dangerous to risk it. From behind the door, the voice called out again, asking if anyone was there. The neighbor father glanced back at his family, their faces etched with fear. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind them. The neighbor mother gasped, clutching her arm. Silence descended, broken only by the sound of their ragged breathing. The neighbor father, gripping his metal rod, wondered if it was gone. He lowered his stance, ready to strike. His face was a mask of grim determination. He turned towards the light, cautiously approaching the exit. The neighbor father's eyes widen in terror as he hears a noise. He shouts a desperate no. The man continues to scream, begging for his wife and children to be spared. Tears well in his eyes as he pleads, "Don't hurt my wife and children." His face contorts in a mix of fear and desperation. He shields his daughter, his mouth agape in terror. Suddenly, a man's voice cuts through the tension. The man is seen carrying what appears to be trash bags. The neighbor father, still in shock, asks, who are you?" The neighbor father continues to shield his daughter. The man introduces himself, stating, "I'm Kim Jae-hyun. I live next door." Kim Jae-hyun is still holding the trash bags. Kim Jae-hyun asks if the neighbor father wants a drink. The neighbor father stares, bewildered. The neighbor father's face contorted with a mix of emotions. The neighbor mother held her daughters close, their faces etched with worry. He reasoned that he had no reason to refuse water and food, and that this person might be able to help them. The neighbor father's expression shifted to one of slight relief. Kim Jae-hyun urged them to come inside for now. The children's eyes darted around, wide with fear. Their terror was palpable. The neighbor father wondered if he had given them too much of a shock. He noticed the blackout curtains. The neighbor father thought that was pretty wise. Sung knew that blackout curtains really did reduce the chance of being attacked by monsters. He adjusted his shirt. Sung decided to get some light in here first. A surge of power emanated from him. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light. He prepared to light up. The neighbor father was confused by the bag Sung was holding. Sung told them that, for starters, they should give their children some water. The neighbor mother exclaimed that it was a good idea. The neighbor mother called out to her daughters, Naeon and Seoyeon. Seoyeon took a drink of water. Naeon also drank some water. The neighbor father called out to Seoyeon, checking on her. Sung looked on with concern. The neighbor mother offered tangerines to the children. Sung held out a tangerine. Seoyeon accepted the tangerine, thanking him. Sung zet ponde. Naeon asked Seoyeon to wait, offering to peel the tangerine for her. Naeon began peeling the tangerine. She offered a piece of the tangerine to Seoyeon. Seoyeon accepted the tangerine slice. Seoyeon seemed surprised by the taste. Her eyes widened. The child's face lit up with pure joy, her hands framing her cheeks as she grinned. Meanwhile, Choi Seoyeon stood beside her mother, both of them smiling. Seoyeon exclaimed that she wanted some too. The mother offered Seoyeon a piece of tangerine. Seoyeon pointed at something with a curious expression. It was noted that Choi Hyeongjin, Park Hywon, Choi Naeon, and Choi Seoyeon had all had their trust increased. It was revealed that Choi Seoyeon's loyalty had surpassed 30, and she had fulfilled the requirements to be registered as a vassal. The screen displayed Choi Seoyeon's stats. Level 2, Trust at 57, no awakened ability, and 0% distribution rates for both EXP and money. Options to give a quest or expel were available. Elsewhere, a man stood before a similar screen, his expression unreadable. It was confirmed that she fulfilled the requirements to be registered for a vassal. Choi Seoyeon looked up, her expression hopeful. The man from before thought that Seoyeon was too young. Unlike citizens, the young man realized he could only register 10 vassals. Unlike citizens, he could only register 10 vassals. He needed them to be at least on the level of Choi Hyungjin so that they could actually execute his orders, but Choi Hyungjin's trust was only at 31. He needed them to be at least on the level of Choi Hyungjin so that they could actually execute his orders. But Choi Hyungjin's trust was only at 31. The young man knew he needed to make him trust him more. Choi Hyungjin paused, considering the offer. He asked if he could help. The young man thanked him, saying he didn't know how he could repay his kindness. Choi Hyungjin suggested they talk in the corridor. The neighbor father seemed surprised, but agreed. The neighbor father and the protagonist stood in the corridor, the air thick with unspoken tension. The protagonist asked if he had received the citizenship. Choi Hyungjin confirmed that he had. He showed the notification window on his phone. Choi Hyungjin stated that his whole family received it 30 minutes ago. The protagonist inquired if anything special had happened, and Choi Hyungjin admitted that they couldn't move their bodies for a short while. The protagonist listened intently. Choi Hyungjin explained that they'll get frozen temporarily until they get citizenship. The protagonist addressed him as Mr. Choi. The protagonist assured Choi that he would help him return to the life he had before all this. The protagonist's expression was serious. Choi Hyungjin looked at him, surprised, and asked what? The protagonist told him to make sure. The protagonist stated that monsters won't invade his house. Choi Hyungjin, still surprised, asked if that's possible. The protagonist affirmed his commitment. The protagonist confirmed that it was indeed the case. Choi Hyungjin paused, considering the implications. A bead of sweat trickled down Choi's temple as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Choi Hyungjin acknowledged that his request wouldn't be without cost, asking what he needed to do. The protagonist warned Choi that he might lose his life in the process, questioning if he would still try. The tension hung heavy in the air. Choi Hyungjin's expression was a mix of apprehension and resolve. Choi Hyungjin affirmed that he would definitely do it. Even without considering the protagonist's involvement, Choi Hyungjin was already having to go out to get food and water. The protagonist stated that he had already put his life on the line back then. The protagonist changed the subject, mentioning that he had seen a golf club and asking how much it cost. Choi Hyungjin looked at the protagonist, confused by the sudden shift in topic. Choi Hyungjin, taken aback, estimated that it was around 400,000 or 500,000 won. Choi Hyungjin's hand clenched slightly as he spoke. The protagonist considered that it was too expensive to list the item in the store. He knew that he needed to save money for the future. Meanwhile, Choi Hyungjin asked why he had suddenly asked about that. The protagonist then asked if Choi remembered the day the monsters appeared. The question hung in the air. Choi confirmed that it was on a weekend. The memory of the monsters resurfaced. Choi recalled that it was really horrifying. He believed that those who stayed at home on that day survived. The protagonist listened intently. It was a known fact that a single goblin didn't possess much strength, but they were still dangerous. Their levels were also lower than an adult male. The real weapon of a goblin would be that they always move in groups, but that's the same for humans. United, they were a force to be reckoned with. The scene fades in from darkness, the light revealing the legs of several figures. The focus shifts to Sung's face as he lies in bed. Elsewhere, a man with glasses looks on, asking if something is wrong. The story continues. Someone asks to look for survivors together. Another person seems to agree. The city stood tall against the darkening sky. Below, the streets were littered with debris. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Choi Hyungjin's trust had increased. Sung lay in bed, a blue screen hovering above him. The screen displayed citizen management information, including trust levels for Choi Hyungjin, Park Haiwan, Choi Naeon, and Choi Seoyeon, with a current population of 4 out of 600. Sung's eyes were fixed on the screen. He wondered if he would eventually be able to meet his family members as he continued to take people in slowly. Suddenly, Sung sat up with a jolt, startled by a noise. The noise grew louder. He approached the sliding glass door, stepping carefully. His eyes widened in alarm. People. A group of people were being attacked. The sounds of the struggle echoed. The cries for help reached Sung Danwoo, confirming his fears. A monstrous shriek echoed through the air. The source of the disturbance was quickly revealed. Grotesque, goblin-like creatures. One of the creatures struck a person with brutal force. The impact reverberated through the surroundings. Another blow landed, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. The monstrous creature continued its assault, its massive form looming over its victim. The sounds of the brutal attack filled the air. Amidst the chaos, other figures could be seen fleeing in terror, desperately trying to escape the onslaught. Sung's eyes widened, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face. He muttered in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, questioning the reality of what he was witnessing. The sounds of the ongoing battle echoed around him. A figure wielding dual swords moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of destruction. The clash of metal and the screams of the attack filled the air. The goblin-like creatures continued their relentless assault, their bloodlust seemingly insatiable. The figure with dual swords stood his ground as the goblin-like creatures approached. Below, a figure was sent flying through the air. One of the goblin-like creatures loomed over a building. The air crackled with unseen energy. The unseen energy continued to build. A figure lay on the ground, covered in blood. The goblin-like creature roared. Another one of the creatures screeched. The creatures continued their assault. Meanwhile, the neighbor father pulled his children closer, seeking to protect them. Elsewhere, a man with a baseball bat ran towards the chaos. A woman's eyes widened in alarm. An exclamation mark appeared, signaling a sudden realization. The woman drew back a bow, preparing to fire an arrow. She aimed her arrow with deadly focus. As the chaos unfolded, the neighbor mother, armed with a makeshift weapon, questioned what was happening. Below her, someone walked past a discarded bag of chips. The apartment building loomed tall against the night sky. Back on the balcony, the neighbor mother continued to scan the surroundings. Meanwhile, inside the building, Sung peeked out from behind a door, his expression a mix of fear and urgency. The neighbor mother's gaze remained fixed on the source of the disturbance. From within the apartment, Sung called out, urging her to come over. The sound of footsteps echoed on the stairs. Sung waited anxiously at the doorway. Elsewhere, the delivery man stood holding a package, his expression unreadable. He shifted the package in his hands. The delivery man then handed the package to Sung, inviting him inside. Sung thanked the delivery man. The delivery man held the package out. The delivery man seemed confused by the situation. The door to the apartment remained sealed, the blue light of the barrier ever present. Outside, the delivery man stood beside the neighbor father, both seemingly unaware of the danger. The barrier displayed a clear message: unqualified, you may not enter the house. The neighbor father, peering at the barrier, wondered what unqualified meant. Meanwhile, the delivery man carried the box closer to the apartment. The barrier continued to display its message, preventing entry. Sung considered the implications of the barrier. He wondered if the barrier meant that no one could enter his house. The delivery man, still holding the box, stood outside the barrier. The delivery man explained that he had brought everything that could be used as a weapon in the box. Sung thanked him for the delivery. He then began to open the box. Nearby, a toolbox lay on the floor. Sung continued to open the box. Inside, he found 5 bottles of water and 5 packets of ramen. Sung sits near the box. Suddenly, an alert sounds. The neighbor father stands in the doorway, holding the box. He shuffles forward in his sandals. The neighbor father hesitates, then asks if he could go to the first floor. He holds the box, which contains water bottles and ramen, as instructed. Sung wonders about the first floor. The neighbor father waits for an answer. The neighbor father wonders if it would be too dangerous. Sung assures him that it's fine, explaining that after some observation, the goblins are only active in broad daylight. Sung looks on, and a group of goblins stands on a hill. Sung considered his next move, realizing he needed to bring the people outside over to his side. Elsewhere, the group of individuals carried the box of food. Meanwhile, the neighbor father was told that there was a plan in mind, and he should bring the box there. The neighbor father wondered if he should just leave the box on the first floor and come back up. Sung affirmed the neighbor father's thought. The neighbor father agreed, stating that it would be easy. The neighbor father said goodbye. The neighbor father bowed slightly as he carried the box. Sung thanked him. Sung then opened a quest. The quest description was to bring 5 bottles of water and 5 packets of ramen to the first floor and return, with a time limit of 24 hours. The reward was a small amount of EXP, with no penalty for failure. The neighbor father wondered what this was. The quest appeared before the neighbor father, stating that if he did it, he would be able to get. One of the men asks if it is similar to leveling up in a game. The other confirms that it is, and that he is currently level 9. He continues, explaining that when he levels up, he will get good rewards too. Sung says that he will be counting on him. The neighbor father says that he understands. The neighbor father looks down, surprised. He grabs a golf club. An exit sign glows. The neighbor father swallows nervously. He walks toward the stairs. His footsteps echo as he descends. He passes the 19th and 20th floors. He continues down past the 1st and 2nd floors. The neighbor father exits the building. He sighs, stating that he just needs to put the golf club down. The sounds of the encroaching horde grew louder as the neighbor father made his way down the street. The noise was almost deafening. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Suddenly, he was face to face with a horde. The monsters were grotesque. He cried out in terror. Desperate, the neighbor father knew he had to escape. He turned and ran, the horde hot on his heels. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled. He cried out as he fell. The box he was carrying went flying. He groaned as he hit the ground. The impact winded him. The horde was getting closer. He pleaded with himself to move. The air grew heavy with an ominous presence. He cried out, fear gripping him. The neighbor father coughed, struggling to breathe. The force of the blow sent him staggering backwards. A voice called out, asking if he was all right. The neighbor father felt a hand on his head. He looked up confused. A voice echoed, asking, "Are you all right?" A group of people stood over him, concern etched on their faces. Suddenly, an alert blares, announcing that someone is attempting to enter without permission. Startled, Sung Jinwoo glances up at the augmented reality display in front of him, questioning what's happening. The situation could be escalating. Sung wonders what it could be. He decides to investigate, thinking, "Let's take a look." His eyes glow with an eerie light. The power intensifies. His vision focuses, activating his ultimate eyes. Meanwhile, a group of survivors stands outside an apartment building. One of them, a man with glasses, looks on with concern. One of the survivors states that this is the apartment building from which someone threw a ramen packet. Another survivor realizes that this means the place has food, and another adds that they're starting to run out of rations. A surge of power emanated from an unknown source. The force rippled outwards, centered on Sung. Meanwhile, the group of survivors from outside the apartment building were approaching. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Beings that meet the requirements for citizenship are approaching, and it asked if he would like to propose citizenship to them. Sung considered the notification, realizing it was a proposal of citizenship. He recalled that, in the process of expanding his territory, he was able to forcefully grant citizenship to those who were in it. He wondered if outsiders were given a choice. Sung decided that, if that was the case, they could reject his offer too. The ultimate eyes ability seemed to be taking a toll on Sung as he coughed. He wondered what he should do. The sound of the doorbell echoed through the apartment. Startled, Sung turned towards the door. The intercom screen displayed the source of the sound. Sung reached for the intercom. He was clearly alarmed. Sung's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable. He continued to stare intently. He decided to take a look at the new quest. Sung approached the intercom. The man on the screen greeted him, asking if Jae-hyun was there, and Sung responded that he would be just a moment. The screen displayed a message indicating that Choi Hyungjin was in the middle of a quest, and asked if he would like to edit the quest, to which Sung replied in the affirmative. Sung reached out to interact with the screen. The screen then prompted him to edit the quest. The details of the quest were displayed, to treat 6 guests to a meal. A notification appeared, stating that the quest had been refreshed. The man on the screen asked if it was Jae-hyun. Sung confirmed that it was a new quest. He had something in mind, something he needed to tell them first. Sung had something in mind. He thought to himself, all right. Meanwhile, a man with glasses approached a group of people. The group murmured amongst themselves. The man with glasses said, "Great, thank you. Hold on to it for now." He proposed. Sung prepared to make his proposal. A notification appeared. He had proposed citizenship to Ha Dongin, Kang Deoksu, Kim Gaeong, Yoo Hyerin, Kim Jeon, and Moon Byung-go. The right to access the 30th floor had been granted to Ha Dongin, Kang Deoksu, Kim Gaeong, Yoo Hyerin, Kim Jeon, and Moon Byung-go. The group of people looked on. The number of citizens had reached 10, and the amount of EXP and money that his citizens earned had increased by 10%. Sung smiled, knowing this meant bonus EXP and money. The group had acquired beneficial buffs simply by hunting monsters. Meanwhile, a group of individuals walked together. One of them stated that he would gladly welcome that with open arms. The current population was at 10 out of 600. Sung considered that a level 23 would be as strong as the Calican he had previously defeated. The screen displayed Ha Dongin's information, showing his level 23 status and a trust level of 19. His awakened ability was baseball throw, with EXP and money distribution rates at 0%. The baseball throw skill, ranked D, consumed stamina to increase the ball's power by 3 times. It was as he expected. He was dealing with a metahuman. Depending on who threw it, the baseball could become a weapon. If the skill multiplied its power by 3 times, it would be perfect for killing monsters. As for his trust, Sung could slowly increase it. Sung decided to set the EXP distribution rate for all 6 of them to 70%. The setting was complete. It was done. He realized he simply needed to give them quests to hunt monsters. He could sit back and earn both EXP and money. It felt as if he was auto-hunting in a game. Of course, he knew he still needed to get to know them when the time was right. He considered that they could be the key to reuniting with his family. Because they could be the key to him reuniting with his family. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Ha Dongin's trust had increased. He questioned what was happening. He was confused. Then, more notifications appeared. Kim Gaeong's trust had increased, and Yoo Hyerin's trust had increased. He was even more confused. He wondered what all of this was. A voice called out, telling him to come in. Someone thanked him. The woman with long hair tells him that she will explain it later on. The man with glasses apologizes and asks if she can prepare some food, but she responds that she would need to make it from scratch. The man asks her to help him with it, saying that Jae-hyun has a plan. The woman pauses, considering the request. She looks down, lost in thought. The woman agrees to help, saying she will do it right away. She asks them to wait a moment, as she is surrounded by a group of people. The perspective shifts to someone with dark hair. The man with dark hair is silent. The man with glasses wonders what kind of person Jae-hyun is. The man in the white jacket admits that he is not very sure either. The man in the white jacket asks, "Don't." The man with glasses says that he doesn't know anything about him other than the fact that he's his neighbor. The man with dark hair is silent. The man in the white jacket thinks that he's quite an intriguing person, though. The neighbor father thinks that this is all thanks to Jaehyun. The man in the white jacket hums. That means he's a metahuman. He must have an amazing ability to be capable of all this. He thinks that he must impress him no matter what. The man in the white jacket looks determined. He's someone who is powerful enough to provide electricity, food, and water. He's someone who is powerful enough to provide electricity, food, and water. In the current world, it's a miraculous ability. He's on another level. It'll take a while to prepare the food. Jaehyun asks if he would like to take a shower. The neighbor mother is shocked by the offer of a shower and asks if they can really wash up. The man in the white jacket realizes that if there's electricity, most of the facilities can be used. That realization dawned on the man in the white jacket. Meanwhile, Jaehyun mentioned that there was warm water available as well. The neighbor father seemed pleased to hear this. The neighbor daughter was shocked to learn that this was also part of Jaehyun's abilities. Jaehyun explained that he had a bathroom in the living room and master bedroom, so two of them could wash up at the same time, and he would show them where they were. The neighbor father thanked Jaehyun, expressing his gratitude. Elsewhere, one of the men wondered if Jaehyun was also a metahuman. The other man looked at him, listening intently. The first man thought to himself that Jaehyun's ability was likely far more powerful than his own. The second man told him not to get discouraged, saying that all they needed to do was give him a good beating. The first man, annoyed, asked the second man what he was talking about, saying that they should be trying to impress Jaehyun, if anything. Jaehyun overheard them and wondered what that was about. He begged them not to do anything. The second man told him to do anything and just stay quiet. The first man agreed, saying okay in any case. One of the men stated that their goal was to obtain as much food as they could. The other man cautioned them not to screw up and to make sure they read the room well. Byung-go observed the two men. One of the men responded that he understood. Byung-go stood silently. The man who had spoken earlier looked on with a concerned expression. The man called out Byung-go's name. Byung-go apologized, saying he hadn't caught what the man had said. The man apologized, saying it was all his fault. He continued, saying he was sorry for inviting them to his housewarming. Byung-go told him it was all right, and that he went because he wanted to. Byung-go smiled. The man suggested they get food there and then go to his grandmother's place together. Byung-go responded that it was okay and thanked him. Byung-go stood silently. Sung Dan-woo's expression was grim. Elsewhere, a voice declared that it was already too late. The shadows seemed to stir. They pulsed with an ominous energy. Meanwhile, the possibility of her still being alive weighed heavily. A voice insisted that they were nearby and should be able to get there if they worked together, urging someone to hang in there just a bit longer. Sung's jaw tightened. He acknowledged the situation, stating that he understood, but right now, the sound of something breaking echoed. The tension in the air was palpable. A door stood slightly ajar. The sound of splintering would fill the air near the door. The door handle was visibly damaged. The neighbor father, looking alarmed, questioned what was going on. He gripped a baseball tightly in his hand. They felt it in that instant. He gripped the bag tightly. Perhaps that person. The air grew heavy. Someone thought that he might be able to save them. The group of men stood ready. They were ready to face whatever was coming. The atmosphere felt awkward as everyone sat around the table. The silence hung heavy in the air. A woman chuckled nervously, trying to break the tension. One of the men reassured her that it was all right, reminding her that they were the ones who had arrived unannounced. The man leaned forward, his expression unreadable. Another man announced that the food was ready. He carried a tray laden with dishes. The food was placed on the table, filling it with an array of dishes. The woman hoped that what they had prepared would be to their guests' liking. She smiled nervously. The spread included rice, fried eggs, and rolled omelets. There was also a dish of seasoned vegetables and a cup of water. Chopsticks were positioned, ready to eat. The woman watched with anticipation as the guest took their first bite, her expression a mixture of hope and anxiety. A spread of food lay before them, including rice, fried eggs, and a golden brown egg roll. The woman with long dark hair insisted that everything was all right, that it was amazing. She exclaimed what a feast it was. She admitted that it was thanks to the ingredients Jaehyun had given her, otherwise she would have only served rice and tangerines. The man in the white and black jacket sat at the table, listening intently. Park Hye-won's trust level was at 50, level 5. It was surprising that her trust would reach 50 before her husband's did. Sung Dan-woo sat nearby, observing the scene. The group thanked her for the meal. The meal continued. The man with the short curly hair ate with gusto, as did the woman with the short brown hair. The woman with the short brown hair exclaimed with delight. Someone commented that the egg roll was so good, and another agreed that it was the kind of sweet egg roll that Japanese restaurants serve. The meal continued. The mother smiled, telling her daughter that she was correct and to enjoy the food. Seo-yeon then requested egg rolls as well. Someone wondered aloud about something. The mother assured her that she would make more after the guests were done eating. Seoyin's face lit up. The father asked Seoyin if she wanted to eat an egg roll with him. Someone called for someone to come over. Someone quickly approached. The father smiled widely. Seoyin exclaimed in delight. The father told Seoyin to say it. Seoyin happily ate the egg roll. The family laughed together. Someone thought that the mother shouldn't have done that, as another person asked them to sit down and eat together, saying there was enough to go around. Son acknowledges something with a simple, "Oh, okay." The neighbor father looks on with a surprised expression, while the neighbor mother looks on with a concerned expression. The neighbor father smiles, while the neighbor mother looks on with a concerned expression. Elsewhere, Sung Danwoo eats a piece of egg roll with chopsticks. The table is filled with food, including rice, eggs, and meat. Danwoo thinks that it has been a while since he's had a meal like this. The camera pans over the table. A note that reads, "For my son," sits on the table. Danwoo hopes everyone is safe. Empty bowls sit on the table. Meanwhile, the neighbor child tells their mother that they are sleepy. The neighbor mother holds the neighbor child. The neighbor mother tells the neighbor child that they should go in and sleep. The neighbor mother picks up the neighbor child. The neighbor child agrees. Sung Danwoo glanced to the side, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the conversation continued at the table. One of the men suggested they finish the conversation they had started. The man pressed, questioning why Sung wasn't able to visit his grandmother's house, despite its proximity. Sung's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he listened. Another man at the table interjected, stating that the reason was because of the goblins. The word hung in the air, goblins. Sung confirmed the statement with a simple yes. It seemed the underground car park of the apartment building was a good place for the goblins to hide. The goblins lurked in the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. It was revealed that the goblins had decided to make the underground car park their base. The group estimated the number of goblins in that place to be at least a few thousand. It was explained that the ultimate shut-in ability only applied until the 30th floor. Sung realized that was why the goblins could enter the apartment building via the underground. They had seen that all the apartment's entrances were linked to the underground, and they didn't dare to go out. Sung listened intently, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Sung Danwoo recalled that there were side roads available. The others agreed, stating that their original plan was to use the side roads to escape. However, Danwoo mentioned that there was a monster that seemed even more dangerous than the goblins. The idea of a monster more dangerous than goblins hung in the air. The image of a monstrous wolf-like creature flashed in their minds. One of them thought it looked like a wolf or a bear. The others considered the possibilities. The only reason they were able to escape was because that beast was fighting a group of goblins. The group reiterated that the only reason they were able to escape right away was because of the beast. The image of the beast fighting the goblins was still fresh in their minds. They continued to discuss the situation. One of them mused that it could have been a wolf or a bear. They admitted they couldn't be sure because the place was so dark. The tension was palpable. One of them stated that it wasn't like they could avoid them forever in the end. The group considered their options. However, they knew they had limits. The man with the dark hair looked concerned. Sung looked up, questioning their statement. Limits. The man explained that they used bows and threw baseballs, but they would eventually run out of things to shoot or throw. The group sat at the table, considering their dwindling resources. Sung offered a solution. He believed he could resolve that problem for them. He asked if he could take a look at their arrow and baseball. The man agreed, handing over the baseball. Sung took the baseball. A notification appeared. "Will you list this item?" Sung confirmed. And with that, the baseball and arrow disappeared. The system demanded a steep price of 1,530,000 won to list the good condition compound bow. Sung confirmed his decision to list the item. The group questioned if everyone present could use bows. Sung considered purchasing 5 sets of bows. He also considered purchasing arrows. The system prompted the group to use the bows, even if they could not use them effectively, suggesting they take the opportunity to practice. Sung declared that they would be using the bows from now on. The system indicated that the trust of Ha Dongin, Kim Gaeong, and Yu Hairin had increased. Someone looked on, sweat trickling down their face. They thought it was unbelievable that they would work with him. The individual looked on, with a concerned expression. The system indicated that Moon Byung-go's trust had increased greatly, and he believed that they might be able to save his grandma. The man with the dark hair stated that their hunting speed would definitely be much faster with these. Another man responded that he didn't need things like arrows. It was noted that it was dangerous to retrieve arrows. Sung stated that before they carried on, they needed to greatly reduce the number of goblins. Another man agreed, asking when they would start hunting them. The man in the black and white jacket listened intently. Sung declared that the hunt would be tomorrow. He reiterated that it would be tomorrow. The man in the black and white jacket stated that faster was better. Another man stated that while he agreed, the group continued to discuss their plans. They sat around the table, finalizing their strategy. One of the men looked concerned. Another man wondered how they would do that. The observer's expression hardens, his gaze intense as he considers the task ahead. Meanwhile, a voice proposes a bait strategy. The air crackled with anticipation. The man with the dark hair smirked, confident in his plan. He thought to himself that they would use a bait strategy. Elsewhere, a group of people stood around a table, bows laid out before them. One of the men looked thoughtful, considering the situation. He mused that the plan might work. The man with glasses hoped things would go smoothly. A notification appeared, indicating that citizen Choi Hyungjin had completed his quest and received 30,000 won as a reward. The man with the dark hair looked surprised. He wondered if money was required. He realized that if he had money, he could raise the level of his citizens. He crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. Unless absolutely necessary, Sung decided he wouldn't use that particular resource for now. Choi Hyungjin's trust had increased, reaching 50, and his loyalty had been unlocked, surpassing 30. The system notified Sung that Choi Hyungjin had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. The notification displayed Choi's stats. Level 9, trust at 51, loyalty at 62, with no awakened ability and a 0% distribution rate for both experience and money. The option to register Choi Hyungjin as a vassal appeared before Sung. He reached out to interact with the screen. With a digital flourish, the registration completed. Choi Hyungjin exclaimed in surprise. Choi realized something had just happened to him. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. The system informed Sung that his first vassal had been successfully registered, granting him the skill Vassal Summon as a reward. The Vassal Summon skill allowed him to summon the vassal into his house, but only 2 hours after they had been first summoned. Choi Hyungjin's stats were updated to level 20, now bearing the title First Servant. His trust remained at 51, loyalty at 62, and his awakened ability was revealed to be Strength of a Gorilla. The system specified that the Strength of a Gorilla ability was passive, granting him strength comparable to a gorilla. As First Servant, the experience and gold earned by Choi via hunting would be doubled. Furthermore, Ultimate Eyes could be used to summon Choi within 5 meters of Sung's house. Sung observed the updated information on the screen. A screen flashes, posing a question, whether to use 1 million won to increase the vassal's level. The sum of 1 million won is displayed prominently. The neighbor, Choi Hyungjin, reacts with shock, exclaiming about the million won. Someone asks if something is the matter. Choi Hyungjin dismisses the question, then asks how the other person feels. Choi Hyungjin remarks that his strength feels like it's overflowing, and he asks if the other person is responsible. The other person confirms that they are. Choi Hyungjin exclaims that he feels like he's become 10 years younger. His hand glows with a blue aura. Sung Jin-woo's me. Sung Jin-woo states that he'd like for Choi Hyungjin to join this mission as well. Choi Hyungjin, holding a bow, asks Sung to repeat himself. A notification states that citizens are given 10% additional experience. The notification continues, stating that vassals get 2 times the experience, and that Choi Hyungjin's gains will be astronomical. Sung Jin-woo tells Choi Hyungjin that he must kill as many monsters as possible. With a determined grip, he readied himself for the task ahead. Meanwhile, Jaehyun grinned, confident in the plan. He stated that he would be counting on them. The group descended the stairs to the first floor. They continued their descent, weapons at the ready. Dongan questioned the need to check the first floor, noting the broken windows and the generally poor condition of the place. Another member of the group insisted that they should check regardless, reminding Dongan that they were there as a rescue team, as Jaehyun had instructed. It was revealed that this was the first mission given by Jaehyun. The group member looked up, his expression serious. The mission's crux was to rescue all survivors in the building and transport them to the 30th floor. The group member explained that their strategy would be to lure large numbers of goblins into the apartment building and eliminate them. He continued, stating that to achieve this, they needed to find as many survivors as possible. The group listened intently, ready to carry out the mission. The group crowded together in the stairwell, preparing to move forward. One of the men gripped a metal bat tightly, steeling himself for the fight ahead, repeating that he knew what was coming. Another man declared that they would start with Unit 101. The group moved forward, their mission clear, to clear the building, floor by floor. The numbers 101 and 102 were displayed on signs, both splattered with blood. Inside one of the units, a body lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. From above, the group advanced cautiously down the hallway, weapons ready. Footsteps echoed through the silent building. The sound grew louder, a sign that they were not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The survivors screamed as the figure attacked. A window shattered, spraying glass and blood. The floor was littered with bodies, a testament to the brutality of the attack. Blood splattered on the walls, painting a gruesome scene. One of the group urges the others to move forward. The group follows, their expressions grim. A hand tightens its grip on a baseball bat. They cautiously peer through a shattered window, the scene outside unknown. Below, the floor is littered with broken glass and blood. One of the men grits his teeth, his expression a mix of anger and determination. He curses under his breath, realizing the first floor is empty. He urges the group to quickly move to the second floor. The group moves forward, their faces etched with concern. They're on the second floor. A guttural sound echoes through the corridor. The hallway is littered with bodies and blood. Someone cries out in pain. The group is attacked. The man in the white suit urged them to move to the third floor. They passed a sign indicating the second floor. The group continued through the dimly lit hallway. The group moved down the hallway. Sung Dan-woo pounded on a door, demanding to know if anyone was inside. He continued to knock, his voice echoing in the empty hallway as he asked if anyone was inside. From behind the door, a faint sound could be heard. A woman in a purple tracksuit stood near the door, while two men watched from behind. Dan-woo continued to pound on the door. He repeated his question, his voice strained with urgency. The woman in the tracksuit shook her head, indicating that they should remain silent. Dan-woo's expression hardened with determination. The sign indicated that the group was between the third and fourth floors. Dan-woo pounded on the door, announcing their arrival as a rescue team and hoping to find survivors inside. The sound echoed through the hallway. He waited, listening intently for any response from within. A voice, weak and hesitant, finally responded, questioning if they were truly a rescue team. A sliver of the door opened, revealing a man's weary face, his eyes sunken and desperate. Dan-woo confirmed that they were. The man's gaze remained fixed on them. He asked if he could have some water, his voice barely a whisper. Sung reached into his bag, retrieving a bottle of water. He offered it to the man. The man seemed surprised by the gesture. He stammered, questioning if they were really a rescue team and if they were really giving him water. Dan-woo reassured him that they were residents of the apartment and were there to rescue survivors, adding that there was a safer place and inviting him to join them. The man's eyes remained fixed on Dan-woo, a glimmer of hope flickering within them. The door remained only slightly ajar. Despite the group's efforts, the survivors remained wary. The door remained locked. The tension was palpable as the group waited for a response. The survivors inside remained hesitant. The group continued to wait, hoping to gain their trust. From behind the door, a man named Hong Young-soo apologized for his paranoia, stating that he was counting on them. Hong Young-soo extended his hand to Dan-woo. Another man, Ha Dongin, introduced himself, hoping they could all get along. The two men shook hands. From within the apartment, a woman instructed Gaeong and Hyerin to bring the group to the 30th floor and then return. One of the women responded, agreeing to the request. A man inside questioned the decision, exclaiming that they weren't leaving the apartment. Another man expressed his belief that they would survive, stating he knew people would come for them, possibly even with a helicopter. The door began to open. The group was told that while it wasn't ideal, going up would at least provide a warm meal and a shower. The woman in the tracksuit laughed, extending her hand in a gesture of welcome. Meanwhile, a young girl expressed her disbelief at the mention of a shower, her father standing beside her. The woman's expression softened as she closed her eyes. She confirmed that a warm shower was indeed available. Footsteps echoed as the group moved forward. The young girl urged her father to stop dawdling and move quickly. The group continued their ascent, their destination unknown. The neighbor father's face was gaunt, his eyes sunken. A notification appeared, indicating that the number of citizens was now 40. Another notification revealed that the experience and gold earned by the citizens had increased by 90%. The number of citizens under Sung's command had reached 40, and the experience and gold they earned had increased by 90%. The experience and gold that the citizens earned had been increased by 90%. With this, Sung now had 40 citizens. Sung instructed that the children and elderly would stay at Choi Hyungjin's house first. The others would live in the corridors. There were a total of 40 people. They were all they could find. Sung asked if that was all of them. He was told that they had checked everywhere up to the 29th floor, and it seemed quite a few of them didn't leave their house from the start. He was told, "Great work." Sung's eyes glowed. This should be good enough. Ultimate eyes. Sung activated his ultimate eyes. With his ultimate eyes now active, a dark energy emanated from Sung's hands. The dark energy spread, tendrils reaching out into the world. The energy enveloped a man carrying a large wooden structure. Elsewhere, the dark energy reached a group of people sitting on a ledge. The energy extended to a woman in a purple tracksuit. It also touched a man being held back by another. The dark energy continued to spread. The energy seemed to focus around Sung's eyes. A sinister smile crept across his face. The man being restrained looked on with concern. The man restraining him wore a white tracksuit. The man in the white tracksuit announced that they would move on to the second stage of the Goblin Hunt. The man's expression was serious. Elsewhere, a figure announced that they had everyone's attention. The briefing was about to begin. The leader stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the attention of the group. He instructed them to drag out all the goblins hiding underground. The group listened intently. The plan was displayed, showing the layout of the area. The leader continued, explaining that they would split into 2 teams to draw out and eliminate the goblins on B1. After that, they would proceed to B2. Someone raised their hand to speak. The man wondered what would happen if there were more goblins than initially expected. He also considered the possibility of something happening while transporting the goblin corpses. Another hunter reassured him. He declared that he would kill all of them by himself. Another hunter agreed, stating that unlike last time, they had plenty of arrows, so they would be fine. The man with the glasses responded that if he was that confident, the confident hunter's power began to manifest. The confident hunter stood alongside his companions, ready to face the goblins. Suddenly, the hunters were ambushed by a horde of goblins, their red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. One of the goblins lunged forward, claws outstretched, eager to strike. Meanwhile, another hunter, armed with a pistol, prepared to fire. Elsewhere, a figure wielding a long blade moved with incredible speed. The blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. A goblin was caught off guard, unprepared for the hunter's swift attack. The hunter's movements were a blur, almost impossible to track. He struck with brutal force, each blow carrying immense power. The hunter's blade sliced through the goblin, the impact echoing through the room. Blood splattered as the goblin fell, defeated by the hunter's relentless assault. Another hunter, wielding a baseball bat, joined the fray, swinging with practiced ease. The battle intensified, the sounds of combat filling the air. Soon, the floor was littered with fallen goblins, their bodies a testament to the hunter's skill. The hunter with the baseball bat stood amidst the carnage, surveying the scene. The hunter with the baseball bat was questioned about his choice of weapon, given that he had also brought a bow. He conceded that they were right. Meanwhile, one of the other hunters pointed out something disappearing in the distance. The creature dissolved into nothingness. One of the hunters wondered if this was also Jaehyun's ability. Another hunter declared that they should head down to B1. The group began to move. One of the hunters expressed confidence that he knew Jaehyun would have a solution. Jaehyun clenched his fist. A notification appeared, indicating that the trust of Ha Dongin, Kim Gaeun, and Yu Hyerin had increased. He reached for a water bottle. He thought that this was good timing. He realized that, without intending to, he had begun watching over them. Jaehyun took a drink from the water bottle. Another notification appeared, stating that Moon Byung-go's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. It further stated that Moon Byung-go's loyalty had surpassed 30, and that he had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. Jaehyun was surprised that it had only taken a few hours. The screen displayed the loyalty status of a potential vassal. The implications of this did not escape Jaehyun, as he realized the more vassals he acquired, the faster his growth would be. Lost in thought, Jaehyun considered the possibilities. The screen showed Moon Byung-go's stats: level 10, trust at 55, and loyalty at 88. Jaehyun's eyes widened slightly as he registered the high loyalty score. He mused that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A smile crept across Jaehyun's face as he considered the possibilities. With that, Jaehyun confirmed Moon Byung-go's registration as a vassal. The sound of something solidifying echoed. The team had reached B1F. The air crackled with unseen energy. The hunters braced themselves, weapons drawn, as they entered the floor. A hunter tensed, ready to strike. Another hunter prepared for battle. The team advanced cautiously. Jaehyun, visibly shocked, feels the surge of power coursing through him. The source of the energy appears to be Moon Byung-go's weapon. Nearby, a hunter shouts, questioning what is happening. The energy discharge spreads, affecting the other hunters. The surge of energy reaches the goblins, who are visibly affected. The energy continues to spread, enveloping everything in its path. The force of the energy is immense. The goblins cry out as the energy washes over them. Deep within the darkness, numerous pairs of red eyes begin to glow. More and more eyes appear, their red glow intensifying. The air crackles with unseen energy. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense. A goblin's face contorts in a grimace. One of the hunters, overwhelmed by the situation, exclaims that he doesn't know what's happening but doesn't care. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouts for everyone to run. Responding to the warning, several figures scramble to escape the unfolding danger. Elsewhere, a hunter strikes out with a blade, attempting to fend off the encroaching threat. Another hunter prepares to fire an arrow, the bowstring pulled taut. The goblins, seemingly unaffected by the hunter's attacks, continue their advance. The hunter's attacks continue to strike the goblins. The hunter's eyes narrow with determination. The hunter unleashes a flurry of attacks, striking down multiple goblins. The goblins fall, defeated by the hunter's swift strikes. More goblins emerge from the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. The sheer number of goblins becomes overwhelming. The situation intensifies. The goblins continue to fall, but their numbers remain daunting. Despite the losses, the horde of goblins presses forward relentlessly. The hunter realizes the dire situation, exclaiming that there are too many of them. The man being held laments that they attracted so many goblins. Another man throws himself forward, trying to escape the goblins. The others are told to quickly head to the emergency exit. The emergency exit is visible down the hall. The group is urged to keep moving. They continue to run down the hallway. One of the men cries out as he is grabbed. The goblin's grip tightens on the man's face. The goblin's hand is illuminated by a green glow. The man screams as the goblin continues to grip his face. The goblin's grip intensifies. The goblin's red eyes glow menacingly as it continues to crush the man's face. The goblin's grip continues to tighten. The man struggles, but the goblin's grip is too strong. The others are told to go to the first floor. One of the hunters shouts for the others to move. The hunter strains against the goblin's grip. A passive skill activates, Strength of a Gorilla C. He has obtained strength comparable to a gorilla. The hunter's body is enveloped in a blue, electrical aura. His face contorts with effort as the power surges through him. The hunter's muscles bulge as he fights back. The surge of power intensifies. He plants his feet, preparing to unleash his newfound strength. The others shout for Mr. Choi. Just as the goblins close in, Choi unleashes his power. The force of his power explodes outward. The energy crackles around him. Choi grits his teeth, pushing himself to the limit. The blue aura intensifies, enveloping his entire body. Choi thinks that he has to do this, no matter what. The neighbor father urged Mr. Choi to come up quickly, assuring him that they were safe now. An affirmative response echoed. Meanwhile, one of the hunters found himself in a dire situation. He scrambled up the stairs, desperately trying to escape the approaching danger. Suddenly, a goblin's foot appeared, blocking his path. The hunter cried out as the goblin grabbed him. He urged the others to go on without him. Mr. Choi cursed. The sound of a swift strike echoed. A goblin's arm reached out, its hand wrapped in bandages. Blood splattered. Another hunter called out to Mr. Choi, urging him to come over. The sound of a powerful impact reverberated. The hunter screamed as he was overwhelmed by the goblins. The goblin's grip tightened around the hunter's leg. The hunter struggled against the monster's hold. With a swift motion, the hunter managed to stab the goblin. The goblin released its grip. Sung looked around, confused by the sudden chaos. The goblins swarmed, their numbers overwhelming. A desperate call echoed through the chamber, pleading for help from Mr. Choi. The sound of something heavy landing nearby reverberated through the air. Sung turned towards the sound, his eyes widening as he saw a goblin falling from above. A flurry of blows rained down on the goblins. The hunter continued his assault, striking with precision. Another hunter yelled for Deoksu to come. The hunter prepared to strike again. The goblins, emboldened, charged forward, yelling their approval. The hunter yelled for Deoksu. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. Deoksu, eyes wide with fury, screamed for the goblins to come at him. The other hunter, equally enraged, mirrored Deoksu's challenge. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, a horde of goblins surged from the stairwell, their eyes fixed on the hunters. The hunters descended the stairs, weapons raised, ready to meet the goblin onslaught. As the city slept, a full moon bathed the world in its ethereal glow. Below, the towering apartment buildings stood in stark contrast to the night sky, their many windows like vacant eyes staring into the darkness. The ominous feeling of dread permeated the air. The air crackled with unseen energy. Suddenly, a monstrous form materialized, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Its eyes glowed brighter as its hunger intensified. The air vibrated with anticipation. The Calican needed more. The creature's massive form shifted, ready to strike. It descended upon the unsuspecting city, a harbinger of death and destruction. Towering over the city, the Calican monster loomed, a harbinger of destruction. The creature's gaze burned with hatred. It vowed to kill them all. Elsewhere, a man barely dodged a lethal blow. Catching his breath, the man sighed in relief. He thought to himself that he nearly died. His face contorted in fear. He recognized the newcomer as Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun stood over him. Jae-hyun had been continuously observing the situation through ultimate eyes in case something were to happen. He groaned in pain, lying on the floor. The man was injured. The injured man wondered when he had been hurt. Someone asked if he was all right. Blood pooled around his leg. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's expression was serious. He thought he should list some medical supplies as well. Jae-hyun asked the injured man to wait for a moment. Someone questioned what was happening. A drawer slid open. A memory surfaced. Medical supplies were an absolute necessity in situations like this. Jae-hyun was reminded of when he was younger. The drawer was filled with medical supplies. Bandages, scissors, and medicine bottles were visible. With that being said, he only had 40 slots, and he couldn't list all of these. He sits cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by medical supplies. A sudden thought crosses his mind. He pauses, bringing his fingers to his lips as he contemplates something. He reaches into the medical kit. retrieving a small bottle. Suddenly, a notification appears. It indicates a used first aid kit is available for reclaim. Meanwhile, Choi Hyungjin sits nearby, looking concerned. Sung asks him to show where he is injured. Choi Hyungjin gestures to his wounded arm. The wound is visibly bloody and scraped. Sung tells him that he will start by disinfecting the wound. Choi Hyungjin responds with a subdued, "Oh, okay." Sung begins cleaning the wound with a cotton swab. Choi Hyungjin winces in pain. A notification appears, indicating that Choi Hyungjin's trust and loyalty have increased. Choi Hyungjin, lying on the floor, expressed his gratitude. Nearby, someone continued to tend to his wounds. Elsewhere, Sung Jinwoo wondered if the others were doing all right. He asked that they rest for a while, as he had something else to take care of. Choi Hyungjin could only manage a pained, "Ah." Meanwhile, a voice suggested taking a look at the lower floors. The speaker's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The glow intensified, emanating from an unknown source. The words "ultimate eyes" appeared, hinting at a hidden power. The perspective shifted downwards, showing the B2F level. Then, the view moved again, this time showing the 1F and B1F levels. Below, a figure stood ready, sword drawn. The tension mounted as they prepared for battle. The figure lunged forward, a burst of energy erupting around them. A beam of energy erupts from the mouth of a monstrous creature. The blast strikes Sung, causing him to cough up blood. Sung grits his teeth, enduring the pain. Elsewhere, Deoksu struggles against his restraints, shouting. Below, a horde of goblins advances. Despite the onslaught, Sung continues to fight. He summons his strength, preparing for another attack. The goblins close in, spears aimed at Sung. The spears strike, but Sung is too quick. He dodges the attacks, moving with surprising speed. Sung continues to evade the goblin's assault. A larger goblin leaps down, brandishing a weapon. The goblin attacks, but Sung is ready. The clash of weapons echoes through the chamber. Sung roars in defiance, his eyes filled with determination. The force of the blow reverberated through the goblin's crude armor. Blood splattered as the goblin was struck. With a precise strike, Sung cleaved through the goblin's defenses. The goblin's lifeless body fell to the ground, its blood staining the stone. The air crackled with energy as the battle continued. Byung-go moved with surprising speed, his attacks overwhelming the goblins. Byung-go's name echoed through the chamber as he fought. Byung-go continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. Each strike from Byung-go was met with a spray of blood, the goblins unable to withstand his onslaught. The goblins fell one after another, their numbers dwindling against Byung-go's relentless attacks. One of the observers muttered in disbelief, questioning what they were witnessing. The observers wondered aloud if Byung-go had always been such a capable fighter. A disembodied voice remarked that they were doing well. The mysterious figure watched with an unnerving intensity. The system displayed Byung-go's stats, revealing his level, title, trust, loyalty, and awakened ability, teleport. The system further explained that teleport, A, utilizes mental strength to move between distances, but only in areas where the user can see. The amount of mental strength required depends on the number of people being teleported and the distance. Below, the monster's shadow loomed. The mysterious figure smirked. The figure mused that registering Byung-go as a vassal was indeed a great decision. The monster's massive hand crashed down. Its grotesque face was inches from the camera. From below, Jian asked if they had the extension socket ready. Jian waited anxiously. Someone confirmed they did, then asked about the water tank. Another person confirmed they were ready. Another voice chimed in, confirming they were ready as well, and urged Byung-go to come in now. Byung-go descended the stairs. He teleported. The scene shifted to the lower level. The scene was quiet, the only sound the hum of the city outside. Below, a large container sat on the stairs. Further down, the stairs disappeared into darkness. Meanwhile, the battle against the Calican raged on. The monster roared in fury. Its opponent responded with equal ferocity. The clash echoed through the air. Jian, watching from afar, yelled for action. Below, Byung-go prepared to activate his plan. He pressed a button, confirming his intentions. A surge of energy coursed through the area. The energy crackled and sparked. It enveloped the Calican's feet. The energy intensified, focusing on the monster. The Calican was now fully ensnared by the energy. Tendrils of dark energy pulsed around the Calican. With each goblin slain, a digital notification appeared, indicating that Sung had obtained a large amount of experience. The notifications continued, revealing that a total of 334,464 won had been deposited into the Ultimate Shuttin's wallet, and that his skill level had increased, granting him a new skill. Sung's eyes glowed with an intense, dark light. The surge of power caused Sung to hunch over, overwhelmed. The dark energy continued to crackle and surge. The energy began to coalesce into a sphere around Sung. The sphere pulsed with contained power. The energy sphere continued to grow, its dark light intensifying. The sphere of dark energy crackled ominously. The shadows around Sung seemed to take on monstrous forms, their intent to kill palpable. The dark energy swirled around him, a vortex of power. A new notification appeared. Hostile beings had been detected. The system announced that it was commencing their removal. The goblins, caught in the system's purge, are struck by bolts of dark energy. The dark energy continues to eradicate the hostile beings. The system's process of eliminating the hostile beings continues. The eradication process continues. The system notifies Sung that he has hunted multiple goblins of varying levels. The sound echoed. The guttural cries of the monsters reverberated through the chamber. A horde of green-skinned creatures advanced. From the shadows, a figure emerged. One of the creatures wore a crude necklace of beads. It questioned the sudden noise. Its red eyes narrowed, peering into the darkness. Another creature, larger and more menacing, stood in the background, its eyes glowing ominously. Another one of the creatures questioned the noise. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. A monstrous maw filled with razor-sharp teeth opened wide. The air crackled with energy. The monstrous creature roared, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. The monstrous Calican roared, its voice echoing through the surroundings. Blood splattered as the creature's attack continued. The goblins, caught in the onslaught, were visibly terrified. Another goblin shrieked in fear. The Calican's fur bristled as it moved. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light. A goblin was struck by a swift, brutal blow. The Calican's massive paw came down with deadly force. The goblin was crushed beneath its weight. Blood sprayed as the Calican continued its assault. The impact of the blows shook the ground. The Calican's glowing red eyes remained fixed on its prey. Another goblin screamed as it was seized. The Calican's jaws clamped down, silencing the goblin's cries. The Calican continued its assault, its massive form dwarfing the goblins as it crushed them underfoot. Its claws tore through the goblins with ease. One goblin screamed in terror as the Calican approached. Another goblin was sent flying through the air, a spray of blood marking its trajectory. The remaining goblins scattered, desperately trying to evade the monster's wrath. One goblin was caught, its body torn apart by the Calican's attack. The Calican devoured another goblin, its jaws stained with blood. More goblins were sent flying as the Calican continued its rampage. The goblins' desperate cries echoed through the chamber as they tried to escape. Their screams were cut short as the Calican continued its slaughter. The Calican's maw opened wide, ready to consume more victims. A guttural roar escaped its throat as it hunted down the remaining goblins. Its massive claws dripped with the blood of its prey. The Calican stood amidst the carnage, a terrifying figure of destruction. Blood splattered across the floor as the Calican continued its relentless assault. The aftermath of the Calican's attack left a trail of destruction. Suddenly, a monstrous bear-like creature appeared, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light, seemingly surprised by something. The scene faded to black. A notification appeared, declaring, "You have been granted citizenship." The bear-like creature roared, its massive jaws wide open. The sound of the roar echoed. The bear-like creature lunged forward, its movements swift and powerful. Below, a figure lay motionless amidst the carnage. The camera focused on the bear-like creature's fur. Elsewhere, a young man with long hair looked up, a sense of foreboding in his eyes. The young man's body was covered in blood. The young man lay among the bodies of the goblins. Sung covered his face with his hand, overwhelmed by the situation. The scene was a gruesome tableau of fallen goblins, their bodies scattered across the underground parking lot. More bodies lay strewn about. Amidst the carnage, a figure lay prone. Someone wondered who she was. The system identified her as Oyanju, level 33, with the awakened ability Were Bear. The system further clarified that the Were Bear ability allows the user to transform into a beast, maximizing all physical and regenerative abilities. Sung realized she was level 33 and possessed an A-rank ability. On top of that, the system notified him that Hot Dongan and Yu Hiren's trust had reached 50, unlocking their loyalty. Sung was surprised that Hot Dongan, Yu Hiren, and even Kong Diaksu were involved. The system then indicated that Kong Diaksu's loyalty had surpassed 30, and he had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. Sung's eyes narrowed. He decided to register Kong Diaksu as a vassal. The system identified Kong Diaksu as level 25 with the title Third Servant, a trust of 52, a loyalty of 31, and the awakened ability, Iron Knight. The Iron Knight ability allows the user to summon a halberd and iron armor that covers their entire body. The system stated that the vassal level is dependent on their awakened ability. Sung considered the implications of the new information. Below, Kong Diaksu stood ready. Meanwhile, Choi Hyungjin, with his strength of a gorilla ability, was level 20. Kong Diaksu, possessing the Iron Knight ability, was level 25. Lastly, Moon Byung-go, with his teleport ability, was level 30. From a moment they were registered as vassals, their levels were determined by the rank of their awakened ability. The three vassals stood ready. A random box appeared. Sung wondered if the ranks of the abilities were chosen at random. He considered that if Moon Byung-go gained an A-rank ability in accordance to his loyalty value, then Choi Hyungjin, who had a higher loyalty value, should have gained a B-rank ability, not a C-rank. Since Kang Deoksu obtained a B-rank ability with a loyalty value of 31, the system seemed inconsistent. Sung's brow furrowed as he pondered the situation. It would be nice to know what factors contribute to the appearance of a high-ranking ability. That information would be critical. Sung considered that since he could only register 10 vassals, it would be more advantageous to register someone who could obtain a higher-ranked ability. Not knowing what might happen, he also acknowledged that registering a metahuman as his vassal could be problematic. A chime echoed as the system announced that the metahuman was now able to freely move between the stairs, elevators, and corridors. Footsteps approached. The elevator doors opened on the 30th floor. Sung stood, waiting. His ultimate eyes activated. The elevator display showed the number 30. Sung turned his head slightly. A man gasped. The system confirmed that this was the 30th floor as the doors began to open. The man thought that he would have liked it if they had brought the lady from the B2 floor here. A hand rests on a surface, the tension palpable. Below, goblins are restrained with rope. One of the men monitoring the situation makes a noise. One of the men speculates that a swarm of goblins suddenly charged at them, and another agrees, suggesting someone caused it. The man's eyes narrow. He considers how powerful that ability was. The man recalls the bloody scene of a battle. He states that he is certain. Sweat drips from his face. Elsewhere, a group of people stand around a table. One of the men mentions that there is also warm water. A woman reacts with shock at the mention of warm water. It is revealed that this is also a part of Jaehyun's abilities, thanks to the ingredients that Jaehyun gave him. A woman explains that she would have served only rice and tangerines otherwise. The scene fades to black. The scene opens with a man's face, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The man is revealed to be Byung-go, standing alongside another man. It was said that this was Byung-go's ability. Also Byung-go, he had an introverted personality. But he suddenly changed after meeting Kim Jae-hyun. His abilities were to be feared. His abilities are to be feared. No matter what abilities he may have, it all leads to the same conclusion. The elevator descends to the 82nd floor. In this damned world, we must be chosen by him. A dark energy surges. The energy continues to build. The dark energy emanates from protagonist _man's eyes. The young man thinks that he must survive. The sound of a toy car echoed through the room. A child's hand pushed the toy car along. Meanwhile, outside, a young boy played with a toy car, unaware of the looming figure behind him. The boy smiled, completely absorbed in his game. Suddenly, he called out for his mom. His mother stood nearby, smiling warmly. Unseen, a sinister presence lurked nearby, a low chuckle escaping its grasp. The boy continued to play, oblivious to the danger. The mother's expression shifted, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Her eyes widened, a growing sense of dread washing over her. Panic seized her as she realized the gravity of the situation. A dark figure lay motionless on the ground. The boy stood frozen, surrounded by menacing figures. The mother screamed, her face contorted in terror. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if to grasp something unseen. Meanwhile, the child cowers, surrounded by menacing figures. The mother's eye reflects pure terror. Tears well as she screams in denial. Elsewhere, an overturned vehicle lies amidst the darkness, its purpose unknown. Suddenly, a woman gasps awake in her bed. She sits up, her eyes wide with fear, gasping for air. A man stands beside the bed, calling out to her as Yeonju. Yeonju sits on the edge of the bed, head in her hands, as the man stands behind her. The man, Kim Jae-hyun, introduces himself. Jae-hyun asks Yeonju if she did it. Yeonju lay in bed, her arm resting on the covers. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun looked on, awaiting her response. He questioned if she was responsible for sending the heads of the goblins flying. Her eyes widened slightly as she processed the question. Her fingers twitched slightly. Jae-hyun stood, his hands clasped in front of him, awaiting her answer. Yeonju's expression was troubled as she considered the implications of the question. She sat up slightly in the bed. The thought crossed her mind that his ability was strong. She knew he could defeat a group of goblins in an instant. Maybe. Yeonju clasped her hands together, her expression unreadable. If it's him. Her eyes were shadowed, her expression conflicted. Wouldn't it be possible? The weight of the situation settled heavily on Kim Jae-hyun. A desperate plea echoed in his mind. Please save my son. Meanwhile, Yeonju wept, her tears falling freely. One day, Yeonju's trust has increased greatly. The memory of the plea, my son, haunted Yeonju. He He realized she must have lost her son to the goblins. Yeonju continued to weep. Kimoehyun, Yachit Yeonju. He wondered if there was anything he could do. A quest appeared, offering the revival of her son as a reward. The quest detailed the need to kill 1,000 goblins, but it came with no time limit and no penalty for failure. The reward was clearly stated, her son's revival. Meanwhile, the ultimate shut-in sat in contemplation, his expression unreadable. He wondered if such a thing was even possible. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he considered the implications. Suddenly, a notification chimed, declaring that the quest could not be granted. The ultimate shut-in glanced up at the screen, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He sighed, realizing it was not to be. He thought to himself, of course it couldn't be done. There was no way the dead could be brought back to life. Another notification appeared, stating that he lacked the funds to provide the quest reward, revival. The screen prompted him to try again after acquiring sufficient funds, and the ultimate shut-in's eyes widened in disbelief. He began to speak, his voice barely a whisper. He realized what this meant. He exclaimed that he could revive a person as long as he had money. The ultimate shut-in's stomach churned at the implications of what he could do. Sobbing could be heard from the other room. Dan Wu admitted that he couldn't yet tell just how much was needed. Meanwhile, the woman lay in bed, weeping for the resurrection. But Sung hesitated. She asked if he meant it. Tears streamed down her face as she hiccuped. Sung thought he could help her. Bringing her son back to life might be possible. Her eyes widened, hope flickering within them. That wasn't to say there wasn't hope. She asked if he really meant it, if he could really revive her son. She clutched at the bedsheets, desperate for an answer. The ultimate shut-in's words seemed to offer a sliver of hope, as Yeonju let out a soft, emotional sigh. He continued, stating that it was definitely possible. The ultimate shut-in was willing to do anything, asking what needed to be done. Yeonju gasped, her emotions raw. It was noted that Kang Deoksu and Moon Byung-go had awakened their abilities within Ha Donggin's party. The information about the party members was being presented to the ultimate shut-in. It was explained that if Yeonju, who is level 33, joined them as well, they should have a much easier time fighting most monsters. The ultimate shut-in listened intently. Ha Donggen urged someone to get up for now. Donggen wanted to introduce the ultimate shut-in to some people. Someone said, "Nice to meet you." A hand reached out. Ha Donggen introduced himself. Yeonju introduced herself. Yeonju asked if he was the one who hunted goblins by throwing a baseball. The man in the white t-shirt flinches, startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Ha Donggen's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares at Yeonju. The tension escalates as Yeonju stands beside Ha Donggen, her expression unreadable. Yeonju declares that they know who they are. Yeonju points at someone, demanding if they don't recognize her and stating that they've met before. Yeonju repeats her question, pressing the issue of their prior meeting. Yeonju's expression shifts, a feral grin spreading across her face as she emits a low growl. Ha Donggen's confusion is palpable, question marks and cartoonish bear heads swirling around him as he struggles to understand the situation. The ultimate shut-in looks on, equally bewildered by Yeonju's sudden change. The perspective shifts to a close-up of Yeonju's face, her eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile playing on her lips. Yeonju is now surrounded by a dark aura, her features distorted and menacing. Below, the camera focuses on Yeonju's feet as dark fur sprouts from her legs, transforming her into a monstrous being. The transformation continues, the dark fur spreading rapidly as Yeonju's form becomes increasingly bestial. Yeonju cries out, the transformation reaching its peak. Yeonju's monstrous hand lunges forward, her face contorted in a horrifying expression. The monstrous form of Yeonju towered over the group, casting a long, ominous shadow. Nearby, a voice declared that the creature was the beast from the side path, clarifying, to be precise, I'm a bear. The bear-like monster loomed over Yeonju's companions. One of the men exclaimed that he had helped them all a few times, and they didn't realize it. Another man, looking up at the massive creature, muttered that she was huge. The bear stated that the enemies of goblins were his friends, adding that he was glad they all knew each other already. The group stood together, dwarfed by the massive bear. Kim Jae-hyun's expression was grim. He announced that he had something to say, and that they would execute the plan to save Byung-go's grandmother the next morning. Jae-hyun's face was set with determination. The bear noted that now that the goblins' numbers have been drastically cut down, they should be able to save her. The group stood together, the bear's shadow looming behind them. Elsewhere, the ultimate shut-in was sleeping in his bed. It was noted that the bed was given to Yeonju, and that he missed her. The bear-like monster continued its countdown. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun said his goodbyes, telling everyone he would see them in the morning. As Kim Jae-hyun spoke, the bear-like monster loomed behind him, its presence unnoticed by the others. Moon Byung-go and Kang Deoksu stood nearby, their expressions unreadable. Kim Jae-hyun paused, a strange look in his eyes as he addressed someone. He asked them to come with him to the hallway for a moment. Under the night sky, Byung-go and Deoksu were summoned. Someone asked if they knew why only the two of them had been called. Byung-go and Deoksu stood facing Kim Jae-hyun, awaiting his explanation. Byung-go looked on with a questioning expression. Deoksu listened intently, his gaze fixed on Kim Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, the ultimate shut-in dreamed of a happy reunion. The man with dark hair questioned why he had called only the two of them there. The man waited for a response. One of the men admitted that he didn't really know. Another man wondered if it was related to the power they had. The man confirmed that was correct. He continued, stating that this time around, both of them had awakened. The two men listened intently. It was revealed that Byung-go gained the ability to teleport. The ability Deoksu gained was Iron Knight. It was imperative that their abilities be figured out before departing for the mission tomorrow. The man looked on. He stated that, for starters, he would demonstrate his power. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared, displaying a party quest. The quest required the demonstration of an awakened ability within 1 hour, promising an increase in strength as a reward, but threatening a penalty of sleeping outside upon failure. The screen prompted a simple question, whether to accept the quest or not. Sung considered the offer, labeling it a party quest. He decided that this would suffice for the time being. Sung's expression hardened, a glint of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Byung-go asked if he was now like Ha Dong-in. The man confirmed that Byung-go was now able to summon iron armor and a halberd. Byung-go exclaimed in excitement, wondering what kind of ability Iron Knight was. The man reiterated that Byung-go could summon iron armor and a halberd. Byung-go, surprised, questioned if he could summon a halberd. A surge of blue light emanated from Byung-go. The light intensified. Byung-go summoned his new power. Byung-go, now further away, continued to summon his new power as Ha Dong-in watched. Byung-go's power manifested, and he felt a surge of energy. The force of it knocked him back. He stumbled, trying to regain his balance. The power had indeed worked. A wide grin spread across Byung-go's face as he realized the extent of his newfound abilities. He marveled at the power he now possessed. He clenched his fist, feeling the energy coursing through him. The system notified that Moon Byung-go's trust had increased. It also indicated that Byung-go's loyalty had increased. Meanwhile, Sung stood nearby, observing Byung-go's reaction. Sung called out to Byung-go. Sung's expression was unreadable. Sung explained that his grandmother was at the moment. Sung wondered why he was there. Moon Byung-go warned that there was no guarantee Sung would be able to control his ability well. Byung-go suggested that the teleport Sung just performed might have been a fluke. The warning and suggestion caused Sung to gulp nervously. He thought it would be a good idea to get a complete grasp over how far he could teleport. Sung also considered what kind of penalty he might receive when using the ability. He stated that he understood. Suddenly, Sung was surprised by the sight of Kong Deoksu. Kong Deoksu's weapon materialized. The knight gripped the weapon tightly. The weapon glowed with power. Sung's eyes widened in shock. Kong Deoksu exclaimed that it worked. The knight stood ready. Citizen, Kong Deoksu's trust has increased. Citizen, Kong Deoksu's loyalty has increased. Kong Deoksu affirmed his readiness. He stood behind Sung, awaiting instructions. Sung reached out, his fingers hovering near the window. He was asked if he could use teleport to get to the other side. Sung paused, considering the request. He decided he would give it a try. Sung nodded slightly, steeling himself. A new quest appeared, to use teleport to move to the rooftop of Building 113. The quest had a time limit of 3 minutes, with the reward being an increase in teleport proficiency. The failure penalty was sleeping outside. Kong encouraged Byung-go, telling him he could do it. Sung took a deep breath, focusing his energy. A surge of power emanated from him. His expression hardened with determination. Kong watched as Sung teleported away in a flash of blue light. The world blurred as Sung Jinwoo teleported. The sensation of teleportation intensified. He landed on the rooftop, adrenaline coursing through him. The momentum of the teleport carried him forward. Meanwhile, Kong Deoksu watched from the window, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Moon Byung-go, having also completed the quest, exclaimed his success. From another window, Kim Jae-hyun observed the scene. A system notification appeared, confirming that Moon Byung-go had completed the quest. Moon Byung-go breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Kim Jae-hyun leaned against the window frame. He seemed disoriented. Kong Deoksu's eyes widened. He looked on in disbelief. Kong Deoksu staggered backward. With a surge of power, Sung calls upon Moon Byung-go. The air crackles with energy as the summoning takes effect. The summoned vassal appears, striking down Kong Deoksu. The armored knight falls heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Moon Byung-go lies unconscious in bed. Nearby, Kang Deoksu observes that Byung-go lost consciousness, noting that the summoning seemed to have consumed a lot of stamina. Kang Deoksu checks a screen, wondering if Byung-go is alright. He is relieved to see that Byung-go will be alright after some rest. The screen indicates that Byung-go is in good health, suggesting that his condition is likely due to being unaccustomed to the ability. Kang Kyaksu expresses his relief, but then shifts his focus back to the matter at hand. He questions if he is expected to exercise. He is confused by the request. The screen displays a grant quest requiring him to exercise while wearing armor, including push-ups and squats, within a 10-minute time limit, with the reward being an increase in strength and the penalty for failure being sleeping outdoors. The armored figure's gauntlet clattered to the floor. His face contorted in exertion. Kang Deoksu's brow glistened with sweat. He continued to struggle, his breathing heavy. The knight's legs trembled as he stood. Kang Deoksu exclaimed that he was done. He stood panting, his armor gleaming. A digital notification chimed, announcing that Kang Deoksu had completed the quest. Nearby, Sung Jinwoo watched the armored man. Sung wondered if Kang's affinity for sports was the reason for his extraordinary stamina. Sung's expression was thoughtful. The system began evaluating. The screen displayed the word evaluating. Sung wondered what was happening. He looked on with anticipation. Kang Deoksu, still in his armor, asked if it was over, while Sung looked on. Kang Deoksu let out a sigh. The system congratulated Kim Jae-hyun on his great work, informing him that he could rest now. Kim Jae-hyun thanked the system. Suddenly, a notification appeared, declaring that the evaluation was complete. Kang Deoksu continued to walk away, his heavy armor clanking with each step. Another notification appeared, stating that his strength had increased slightly. Sung Jinwoo looked up, confused by the notification. He realized that this. Sung Jinwoo's eyes widened slightly. He wondered if his strength had increased. A smirk crept across Sung Jinwoo's face. This changed the game. The ultimate shut-in. The next day, in one of Busan's alleys, the man's face contorted in rage. He yelled for them to run. Civilians fled in terror from the approaching monsters. The man braced himself for the onslaught. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the approaching threat. He grit his teeth, ready to fight. The air crackled with energy as the monsters approached. The monster snarled, eager for the kill. He cursed under his breath, preparing to strike. The battle began. The air crackled with energy as the battle commenced. Kang Deoksu found himself surrounded, goblins swarming him from all sides. One of the goblins roared, charging towards the armored knight. The goblins attacked with a flurry of blows. Kang Deoksu parried the attacks, his armor deflecting the crude weapons. The goblins shrieked in frustration as their attacks failed to penetrate the armor. More goblins pressed in, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. One of the goblins snarled, its fangs bared. Kang Deoksu, enraged, shouted at the creatures. The knight swung his weapon, the force of the blow evident. The weapon struck true, felling one of the goblins. The remaining goblins scattered, momentarily stunned by the display of power. Kang Deoksu, breathing heavily, remained vigilant. From the shadows, a voice warned not to focus on those he had already defeated. Kim Jae-hyun appeared, his expression grim as he gripped his weapon. Kang Deoksu, confident in his armor, landed a blow on one of the goblins, declaring that he had him. Another goblin fell to Kang's blade. More goblins rushed forward, undeterred by their comrade's fate. Kang, helmeted and clad in armor, stood ready to face the horde. He taunted the goblins, urging them to come at him. The goblins, enraged by his words, pressed their attack. Their numbers seemed endless, a relentless wave of green skin and sharp teeth. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the chaos, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The goblins continued their advance, unaware of the new threat looming behind them. One goblin, however, seemed to sense the danger, his eyes widening in fear. The massive figure emitted a guttural sound, a chilling keik. Kang, still focused on the goblins, remained unaware of the true danger. The shadowy figure struck with brutal force. Blood splattered as the goblins were torn apart. Someone shouted Byung-go's name in alarm. A surge of raw fury erupted from the man. Suddenly, a voice commanded him to go to his grandmother. The command seemed to come from somewhere above. The voice boomed, demanding he visit his grandmother. His eyes widened, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Below, Oyeonju and Ha Dongin fought alongside Kang Deoksu. Kang Deoksu acknowledged the assistance. The sound of something hitting the ground echoed. The system began to evaluate something. Another thud resonated. The system announced that Oyeonju had completed the quest. The system was evaluating the quest completed by Oyeonju. The system continued its evaluation. The man with the cybernetic eye watched the evaluation process. He waited patiently. Following the evaluation, 132,966 won was deposited into the ultimate shut-in's wallet. He wondered if the money was a different reward than before. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. He felt his strength return as Kang Deoksu completed his quest. He slurped up some noodles, pondering if the additional reward was random. The rewards got bigger. The system noted that Moon Byung-go had exhausted all quest attempts for the day, since the quest difficulty was higher. Moon Byung-go had completed the quest. The system began evaluating the quest completed by Moon Byung-go. The evaluation was complete. He continued to eat his noodles. He decided it was time to open the rewards. The system announced that a jackpot was struck, offering congratulations. He looked surprised. He exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a notification appeared, announcing that a jackpot had been struck and offering congratulations. Sung's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and anticipation evident on his face. He questioned what a jackpot could mean. Another notification popped up, this one indicating that skill points were also available, with 1 point currently awarded. Sung's eyes widened slightly as he processed the information. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he smirked. He thought to himself that this wasn't bad. The title of the series, The Ultimate Shut-In, was displayed. A surge of energy began to manifest around Sung. The energy intensified, swirling around him in a vibrant display. The energy coalesced, focusing around his legs as he prepared to move. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The energy continued to build, crackling with power. Sung's expression was a mix of determination and slight apprehension as he felt a surge of power coursing through him. The scene shifts to a modest home, the kind found in a quiet neighborhood. Inside, Sung rushes down a hallway. His bare feet pound against the floor as he sprints. He bursts into a room, shouting for his grandmother. Sung continues to sprint, desperation fueling his movements. His eyes are wide with fear. He is breathing heavily. He finds his grandmother lying still in her bed. She is motionless beneath the covers. He wonders if she is all right. Sung gently places his hand on her chest, checking for a pulse. He feels for any sign of life. His grandmother stirs slightly. She weakly asks if it is Byung-go. Tears streamed down Sung's face. Sung's exclamation echoed in the room. Relief washed over him. It was a relief. He embraced Jae-hyun tightly. Tears welled in Sung's eyes as he apologized to his grandmother, lamenting that he had taken too long to reach her. He held her close. Tears streamed down his face. Jae-hyun was thanked profusely. Gratitude filled the air. A notification appeared, indicating that Moon Byung-go's trust had increased, his loyalty had reached 100, and he was already registered as a vassal, increasing the number of vassals available for registration. Sung was confused. Sung's expression was one of bewilderment. The screen displayed a list of vassals: Choi Hyungjin, level 20, Moon Byung-go, level 30, and Kang Deoksu, level 25, noting that 3 out of 11 vassals were registered. Sung mused over the fact that level-ups could be achieved in this manner as well. Sung sits at his desk, contemplating the system's implications. He considers the options to level up his vassals. Now, Sung wonders how much it would cost to level up Moon Byung-go. However, the system informs him that he doesn't have enough money to perform the level up, specifying that 100 million won is required. The system prompts him to try again after acquiring more money. Sung is shocked by the cost, exclaiming that it's 100 million won. He apologizes to Byung-go. Sung resolves to at least give Byung-go quests every day. Suddenly, a sound is heard. Sung wonders what that sound was. He realizes there's a sound coming from the elevator. Sung wonders who it could be. His eyes glow with anticipation. The sound from the elevator was soon revealed to be 2 figures carrying a box. The elevator doors opened with a soft whoosh. A voice called out, asking if anyone was inside. Kim Dabin, wearing a light pink apron over a white t-shirt, tilted her head slightly, a question forming in her mind. The door creaked open as Dabin reached for it. The 2 figures stood outside her door, one holding the box. Dabin greeted them with a smile, introducing herself. The man with the box introduced himself as Kim Miho, Dabin's younger brother. Miho gestured slightly as he spoke. Dabin informed them that they lived in unit number 1701. She then asked what brought them there. Miho explained that he came because he needed some help. Dabin listened intently, her expression showing concern. A desperate plea for help echoes. He knew he was being shameless, but he asked if he could take a shower. The request hung in the air. Dabin looked at her brother, a question mark practically hovering over her head. Dabin repeated the request. A shower? Miho confirmed, yes, a shower. Dabin relented, telling him it was easy to do, inviting him to come in and have a shower. Miho thanked her profusely. Miho, carrying a box, asked where he should put it. Dabin noticed something. She gestured towards the items, saying it was food and some other random items. Miho struggled with the box. The box was filled with canned goods. Dabin exclaimed that he didn't have to do that much. Kim Dabin waves, stating that she should at least do that much, considering she went inside a stranger's house and made a strange request. Her eyes narrow slightly. The room contains a bow and a baseball bat. She wonders if the bow and baseball bat belong to this apartment's owner. The apartment owner looks at Kim Dabin, who is standing behind Kim Miho. The apartment owner asks Kim Dabin to repeat what she said. Kim Dabin explains that the items don't belong to a resident of this apartment building and that they used to live in another building, adding that the whole situation is a bit convoluted. Elsewhere, Sung Jinwoo and another individual are kneeling next to a box. Sung Jinwoo thinks that, for now, they don't seem to be bad folks. Sung Jinwoo decides that he will go there later on. Sung Jinwoo considered that he needed to speak with them as well. He thought he might be able to ask them. The system prompted him to help with rescuing survivors living in the other apartment buildings. A notification appeared, stating that he had hunted a red tiger. Another notification appeared, stating that he had obtained a great amount of EXP. Following that, the system informed him that 39,783,201 had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in, and that his skill level had increased. The system then notified him that he had obtained a new skill. Sung Jinwoo wondered what had just happened. The man cursed, clearly frustrated. The group of hunters stood over the fallen red tiger. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and ozone. Silence descended. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun wondered what was happening. His body began to tremble. He was shocked by the changes. A surge of power coursed through him, causing him to gasp. He screamed in agony as the transformation took hold. His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with strain. The system notified Sung Jinwoo that he had discovered people who could be granted citizenship. The system then asked if he would offer citizenship. Sung Jinwoo realized there were still others who weren't citizens yet. He decided to offer citizenship. Citizenship was granted to Jo Woo-jin, Kang Hyun-soo, Kim De-jung, Nam Ji-ho, Moon Hae-ri, Nam Ah-young, Nam Jin-ju, Kim Ju-young, Oh Dong-ju, and Baek Pyong-oh. The system informed Sung that he now had 50 citizens, and the EXP and money that the citizens could earn had been increased to 100%. As the number of citizens reached a certain threshold, all citizens unlocked the skill, Power of Trust. The transformation continued. He grimaced, asking if anyone was severely injured. A man, bloodied and panting, carried another person on his back. The injured continued to flee. Kang Deoksu's arm was covered in blood. Someone observed that the situation didn't look good. He realized that it had to be Oh Yeonju of all people. Chaos erupted as the attack continued. Kang Deoksu continued to move forward. The attackers advanced. The attack intensified. A man exclaimed in disbelief that someone got that in a single shot, while the other admitted he didn't know what was going on. The situation was not improving. Suddenly, Kim Dabin felt very light. Nearby, Kim Miho felt the same, or rather, he didn't feel anything at all. The Power of Trust passive skill increased all stats by X%, where X equals their trust value. Sung Jinwoo observed the skill's effects. He realized that was what he was seeing. Ha Dongin and his party all had at least 50 trust and above. The effects of the skill were visible on the group. If all of their stats, stamina, strength, reflexes, and so on, increased by 50%, their capabilities skyrocketing was only natural. Kim Miho knew this must be Kim Jae-hyun's power. Citizens Kim Gaeong and Yu Hyerin had met all the requirements to be registered as vassals. Kim Gaeong's loyalty had surpassed 30, as had Yu Hyerin's. He decided to register both of them as vassals. Kim Jae-hyun's eyes glowed with power. Kim Dabin wondered what was happening. Yu Hyerin screamed. The system notified that Kim Gaeong, now the fourth servant, had an awakened ability called Piercing. Yu Hyerin, the fifth servant, had an awakened ability called Poison Mist. The piercing ability was immediately put to use. The arrow flew, striking a goblin. The piercing arrow continued its path. It tore through the goblin ranks. The arrow struck multiple targets. More goblins fell to the piercing attack. The goblins were quickly dispatched. The piercing ability proved devastating. Kim Gaeong was struck by a sudden pain. She wondered what was happening to her. The system explained that the piercing ability consumed mental strength to fire a penetrating arrow. Kim Jae-hyun offered quest. He stood with his arms crossed. The system displayed the quest. Use piercing to hunt goblins with a time limit of 10 minutes. The system outlined the parameters of the new quest, a 10-minute time limit, an increase in piercing proficiency as a reward, and fatigue as the penalty for failure. However, the system warned that this ability was a bit more complicated. The system then described the Poison Mist B ability, explaining that it consumes mental strength to create a deadly poisonous fog. While the ability was useful, it was only B rank. The system cautioned that if the Poison Mist skill was used incorrectly, it could badly affect the other team members. Sung Jinwoo decided to keep that in mind and take a look at it later instead. He paused, considering his options. The system notified that Kim Gaeong had completed her quest and had completed the maximum number of possible quests for the day. The system began evaluating Kim Gaeong's quest results, but it was a dud this time around. Sung decided to take a look at the citizens on the lower floors. The elevator descended. The elevator continued its descent. A citizen waited outside the elevator. The elevator doors opened. Sung stepped out of the elevator. Oh, that's good instincts. Sung is gathering drinking water in advance. Meanwhile, in another part of the floor, Kim Jae-hyun and Kim Dabin were together. Nearby, a makeshift camp had been set up, complete with a stove, ramen, and rice. That's why they didn't need to join Ha Dongin's party. They're already capable of gathering food and water by themselves. Suddenly, Kim Dabin's body began to glow. Sung Jin-woo noticed something. He rushed forward. He continued to rush forward. Trust, 18. Awakened ability, heal. EXP distribution rate, 0%. Money distribution rate, 0%. Give quest, expel. Heal, be consumed mental strength to heal injuries. Sung realized she was a healer. The door to apartment 2902 remained closed. Inside, Sung stood before the door, his hand hovering over the keypad. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the other side of the door. The sound echoed through the apartment. Sung's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he listened intently. The door lock began to crack. His eyes darted around, his expression a mix of shock and apprehension. The cracking intensified. A skill window appeared before Sung, displaying Ultimate Shutin's Invisible Hand, Level 1. The window indicated that he could summon an invisible hand and control it. Sung thought to himself, nice. He reached out, preparing to use his new skill. With a final burst, the door lock shattered. Sung muttered in disbelief at the sight before him. The door lock shatters, and Sung Jin-woo's eyes widen in shock as he sees what's on the other side. The mysterious figure stands cloaked in an ethereal glow. Suddenly, the figure is gone from the doorway, now appearing behind Kim Dabin. The figure's hand moves with impossible speed, striking the door lock again. The lock shatters into pieces. The figure's hand continues to move with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Sung rushes down the hallway. He sprints towards Dabin's room. Dabin lies unconscious on the floor. Sung quickens his pace. He urges her to wake up. Sung shakes Dabin gently, trying to rouse her. He realizes her condition is worse than he initially thought. Sung observes symptoms of dehydration. Kim Dabin lays still, her condition worsening. Sung Jin-woo's mind raced, trying to understand the situation. He focused, trying to find a solution. He wondered what was happening. The situation defied logic, leaving him questioning how this was even possible. Kim Dabin remained trapped within the water dispenser. He knew that saving her was the only thing that mattered. Sung Jin-woo's determination hardened. He reached out, his hand hovering near the water dispenser. Sung focused on the task at hand. He wondered if he could complete the quest. The system notified him that Kim Dabin had completed the quest, and he had used 10 million won for it. It had worked. Kim Dabin's eyes fluttered open. She mumbled. Sung Jin-woo waited for her to awaken. Kim Dabin, now awakening, weakly asks who is there. Her eyes flutter as she struggles to focus. Kim Jae-hyun kneels beside her, explaining that he lives in the unit above hers, prompting a confused response from Kim Dabin. Dabin, still disoriented, questions how Jae-hyun is there. Jae-hyun explains that he forced the door open after noticing she was in bad shape. Dabin's eyes widen, her pupils dilated. Tears stream down her face. She cries out in pain. Dabin clutches her head, overwhelmed. She groans in agony. Jae-hyun looks on, concerned. He calls out to Kim Da-jung. Jae-hyun apologizes, stating that he desperately needs her help. He reaches out to Dabin. Jae-hyun reveals that one of his teammates has been severely injured. The scene focused on Kim Dabin, seated on the floor. The sound of shifting weight echoed through the room. Dabin's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun looked down, his expression unreadable. Dabin wondered what he was talking about. The realization dawned on her. She was able to help someone. It seemed impossible that he wanted her to help with treatment, and she wondered how he knew she was a nurse. Jae-hyun's hand trembled slightly. Seeing as he was asking her to help, Dabin didn't think he was dangerous. She decided to play along for now and see what happened. Dabin agreed, asking where she needed to go. A strange energy pulsed in the room. Before Dabin could fully process the situation, a screen appeared before Jae-hyun, displaying a quest. The screen declared that he had received a quest. To use heal to treat the injured Oh Yeon-ju. The quest time limit was 1 hour, with the reward being improved heal proficiency and no penalty for failure. Jae-hyun's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the quest details. The screen reiterated the objective, treating Oh Yeon-ju. Jae-hyun told Dabin to rest and have what he was about to give her, stating that he would bring the injured person to her. From Dabin's perspective, she could only see the back of Jae-hyun's head as he spoke. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the room. Oh Yeon-ju's eyes widened in terror. Yeon-ju reached out, grabbing at something. She shouted for them to wait. Yeon-ju lunged at Jae-hyun, her expression a mask of fear. Yeon-ju questioned what was happening. Oranges scattered across the floor as Oh Yeon-ju recoiled from Kim Jae-hyun. Yeon-ju remained on the floor, surrounded by the scattered fruit. Kim Jae-hyun smiled, telling her that she was currently quite weak and should rest for the time being. Another orange fell to the floor. Yeon-ju stared at the oranges, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widened with fear. She clutched one of the oranges tightly. She wondered if she was dreaming. The sound of a door creaking open could be heard. The click of a camera shutter echoed through the room as Kim Dabin took a photo. Kim Dabin walked down the hallway. A notification chimed. Kim Da-jung's trust had increased. The young man considered that Oh Yeon-ju might not have trusted him initially. The numbers 2022 were visible on his clothing. He reasoned that no one would trust someone who suddenly barged into their house. Footsteps echoed as he walked. He thought that it should be about time. The 2022 on his clothing was visible again. He paused, confused. A monstrous tiger-like creature lunged forward. The creature continued its assault. The scene showed the aftermath of a brutal fight with bloodied figures. A close-up revealed a bloodied face. His eyes widened with rage. He declared that it was. The jaws of a massive, red-furred tiger open wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The beast's paw slams down with tremendous force. The crowd realizes the danger they are in. A red tiger has appeared. The tiger moves with incredible speed. The tiger towers over the crowd, its massive form casting a shadow over the terrified faces below. The crowd screams in terror as they flee from the monstrous tiger. The realization that there was another red tiger washed over Sung. Sung's expression shifted to one of intense focus. From his vantage point, Sung wondered if there was another red tiger. The red tiger roared, its power evident. The red tiger's attack sent the group flying. An ankle twisted under the force of the blow. The foot gave way. The group tumbled through the air. Hyren screamed in terror. Yu Hyren's face was contorted in fear as she witnessed the carnage. Someone cried out in pain. Hyren lay injured on the ground. Hyren screamed in denial. The red tiger loomed over her, ready to strike. Hyren stood, bloodied and bruised, as the monstrous presence loomed behind her. Her expression was a mix of pain and defiance. The red tiger's jaws opened wide, ready to strike. The hunter could only cry out as the beast closed in. A surge of power erupted from the red tiger. Its eyes burned with predatory intensity. The beast unleashed its attack. A dark energy crackled in the air. The red tiger's claws slashed through the space. The monster lunged forward, its fangs bared. It roared in fury. The air crackled with energy. Sung gasped, witnessing the brutal assault. Sung watches as the red tiger's attack lands. The force of the blow sends Hyren flying. She coughs violently. Kim Jae-yeon realizes that was a close call. He is thankful. Hyren lies on the ground, injured. The red tiger stands over her. Kang Deoksu grits his teeth, ready to fight. He bought some time for the rest. A system notification appears, stating that they've discovered beings that meet the requirements of being taken in as citizens and asks if they would like to grant them citizenship. Sung moves with incredible speed. He intercepts the red tiger. Moon Byung-go asks someone to take care of his grandma for him. Moon Byung-go is injured and bleeding. He reaches out his hand. Moon Byung-go calls out for them to wait. He reaches out. His eyes widen. He grits his teeth. Moon Byung-go's face is covered in blood. He says that it is all right. Moon Byung-go is being held up by someone. The red tiger continues its attack. It lunges forward. Sung thinks to himself that he needs to use the invisible hand. Sung's eyes glow with power. He realizes that he must kill the red tiger using another method. The red tiger roars. The red tiger loomed over the group, its massive form casting a shadow as it prepared to strike. The hunters scattered, desperately trying to evade the beast's wrath. Moon Byung-go, battered and bruised, grit his teeth in pain. He struggled to breathe, the pain almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Sung prepared to launch his attack. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur against the backdrop of the chaotic scene. The air crackled with energy as he focused his power. In his hand, a baseball glowed with an eerie blue light, the invisible hand taking form. The force emanating from it was palpable, a silent promise of destruction. With a surge of power, Sung hurled the baseball. It streaked through the air, an invisible projectile aimed directly at the red tiger. The impact was immediate and devastating. The red tiger roared in agony as the invisible hand struck true. A wave of energy ripped through the air, tearing at the very fabric of reality. The red tiger's roar became a scream as it succumbed to the overwhelming force. The red tiger roared, its massive jaws wide open, displaying rows of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, Ha Donggen's name was shouted. Oh Yeon-ju yelled out to Ha Donggen, her face contorted in fear and desperation. The red tiger moved with incredible speed. The red tiger lunged forward, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The red tiger closed in on Ha Donggen. Ha Donggen gritted his teeth, his face bloodied and bruised, bracing for the inevitable impact. A voice declared that it was too late. The red tiger roared, declaring it would devour them all. Someone screamed for everyone to run as the red tiger continued its relentless pursuit. Ha Donggen's expression was one of sheer terror as the red tiger bore down on him. He reached out, desperately trying to defend himself. The red tiger lunged, its claws extended, ready to strike. Ha Donggen ran, his face etched with fear. The red tiger's presence filled the space. The beast roared, its eyes burning with fury. Ha Donggen was nearly swallowed whole by the red tiger's massive jaws. The red tiger's attack continued. Dongan gritted his teeth, determined to survive. His face was marred with cuts and sweat, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He bared his teeth, a desperate grimace etched on his face. The red tiger's eyes narrowed, its predatory instincts fully engaged. Suddenly, a surge of energy crackled around the red tiger. The red tiger was enveloped in a violet aura. Dongan watched as the energy intensified around the beast. The violet energy manifested into sharp, crystalline spikes. The spikes multiplied, crisscrossing through the air. They slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The red tiger roared in pain and fury as the energy assaulted it. The red tiger's massive paw slammed down onto the pavement. The violet energy continued to assault the beast, piercing its flesh. The energy ripped into the red tiger's side as Ha Dongan watched on. Meanwhile, someone took off running. Ha Dongan's face was covered in cuts and bruises. More cuts and bruises were visible on his face. The cuts continued down his neck. The red tiger's massive paws crashed down as Oh Yanju and Kong Deoksu ran away. Ha Dongan, still on the ground, was confused. Moon Byung-go watched the events unfold on a screen. The red tiger continued its rampage through the city, with Oh Yanju and Kong Deoksu fleeing before it. Someone stated that there was no need for them to be there personally. Kim Jae-hyun thought that with Kim Gaeong hunting, he would get 4 times the loot, so there was no need for him to be there personally. The camera focused on a hoodie, the bars of a gate obscuring the view. Elsewhere, Kim Gaeong aimed her bow, a trail of violet energy following her movements. The red tiger roared in pain as the energy struck. The creature thrashed violently, struggling against the onslaught of violet energy. Kim Gaeong's face was marred with blood and determination as she continued her assault. She loosed another arrow, the violet energy intensifying around her. The arrow pierced through the red tiger's defenses. A notification appeared, confirming the red tiger's defeat and the acquisition of a large amount of experience in 63,211,776 won. Another notification indicated that Moon Byung-go, Kim Gaeong, and Yoo Hyun's trust and loyalty had increased. Ha Dongan's loyalty had surpassed 30, and he had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. The camera focused on the back of someone's head. Kim Jae-hyun grinned, declaring the situation awesome. The message, now complete, appeared. Energy flowed from the hands of the healer, mending the wounds on the injured man's torso. The healer focused intently, sweat beading on their brow as they worked to mend the wounds. The healing energy continued to flow, the light reflecting off the healer's focused expression. The wounds began to close, the skin knitting back together. The injured man, still covered in blood, began to stir, his eyes fluttering open. Nearby, another individual remarked that they were fortunate to have found Kim Dae-jung. The healer's hands continued to glow as they focused on mending the man's injuries. Someone questioned what had happened and what was going on with the red tiger. Ha Dongan stood with his arms crossed, listening intently as the injured man spoke. The injured man believed that the house where Moon Byung-go's grandmother lived was within the red tiger's territory. The injured man grimaced, blood still trickling down his face. He muttered that he needed to do one more. Kim Jae-hyun's expression was serious, his eyes narrowed in thought. He realized that something had fell off. Thinking back, Kim Jae-hyun realized there had been no goblins in that area. The narrator reflects on the potential danger to Moon Byung-go's grandmother, stating that if goblins needed a nest, she wouldn't have been safe. Continuing the thought, it was fortunate that she was in the red tiger territory. The red tiger's territory was marked by the large paw prints of the beast. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun thought that it was incredible luck. A ding sound is heard. The system notified that Kim Gaeong's quest results were being evaluated, and 73,312 won had been used for the quest. Kim Gaeong exclaimed that she was done. Her hair was disheveled. Ha Dongan told Kim Gaeong that she did a great job. Kim Gaeong responded that it was nothing and asked if she could go back home now. Moon Byung-go asked her to wait a moment. Kim Jae-hyun thought to himself that he knew this wasn't the time to say this. He continued, saying that they weren't always going to be gathering at his house, right? Moon Byung-go laughed nervously. The survivors continued to assess their situation. The group expressed their relief. One of the survivors assured them that there was no need to worry. He spoke with confidence. The group was informed that Unit 2901 was currently empty and that electricity and all other necessities required for daily living would be provided. The man with glasses continued to speak. Dabin listened intently. She agreed with the plan. It was also revealed that Units 2101 and 2102 were also currently empty. The man in the hoodie explained that he would provide electricity there as well and asked if they could tell the other survivors to share unit. He asked if the survivors could use the shower and toilet there. Dabin stood beside him, listening. Dabin agreed to the arrangement, and the man in the hoodie added that if they wanted, the two of them could. He trailed off. Dabin gasped. Though he had a favor to ask, the man in the hoodie stood calmly. Dabin stood silently, awaiting his request. He wanted her to become a messenger between him and the other survivors. The man's expression remained unreadable. Dabin questioned if he wanted her to be a messenger. She agreed. He explained that she would be given an empty house. Unlimited electricity, water, gas, and food would also be provided. Additionally, if the team accepted 10 survivors, those survivors would also enjoy the aforementioned benefits. Dabin listened intently. With that being said, he reminded her to tell them that providing the perks may take longer depending on their floor of housing. The man's gaze was intense. From now on, the rules were about to change. A group of survivors stood, awaiting their fate. Only those who proved their worth would survive. Those who proved their worth would be given what they needed. Suddenly, a grant quest appeared. Hunt 10 goblins within 168 hours for a small amount of experience. Failure to complete the quest would result in being prohibited from using shared facilities. The system then prompted, would he grant this quest? The hunter's face contorted in a silent scream. The air crackled with unseen energy. Driven by desperation, Sung sprinted through the horde of monsters. The monsters shrieked, their red eyes burning with hunger. One of the monsters lunged, its decaying hand reaching for Sung. Frustration mounting, Sung cursed under his breath. He pushed himself, repeating a mantra in his mind. Just a little more. The exit was just ahead. The monsters continued their relentless assault. A monster's claw tore at Sung's jacket. With a desperate kick, Sung sent the monster flying. He screamed in exertion, his face a mask of pain and determination. He steeled himself, knowing what he had to do. Now, from the shadows, a figure emerged, declaring that it was good work. The sheer number of monsters was immediately apparent. One of the creatures remarked on the size of their horde, a guttural exclamation escaping its lips. The monsters surged forward, their crude weapons raised. Elsewhere, Sung lay prone, struggling to rise. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the chamber. The monsters closed in, their weapons poised to strike. One of the monsters lunged, its grotesque face contorted in a snarl. The creatures pressed their attack, their guttural cries filling the air. The sounds of impact reverberated as the monsters continued their assault. A monster, wielding a crude weapon, stood ready to strike. The monsters' cries grew louder as they sensed their prey escaping. The sounds of the monsters grew more intense. The sounds of impact echoed. The monsters continued their relentless pursuit. The monsters realized their prey was escaping, and one of them shouted for the others to attack quickly. The monster lunged forward, its crude weapons ready to strike. Meanwhile, a sinister grin spread across the face of the man with the pool cue. He casually suggested showing them something fun. The two men watched him warily. The man with the pool cue took a deep breath. He then revealed a gleaming blade. With blinding speed, he unleashed a powerful strike. The two men watched in stunned silence as a beam of energy sliced through the air. The energy beam continued its deadly path. The beam sliced through the air. The monster was sent flying. The monster was struck by the beam. The monster screamed in agony. The man with the pool cue asked if they saw that. The man with the pool cue took a step forward, his footsteps echoing in the space. Someone asked how many they had killed. One of the men responded that he had killed 22. Another man stated that the three of them had killed more than 100 goblins. One of the men expressed surprise, noting that he thought it would take them forever to kill 100 goblins. Another man, frustrated, cursed at Sunjiob, exclaiming that he had said there would only be 10 goblins at most. The man who had cursed Sunjiob turned away. He asked what the other man was unhappy about. The man questioned if he really thought it looked like there were only 10 goblins. The man in the red jacket stated that the result was good and that they were about to get a new house soon. The man in the red jacket asked what the other man had said. The other man retorted that he almost died because of him before telling him to look. The man in the gray jacket touched his head. The man in the gray jacket asked who thought of this hunting method before answering that it was him. One of the men stated that he was the one who came up with the plan and that the spears were made by the twins. He then asked if the other man wasn't confident in his running abilities. Another man asked if he was that unhappy and if he wanted to be taken off the team, stating that having him with them or without them made no difference at this point. One of the men tried to calm Sunjiob down, saying that Sungmin did well too. Another man agreed, saying that Sungmin baited them out really well and was fast as fuck. Someone else thought to themselves that Sungmin always pissed him off. One of the men wondered how Sungmin dared to try talking back. He added that Sungmin shouldn't have done that. The man in the hoodie said that it was fine. Someone told the group to forget it and to go to the 21st floor now. Someone thought to themselves that it was time to get their new house. Someone apologized, but another team already got the reward. Kim Dabin claps her hands together, a wide smile on her face. Suddenly, a voice erupts, questioning what is happening. The man in the tracksuit is surrounded by his group, all wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. The man in the tracksuit confirms that another team managed to kill 100 goblins before they did. The man in the tracksuit pauses, telling Kim Dabin to wait a second. Another member of the group demands that they stop with the jokes and give them their place already. The man in the tracksuit grabs Kim Dabin's shoulder, stating that he is not joking. He then points out that the other team is over there. The group of men walk down the hallway. Kim Dabin gestures with her hands. She explains that the ones who killed 100 goblins first get priority. The man in the tracksuit sighs. Kim Dabin stands with two other men. One of the men asks Kim Dabin how it was. Kim Dabin explains that they had a showdown and that returning for giving up on a new house, her house and Mr. Jiho's house would get electricity, food, and the other stuff, and his daughters don't need to do quests. Kim Dabin's words prompted a question. Were they underage? The thought continued that they should be exempt from quests because of that. The counter-argument was that they were both adults already. The older man chuckled, remarking that he guessed they just looked younger than they actually were, just like him. Kim Dabin responded with amusement, finding the situation humorous. The man in the black shirt acknowledged that the two of them were also promised to be provided with bows and arrows. The question arose whether bows and arrows meant they were going to continue hunting goblins. The man in the black shirt confirmed that Jaehyun had asked for nearby goblins to be hunted. It was confirmed that Jaehyun had asked for nearby goblins to be hunted. The speaker lamented that those persistent bastards kept coming no matter how many of them they killed. The man with the dark red hair questioned whether they were giving them special privileges, arguing that they were the people in charge and that it was unfair. The unseen speaker continued to argue that they were giving special privileges and that it was unfair, given that they were the people in charge. The woman acknowledged that Kim Jae-hyun had requested the second and third teams be sent to the 30th floor to receive their rewards. The group was on their way. She smiled. She told them that things had worked out well for them and to go up to the 30th floor with their team, adding that Jae-hyun would be waiting for them. The man looked displeased. The elevator ascended to the 28th floor. One of the men remarked that Jae-hyun seemed younger than them. The man with the dark red hair smirked. He found a respectful tone towards Jae-hyun hilarious. One of the men scoffed, calling Jae-hyun a cult leader at most and questioning if the other man had learned the wrong things. Another man reminded them that they were being protected by Jae-hyun's abilities, so they shouldn't say things like that. The man with the red jacket mumbled. The man with the dark red hair stated that they were all trying to win Jae-hyun's favor. As the elevator ascended, the group stood in anticipation, unaware of what awaited them on the 30th floor. Ha Donggin's expression hardened as he thought about the upcoming meeting. A chime echoed through the elevator as the automated voice announced their arrival. They had reached the 30th floor. With a soft rumble, the doors began to slide open. Donggin, his gaze fixed forward, told someone that they would talk later. Behind him, someone was surprised by his words. The first steps were taken out of the elevator. Sung Danwoo followed, his expression unreadable. He continued forward, his destination unknown. Each footstep echoed in the silence. A sinister smile crept across Sung's face. Donggin led the way, his face betraying a mix of apprehension and determination as they stepped off the elevator. Baek Sunjiab introduced himself. The hooded figure listened intently. A firm handshake sealed their agreement. Baek complimented the hooded figure, noting how well he and his team had used the barrier. Baek's expression was intense as he spoke. Baek declared that he would now provide electricity, water, and gas to the units. A sinister smile crept across Sung Danwoo's face. Baek looked on with a bead of sweat running down his face. Baek questioned how that was possible. The hooded figure responded that it was, of course, possible, prompting another to ask how. The hooded figure stated that they had hunted 100 goblins and therefore qualified. Sung Danwoo's sinister smile widened. Sung Danwoo clarified that he was not some cult leader. A reflection in Sung Danwoo's eyes showed the faces of those he had manipulated. Sung Danwoo clarified that he had no intentions of becoming a god. He was surrounded by people. From behind, Kim Jae-hyun acknowledged what Sung had said. Sung then stated that he had a request to ask of them, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The foot made solid contact. Another foot slammed down. The monsters roared. The crowd screamed in terror as they fled. Another foot stomped down. The monsters continued their rampage through the city streets. His eyes wide with panic, the ultimate shut-in reached out. From a rooftop, someone yelled to throw it. The ultimate shut-in's hand clenched. Kim Jae-hyun smirked, declaring it was all right. Kim Jae-hyun prepared to throw the spear. He took aim. A screen displays Hot Donggin stats, showing his level, titles, trust, loyalty, awakened abilities, and EXP distribution rate. The screen details his throw ability, explaining that it consumes mental strength to throw objects and increases their attack power by 5 times. Kim Jae-hyun grits his teeth, preparing to launch the spear. Below, the screen details his stab ability, explaining that it consumes mental strength and temporarily manifests sword aura in a moment of stabbing a target. The screen details his knight title, explaining that a physicality boost will scale based on a loyalty stat, and vassals will gain 3 times the EXP and money from any monsters they hunt. It also notes that knights can be grown by allocating EXP to them. Below, the spear flies through the air. The screen details his spearman title, explaining that the current proficiency is 11% and that an attack power increase will scale based on the user's proficiency. The spear hurtles towards the green-skinned monsters. One of the monsters roars in pain as the spear pierces it. The spear continues its trajectory. Another monster is struck by the spear. The spear continues its path. A final monster is struck by the spear. Below, the ultimate shut-in continues to run from the monsters. The spear continues to fly through the air. Kim Jae-hyun watches the spear fly. The spear pierced through the monster's head. The monster's face contorted in pain. The monster roared in agony as it collapsed. Meanwhile, the ultimate shut-in continued to run, his pursuer hot on his heels. He grabbed onto a pole, using it to swing himself forward. Kim Jae-hyun watched the ultimate shut-in's escape. The pursuer fired a shot. The shot hit its mark, striking the orc that the ultimate shut-in had been fighting. The ultimate shut-in breathed a sigh of relief. The orc lay defeated. A notification appeared, indicating that he had hunted an orc and completed a party quest. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. A notification alerted the protagonist that someone not permitted entry was attempting to enter. Another notification chimed in, this time announcing that beings who met the requirements of becoming citizens were approaching and asked if he would like to propose citizenship to them. The ultimate shut-in wondered if it was 3 people this time. He decided that would make 200 citizens and told the system to propose citizenship. Citizenship was proposed to Lim Dongwoo, Sun Saitbile, and Lim Hyun-sung, bringing the total to 200 citizens. Having reached a certain number of citizens, the skill tax collection was now unlocked. The ultimate shut-in was surprised. The system explained that the tax collection skill returned a portion of the money they earned back to him. Images of people and a money bag appeared. The ultimate shut-in realized he didn't get to decide how much he could take. He realized that at this rate, he needed to wait for 10 months in order to collect the full amount. He thought there wasn't enough time, and that in order to save his parents, he had to send Ha Dongin and his team to Nambyumindong as soon as possible. He considered the distribution rate and decided to go for 30%. The ultimate shut-in thought of this as an investment. The ultimate shut-in's skill level increased, and his house declaration reached level 10, granting him 3 skill points. A strange energy pulsed from below. He felt a surge of discomfort. The energy manifested as a strange symbol. The symbol appeared on the side of an apartment building. The symbol pulsed with an eerie, purple glow. Suddenly, a congratulatory message appeared, informing him that he had declared an entire apartment building as his own and had been granted 1 billion won as funds. The construction function had been unlocked. He wondered about this new construction function. He examined the options available to him. He stepped forward, eager to explore the possibilities. The facilities available for construction included a solar energy electricity generator, 133 million won, a store, 219,900,000 won, and a gym, 300 million won. He had funds of 1 billion won, with a yearly production of 30 million won. He seemed concerned about the costs. He noted that even though the electricity generator cost 130 million won, only 30 million was produced yearly. To break even, the solar panels would need to be maintained for at least 5 years. The system prompted him with a question. Would he like to construct this? He decided no, this wasn't it. There were other ways he could spend his money. He'd rather use these funds to increase Ha Dongin's level instead. He paused, telling himself to hold on. The funds available totaled 1 billion won. These funds could only be used to construct facilities. He realized something. Things were different from the money that goes into his wallet. He realized that the funds were different from the money that goes into his wallet. The money that goes into his wallet. He decided he'd have to use it then. The system prompted him again. Would he like to construct this? He confirmed his choice with a resounding yes. The time left until the completion of the solar energy electricity generator's construction was listed as minus 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and the funds remaining were 867 million won. He didn't feel that the solar energy electricity generator was enough. He wondered if it was possible to construct one more. Unfortunately, it was only possible to install 1 solar energy electricity generator per apartment building. He then considered the store. The ultimate shut-in activated the store. Sung thought this was better than he initially thought. It was a facility linked to the ultimate shut-in's store skill, where the items he'd registered could be sold. The store interface appeared. The system required money to operate the store, and it produced an object in real time when money was paid. He thought that was pretty good. A lot of effort went into making relief supplies and sending them to the others. With the store around, they could just buy what they needed. Sung considered the implications of the store. The ultimate shut-in realized he could set prices and increase money distribution rates. He decided to construct the store immediately. The system prompted him to designate the store's location. The ultimate shut-in considered where the location would be. He knew the last facility would be the gym. The timer showed that there were 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left until the completion of the store's construction. Indeed, the last facility would be the gym. The system described the gym as a basic training center for citizens to improve their strength and stamina. When citizens trained there, their training efficiency would increase by 200%. If a citizen was level 15 or below, their efficiency would be 300% instead. The ultimate shut-in already knew people could level up via exercise. He thought it would be great to grant quest rewards with something this good. The system then prompted him to designate the gym's location. He decided to turn the second floor into a gym. The timer showed that there were 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left until the completion of the gym's construction. The ultimate shut-in was surprised. He was impressed. He noted that he had 3 skill points, and that his store skill had become level 5. He could now register up to 500 items. The function commodification had been added, meaning registered items and things that were similar to said items could be bought individually. He approached the screen, curious about the new options available. The screen displayed a message, clarifying that items previously sold only in bundles could now be purchased individually. Sung's expression remained thoughtful as he considered the implications of this change. He selected water from the menu. Sung's eyes narrowed, focusing on the screen. The screen listed various water options, including different sizes and brands. He continued to browse the available selections. While the selection wasn't exhaustive, it was clear to him that there were far more options than before. Sung wondered about the other items he could now purchase individually. The screen then displayed a list of different types of noodles. Among them was sesame ramen. A sly grin spread across Sung's face as he considered the possibilities. He reached out to make his selection. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. The impact sent the armored figure reeling. The force of the attack was immense. The attack continued to pummel the armored figure. The air crackled with energy. The armored figure roared in pain as the assault continued. The monster relentlessly attacked, its strikes echoing through the city. The armored figure cried out, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Kong Deoksu stood, observing the scene. Moon Byung-go wondered aloud what would happen if he threw something. Kong Deoksu questioned why Moon Byung-go was suddenly asking, and Moon Byung-go requested to borrow Kong Deoksu's weapon to try something. The weapon glowed with an eerie light. Moon Byung-go was surprised by something. Moon Byung-go called out, but it was too late. A surge of energy emanates from the figure. The energy spreads across the ground. The energy intensifies, arcing upwards. The calican screeches as it is struck by the energy. The energy continues to arc upwards, striking the buildings. Kong Deoksu demands to know why Moon Byung-go threw the weapon. Kong Deoksu's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Someone orders him to cancel the summon before attempting it again. Kim Jae-hyun looks on, confused by the turn of events. Kong Deoksu is surprised. A close-up of Kong Deoksu's armor. Energy crackles. Moon Byung-go is surrounded by blue aura. The blue aura surrounds Moon Byung-go's armor. More energy crackles. The weapon, glowing with a bright blue aura, hurtles forward. Kong Deoksu watches, his expression a mix of shock and anticipation. Below, someone runs across the rooftops. Kong Deoksu hears Ha Donggen's voice, praising him as a genius for the plan. Ha Donggen dismisses the compliment, downplaying the significance of their actions. Oyeonju urges them to move quickly, warning that she doesn't have many arrows left. The archer prepares another shot. Oyeonju grits her teeth, her expression determined. The weapon continues its trajectory, a glowing outline of its form now visible. The archer struggled to understand how arrows had appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned if arrows had appeared out of nowhere. A notification appeared, indicating that he could use another skill when observing an area with absolute eyes, omnifocus. Activating the new skill, he prepared to strike. Another notification appeared, stating that he had hunted an orc, LV.19, and obtained EXP. 2,100,338 won had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. It was also noted that Kim Gaon, Ha Donggen, Kong Deoksu, Moon Byung-go, Yu Hyerin, and Kim Jian had completed their quest. 2,332,581 had been used for the quest, and Kim Gaon's level had increased. He realized he was right. It was possible to increase stats with quest rewards as well. Sung realized he was right. He took a deep breath. Sung was starting to see some hope. He realized his parents' house was about 10 kilometers from here. The journey home would be long. Sung knew it would take around 3 hours of walking to get there. With each step, the sound of his shoes echoed. The rhythmic thud of his footsteps filled the silence. He stepped into an elevator. The sound of his shoes continued as he walked. Above him, the sky was a canvas of blue and white. Sung gazed out at the world, his expression determined. He gripped the edge of a rooftop, his knuckles white. The sight of the ruined city below was horrifying. The devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. He knew he had to hurry. His grip tightened on the edge. Sung decided to start with Ha Donggen's party first. He began to move. A screen displayed information about Moon Byung-go, including his level, title, trust, loyalty, and awakened ability, Crow's Covenant, along with a quest. While Kim Jian's rank skill was being put to good use through reconnaissance, Sung considered his options. The system displayed information about Oyanju, level 33, with a trust of 12 and the awakened ability, Warrior Bear. Her EXP distribution rate was 70%, and her money distribution rate was 30%. The system had granted Sung a quest to expel her. The system also displayed information about Kim De-jung, level 30, with a trust of 60 and a loyalty of 63. Her awakened abilities were Heal, Blessing, and Magic Armor. Her EXP distribution rate was 100%, and the system had granted Sung a quest. It would be far better for him to join up with Oyanju and the healer Kim De-jung. But unlike Kim De-jung, whom he had registered as a vassal, Sung realized that Oyanju still didn't have enough loyalty to qualify as a vassal. The system described Blessing, A, as consuming mental strength to temporarily increase physical abilities by 70%. Magic Armor, B, consumed mental strength to create magic armor that protected a target. People who possessed awakened abilities from the start had a huge advantage. Sung considered his options. He wondered if that was the only choice he had. The system showed the quest reward was his son's revival. The system indicated that he did not have enough money to grant the quest reward of revival. He needed to obtain more money. The system prompted him to try again after he had obtained more money. Sung realized he still didn't have enough. He needed to increase the quest difficulty as much as he could. The system stated that the quest would be hunting a monster that's level 40 or above, which would guarantee huge rewards in turn. Sung's expression is grim as he contemplates the situation. The system's terms were clear. The time limit would be 24 hours, and the penalty for failure would be death. The consequence of failing the quest was death. The image of Kim Dabin, lying prone, flashed through his mind. The system notified him that he lacked the necessary funds to provide the quest reward of revival, urging him to obtain more money. Sung wondered if the amount of money he currently possessed was insufficient for the task. His brow furrowed with concern. The system notified him that he had hunted an orc, level 18, and gained experience. Furthermore, 2,788,221 won had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Sung realized that a party quest was available, and if he used it, the system presented him with a grant quest: hunt a monster that's level 40 and above within 24 hours. The reward was the revival of his son for 1 day, but the failure penalty was death. The system asked if he would grant this quest. Sung realized he first needed to get Oyanju completely on his side, and then he affirmed his decision. He was determined. From behind the closed door, a desperate plea echoed, the voice urgently calling out, "The door! Can you please open the door, Jae-hyun?" Ignoring the cries, Kim Jae-hyun stood with his back to the door, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Suddenly, the door began to shake violently as someone tried to force it open. The handle rattled, a sign of the increasing force being applied. With a final, desperate surge, the door burst open, revealing Kim Dabin, her face etched with worry and desperation. She lunged forward, her movements frantic as she tried to reach Jae-hyun. The sound of impact reverberated as she collided with the door. Kim Dabin stumbled back, momentarily stunned by the force of her own attempt to break through. She regained her footing, her determination unwavering despite the setback. Tears streamed down Dabin's face as she pleaded with Jae-hyun, her eyes wide with fear. A voice, deep and distorted, echoed, stating that there was a time limit, but it was possible. Jae-hyun's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed and distant. Dabin collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed by the situation. A pained groan escapes someone's lips. Tears streamed down Oyanju's face as she expressed her gratitude. Yeonju thought that she would be happy to get even one more day with him. Someone trembled, their body shaking. A notification appeared, stating that Oyanju's loyalty had surpassed 30 and that she had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. The words "the ultimate shut-in" appeared on a screen. Jae-hyun looked up, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrowed slightly. A bright light flickered. A voice declared that it was a success, and that the next step was coming. The ultimate shut-in stood in a room. His gaze intensified. Water dripped from a faucet. Water poured into a sink. With his dignity preserved, Sung felt relieved. He mused that he felt like he'd become a mage. The feeling was represented by a cartoonish version of himself, complete with a wand and floating feather. Sung grinned, realizing he could now properly control electricity, water, and gas. The system then calculated the store's revenue for the day. Sung noted that he had made 320,000 won at a 20% profit. That meant today's sales surpassed 1.5 million won. His eyes glowed with power. Elsewhere, people walked through a dimly lit area. More people walked through the area. Even more people walked through the area. A man in a beanie asked how much they had to save. He explained that the bow cost 150,000 won, and they got 10,000 won today, so he thought it would take around 15 days. The man was then asked what about their ramen and water for the next 15 days. One of the men declared that if the other was so smart, he should calculate everything on his own. The man reflected on how much the atmosphere had changed simply from him sharing the money from the rewards. After the mysterious place, known as the store, appeared on the apartment building's first floor, things began to change. The small amount of money earned from hunting goblins began to stimulate everyone's desire to hunt. There were no longer enough goblins to hunt within the apartment complex, so they needed to venture out. Level ups were progressing smoothly, and they got a lot of new citizens, too. Sung Danwoo looked on. A notification appeared, indicating the current population was 789 out of 11,000, with a bonus EXP of plus 100% and a bonus reward money of plus 100%. Things would kick up exponentially from now on. Another notification appeared, stating that he had hunted an orc, LV 18, and obtained EXP. 1,243,817 had been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Sung Danwoo Grimatet. The orc's massive form crashes down upon the bear. The impact sends tremors through the surrounding area as the bear roars in defiance. The bear's eyes glow with a fierce, red intensity. The orc roars, its guttural cry echoing through the space. The bear struggles against the orc's crushing grip. The orc's face contorts in a savage snarl. Dark energy explodes outwards. The dark energy continues to spread. The dark energy permeates the air. The bear's eyes burn with an even more intense light. Elsewhere, Kim Dabin exhales in relief. She is visibly shaken. Dabin sighs, the tension leaving her body. Dabin's expression is one of shock and concern. Kim Miho calls out to Oyeonju. Oyeonju was asked if she was alright, and if she was hurt anywhere. She responded that she was fine. Yeonju was told not to push herself too hard, as she was finishing off the monsters before anyone else could do anything. She apologized if it seemed like she was trying to hog kills, but also stated that even if she got hurt a bit, it would be nothing for her. She was then asked why she was apologizing for that. It was expressed that they felt safe and were having an easier time thanks to her. Yeonju remained silent. It was considered a good idea to stick Yeonju and Kim Dae-jung together. Someone observed that it was a given, considering their specs. Yeonju's stats were displayed. Level 40, Trust 66, Loyalty 66, Awakened Ability, Warrior Bear, Ancient Lifeblood, Primal Frenzy, and an EXP distribution rate of 200% with a Grant Quest. Yeonju's warrior abilities were described. Damage of close combat attacks, plus 50%. Whenever injuries are inflicted, Ancient Lifeblood, a rank, will greatly increase regeneration. Primal Frenzy, S rank, will turn the user's eyes red upon seeing blood, and physical abilities will be increased by 300%. The group looked on with concern. The air crackled with anticipation as a figure stood poised, their presence commanding attention. Below, the group stood on what appeared to be a series of platforms, their purpose yet unknown. Suddenly, a voice echoed, filled with realization and perhaps a hint of dread. The source of the voice was revealed to be a hulking figure, his face contorted in a savage snarl. The silence was broken. The group of women screamed in terror. One of the women exclaimed in shock. A monstrous roar echoed through the halls. The perspective shifted to a view looking down a long hallway. The armored figure stood firm, as the group of women behind him looked on in fear. Another monstrous roar filled the air. The women's faces were contorted with fear as they stared at something approaching. One of the women screamed, her eyes wide with terror. Someone realized what was happening. A hulking, green-skinned figure stood ready, gripping a massive weapon. The figure slammed its weapon down with tremendous force. Dae-jung's face was a mask of fury as he prepared to strike. The attack landed with devastating impact. A massive foot descends, threatening to crush everything beneath it. In the distance, Yeonju's name is shouted in desperation. The massive bear-like monster continues its advance, its immense weight shaking the ground. The creature roars, its red eyes burning with rage. The monster's fury intensifies, its massive form radiating heat. Meanwhile, the orc-like creature flinches, sensing the immense power of the approaching monster. The orc prepares to strike. The orc swings its weapon. The weapon connects. The orc continues its assault. The orc's weapon strikes again. The monster reels from the attack. The orc continues its relentless assault, striking with precision. The orc's eyes narrow with determination as it focuses on its target. The orc's attack lands with a resounding impact. The hunter's strike cuts through the air with incredible force. The air distorts as the hunter's weapon continues its descent. The massive bear-like monster is struck by the hunter's attack. The hunter's weapon continues to cut through the air. The orc-like creature continues its assault. The bear-like monster cries out in pain. The monster continues to cry out. The bear-like monster roars in anger and pain. The orc-like creature's face is contorted in a fierce expression. The bear-like monster retaliates against the orc-like creature. The monster's attack lands with brutal force. The orc-like creature is struck by the monster's attack. The orc-like creature is sent flying by the force of the blow. Blood splatters as the orc-like creature is struck. The orc-like creature falls into the darkness. The creature emitted a guttural growl. A notification appeared, indicating that Sung had hunted an orc captain and obtained experience, along with 73,263,099 won being deposited into his wallet. Another notification revealed that Oh Yanju had killed the leader of Jianpo Station. A requirement had been fulfilled, and the outpost base was added to the list of buildings available for construction. The description of the outpost base detailed it as a safe zone that could be built outside of one's house. When activated, the area designated as part of the house would receive the same effects temporarily. However, it could only be active when a citizen who possessed the title of knight or higher was present. If an unpermitted subject stayed in the zone for more than one day, the zone would be destroyed. Sung now had 1,300,000,000 won. He was surprised. An outpost base and 1.3 billion won. Sung realized that now that all the orcs were killed, he had a lot of money to spare, making this worth investing into. The system indicated that 3 citizens who possessed the title of knight or higher were required, and asked if he would build it. Sung decided to wait. He considered that if he did decide to build it, Yanju, Kim Dejung, and Ha Dongin would have to stay there for a week. Sung realized that the biggest loss here would be time. It was a whole week used up, and he couldn't waste time like that. Sung was deep in thought. Most of the monsters around Jianpo Station had been killed by Ha Dongin's party and the other citizens as well. There was no real need to build an outpost base there. A finger presses a button labeled will not hold. Sung observes, noting that this is still a pretty good harvest. He considers the possibility of building where his parents' house is. He believes he'll feel far more at ease if he does. Sung thinks of his family, hoping they're alive. He considers a possible manner. Sung realizes that even with that being said, it won't be easy to bring his grandparents to where he is now. He desperately hopes they are alive. Now that it's come down to this, Sung resolves to take action. He decides he's going to send Ha Dongin's party to his parents' place tomorrow. Sung is impressed. Kim Jae-hyun stood, observing the unfolding chaos. The scene was set in a long corridor. The situation was, as Jae-hyun thought, absolutely nuts. The hunter wondered how a human could be capable of ripping an orc apart with their bare hands. The bear tore through the orc. The bear's face was contorted in a feral snarl. Jae-hyun realized that she wasn't human. He thought that this much was to be expected. She was already strong even before she received Jae-hyun's blessings. The bear's maw was stained with blood. She was definitely someone who was crazily obsessed with goblins. Jae-hyun wondered if she could have. He wondered if he had obtained a new ability. A party quest appeared, tasking them to return within 1 hour, with a small amount of EXP as a reward and no penalty for failure. Jae-hyun stood, considering the quest. The group continued down the corridor. One of the men confirmed that they were going back, and Jian acknowledged the statement. Jian stood beside another man. A crow flew through the air. Jian stood still. The crow landed nearby. The crow cawed. Jian was grabbed by the shoulder. Jian petted the crow, calling it Blackie. The crow perched on Jian's finger. The man beside Jian told him that he needed to do the scouting. Jian acknowledged the order and was told to be careful. The crow was petted. The crow's eye glowed. The crow flew off. Ha Dongin stands ready, prepared to move out. Suddenly, a dark shape darts through the air. The crow soars through the sky. The crow familiar flies over the city. The crow's eye glows with an eerie light. Kim Jae-hyun assures the group that there are no problems and they can head out immediately. Ha Dongin thanks him, stating that they should go. The group walks down a corridor. The team continues to move forward. Kim Jae-hyun walks forward, lost in thought. A scurrying sound echoes through the corridor. Kim Jae-hyun wonders if the sound is rats. A hand reaches out. The hand grips the floor. Kim Jae-hyun knelt on the ground, catching his breath. Nearby, 2 figures stood silently. The silence was broken only by the distant hum of the city. Deeper in the tunnel, a faint light flickered along the tracks. A scurrying sound echoed through the tunnel. The sound grew louder. A rat darted across the floor. Another followed. More and more rats emerged from the darkness. They scurried along the walls. Their tails dragged behind them. One rat stopped, its eyes glowing red. It turned its head. Its gaze was fixed. Sung Danwoo wondered why he was asking for help. The tension in the room was palpable. The crowd of survivors stood behind Sung, awaiting his command. The survivors looked on with concern. Sung knew the chances were low. He was asked if his family members were in that apartment complex as well. Another survivor admitted that there was no telling for sure what was happening. Another survivor exclaimed that they would help. Sung stood silently. The survivors pleaded with Sung to let them help. The survivors believed that they had survived thus far, thanks to Sung. Sung Lit Stan In Den Di. Sung asked what they needed to do. Sung Danwoo's brow furrows slightly as he considers the weight of the group's reliance on him. A sigh escapes him as he acknowledges their gratitude. One of the survivors explains that now that all the orcs in Jianpo Station are dead, they can simply follow the subway railway to see a mine station. Another survivor points out that Jigaoki Station is the nearest station to his parents' house, and that they just need to get out from exit number 2 when they arrive. Sung Danwoo states that after they get out of the station, he will guide them to where his parents should be. Another survivor interjects, saying that he knows this is just something that Sung wants, but asks that they please focus on taking over Siamine Station for now. The group agrees. Sung Danwoo bows his head slightly, asking them to rest as much as they can today. He adds that they should do so before they begin executing the plan tomorrow. One of the female survivors asks for a moment. She states that she has a question. The woman looks at Sung Danwoo expectantly. She asks Sung if he is unable to bring his family members there with his ability. Sung Danwoo's expression darkens. He somberly replies that he tried. Sung Danwoo had considered teleporting a target as a quest reward. This was why. He had been excited after seeing Moon Byung-go's awakened ability. Basically, Jaehyun got excited that teleportation was possible and first tried assigning a quest to Byung-go, with teleporting his grand as a reward. Sung Danwoo thought there was a chance he could bring all of his family members there in an instant if things went well, but that could not be a quest reward, and the result was an utter, complete failure. If you were to guess, it was because his influence didn't reach where Moon Byung-go's grandmother was. If that was really the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if his parents were about to die. All because they were outside of his range of influence, damn it. Unfortunately, he wasn't all-powerful. There were things he could and couldn't do. Meanwhile, the others looked on. However, there was no need for concern, Sung Danwoo thought. The promise he made to Oyeonju was one that he would keep. Oyeonju's trust had increased. A woman expresses her gratitude for someone's honesty. Meanwhile, a man thanks everyone for their time. The man then tells them to go and rest for the day. The group begins to disperse. More of the group leaves. The man reiterates that they should leave and get some rest. The sound of something breaking echoes. The man turns, a questioning look on his face. A system notification appears, indicating that someone who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter, and that a being who meets the requirements of being taken in as a citizen is approaching. The system asks if citizenship should be proposed to them. A dark, shadowy aura emanates. The system proposes citizenship. Another system notification appears. The system indicates that the citizenship proposal has been made, and Co Yejin has accepted it. The system notes that Co Yejin is level 31, has a trust level of 7, and her awakened ability is Queen of Rats. The system then questions if she is an awakened. Below, a rat squeaks. A large rat stands on its hind legs. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hyun's eyes are completely black as he wonders if it's a rat. The scene shifts to a close-up of someone wearing a hoodie. The words, "The ultimate shut-in," are displayed on a screen. 1 hour prior. Someone wonders who the people in the world are. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a rat's face. The speaker voices their disbelief that humans are able to slaughter orcs. The scene shows a group of people walking down a hallway. One of them suggests that maybe it's because they're all awakened. Another wonders if that's really possible, deciding to follow them for now, believing it will be useful to get to the bottom of this. A rat thinks it's starting to get difficult for them to take care of all of them. The rat thinks that their ability alone should suffice. The rat decides to observe for now. The rat scurried along the tile ground. Picking up speed, the rat continued its journey. The rat continued to move forward. A voice echoed, filled with glee, declaring, "Haha, here we go." The rat paused, hearing a child's voice calling out, "Mom, look over here." The sound of children playing filled the air. The rat's eyes widened. The rat realized there were children in the playground. People walked by, seemingly unaware of the rat's presence. The rat continued to move forward. The rat wondered what on earth this place was. The rat scurried along, thinking it needed to find out more. The rat continued to move forward. The rat ran with determination. The rat continued its journey. The rat, now closer to the playground, is suddenly struck by a barrier. Beyond the barrier, the playground stands quiet. The rat recoils from the unexpected force. A glowing blue screen appears, declaring that entry is prohibited, leaving the rat to wonder what this could be. The screen then poses a question. Would the rat like to obtain citizenship? Eagerly, the rat squeaks out a resounding yes. The screen repeats the question. The rat stands before the screen, awaiting its fate. The rat wonders if it's even possible to become a citizen as a rat. It sighs, contemplating the possibilities. Suddenly, the screen declares that it has obtained citizenship. The rat squeaks in surprise. It realizes that it worked. The rat begins to move forward. It thinks to itself that it's awesome. A high-pitched shriek pierced the air. The cry of alarm came from a man who spotted the rat. The rat, startled by the sudden outburst, paused momentarily. The man yelled for someone to catch it as it tried to escape. The rat cried out as a foot came down hard. It narrowly avoided being crushed. The rat scrambled away, dodging another foot. It barely avoided being stepped on again. The rat, panting, wondered where it could go. Meanwhile, oblivious to the drama unfolding nearby, a man continued his workout. The rat scurried past the oblivious man's feet. Another man lifted weights nearby, focused on his exercise. A third man strained as he bench pressed. A woman worked on her squats. Another woman lifted a dumbbell. Peering through a small opening, a woman's face is visible. She wondered where she was. Nearby, a rat scurried along the ground. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. She grimaced, her face contorted in pain. Clutching her head, she groaned that her head hurt. She chuckled. A sinister smile crept across her face as she brought her fingers to her lips. She laughed, her eyes gleaming with a dark intent. She continued to chuckle. She realized that the problem would be getting there. She knew she somehow needed to get to Jianpo Station, but first, she needed to get to Siamayan. She decided that was her only method. She steeled herself, resolving that she could do it if she went through the subway's rails. Yanju stood firm, her gaze unwavering as she prepared for what lay ahead. Far away, the Calican monster roared. The issue, Yanju knew, would be that monster, and they were at Siamayan Station. Squeaks echoed through the tunnels. Amidst the squeaking, Yanju realized she actually had a chance precisely because of that. She was confident because there was no place she couldn't get into. The system notified Sung that he had hunted a tamed rat, earning a small amount of experience and 1,416 won, which was deposited into his wallet. The system then described the Queen of Rats' ability, stating that all rats who meet her will swear loyalty to her as their queen. Once a rat has been tamed, it can be controlled, and its senses can be shared freely. Sung realized that her ability was to control rats. His eyes glowed with power. The glow intensified as he considered the implications. Sung thought to himself that an A-rank awakener had come to him on her own, and he resolved to make her his vassal no matter what. He wondered where she was now. The system indicated that she was not in the vicinity. Sung knew he needed to get her to come in first, triggering a grant quest. The system then presented a quest. Visit the apartment unit within 48 hours, with a reward of cola and a chocolate bar, and no failure penalty. It asked if he would grant the quest. Sung paused, his eyes glowing. He remained silent. Kim Jae-hyun asked if Sung was unable to bring his family members there with his ability, indicating that he had a question. Sung had tried multiple times, but all attempts ended in failure. If it was because they were outside of his range of influence, then a target who he'd given citizenship to should technically be within his influence. Sung could tell that for sure, since the monsters they've killed grants him money and EXP, no matter how far they are from him. Edit quest. A grant quest appeared, tasking him to visit an apartment unit with a time limit of 10 seconds. The reward was a cola and a chocolate bar, with a failure penalty being summoned. The system asked if he would grant this quest. It's a success. Sung thought he could make use of the failure penalty in this manner. Sung considered trying to summon citizens from the outside, thinking that if it worked, he could bring his family over safely. He wondered if he could send Ha Dong's party there. In the event that the outpost base was active, it should temporarily function the same as his main territory. Sung decided to grant all of his family members citizenship. Then, he would use the system's quest function to summon them to where he was. That's pretty solid, he thought. Sung considered how much money this would cost. He initiated the grant quest. The timer began counting down from 1 minute and 9 seconds. He hoped it wouldn't cost more than 1 billion won. Seo Yejin had failed the quest. 31,674,894 won had been used for the quest. The system notified Sung that the quest had failed, costing him 30 million won. Frustrated, Sung let out a sigh. Elsewhere, Seo Yejin was panting heavily. She placed her hands on the ground. Back in his apartment, Sung realized that his attempt had worked. Meanwhile, Seo Yejin continued to struggle. Sung walked towards her. Seo Yejin's eyes widened in terror. She was shaking. Sung greeted her, saying hello to Seo Yejin. Seo Yejin turned to face him. She stammered, asking who he was. Sung told her that he was the person who gave her citizenship. Seo Yejin found herself in the apartment complex she had observed through her rat familiar. Sung explained that she was on the top floor. She apologized for the sudden invitation, assuming Yejin must be very surprised. Sung offered her a can of cola. Yejin's expression was one of shock. She hesitated. Yejin confirmed that Sung had brought her here, referencing the strange quest from before. Sung looked at her, a hint of concern in his eyes. Sung admitted that he was the one who gave her that quest. Yejin seemed surprised by this revelation. She acknowledged that it was shameless of her, but explained that there were people she was looking after and asked if he could accept them as well. Sung was taken aback. Sung explained that he was going to bring everyone here, but it was difficult considering the distance. Yejin listened intently. Sung revealed that he was trying to take a gamble. Sung asked how many people there were in total. The number was 35. Sung cursed, realizing he hadn't considered that Seo Yejin might have other people with her. Seo Yejin apologized, but stated that it would be hard to do. She then asked what he meant. Sung stood silently. Seo Yejin stated that it would be impossible for Sung to bring all of them there with his power. Seo Yejin cried out, explaining that her mother and younger sibling were still there. She pleaded, saying she would do anything. Sung asked for a moment to think. Seo Yejin looked up at him with pleading eyes. It was revealed that Sung was able to give Seo Yejin her citizenship even though she wasn't there in person. Sung realized that his territory considered the rat as a part of her. Sung realized there was a chance this could actually work. A screen displayed Co Yejin's name, level, trust, awakened ability, and distribution rates. Sung realized that Co Yejin's trust in him was already substantial. He considered that she was in a situation where she had no choice but to trust him. Co Yejin remained kneeling before him. Co Yejin asked if he was really willing to do anything. Her hands were clasped tightly together. Co Yejin affirmed that she would do whatever it took. Sung stated that he did have a way to help. He told her that she must trust him completely. Co Yejin asked him to clarify if he understood. Sung asked her to repeat herself. He told Co Yejin that if she said she would completely trust him, he would make sure to save her family. Co Yejin was visibly distressed. Co Yejin confirmed that she trusted him and would do whatever it took if he could save her family. Co Yejin's hands were clasped together tightly. It was noted that Co Yejin's trust had increased greatly, reaching 50, and her loyalty had surpassed 30. She had met all the requirements to be registered as a vassal. He considered the implications of her trust. The system prompted him to register Co Yejin as a vassal. Meanwhile, blue energy crackled around Yejin. Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. A notification appeared, detailing Yejin's new status as his 10th servant, a knight and tamer, and listing her trust and loyalty levels. The system explained that as a tamer, Yejin would increase the stats of her tamed creatures based on her loyalty, and their growth speed based on her trust. It also noted that the tamed would continually grow, and those who reached a certain level could evolve. Kim Jae-hyun asked if she had any tamed rats near where her family members were. The blue energy continued to surround Yejin. Yejin nodded, understanding what she needed to do. She urged him to get those rats to her family directly. Yejin focused her power. She prepared to act. A dark power emanates from Sung. That power is his absolute eyes. With it, he can see the rats Yejin sent. The rats are now level 2. The prisoners are shocked by the sudden appearance of the rats. The rats scurry around the feet of the prisoners. One of the prisoners notices the rats. He wonders if it is Yejin's rat. The prisoners watch the rats. The rats continue to move. The rats are seen amongst the food and supplies. The prisoners are still watching the rats. They are surprised that food suddenly appeared. One of the prisoners wonders if Yejin sent the food. It is noted that Yejin's trust has increased greatly. The dark-haired man's plan was proceeding exactly as he had foreseen. He was pleased, confident that everything was going according to his expectations. It was stated that Co Yejin's ability and the absolute eyes were a perfect match. The rats, now under his control, scurried through the sewers. He realized he would be able to see through the eyes of thousands of rats crawling through sewers from now on. The man thought this was insane. A sinister grin spread across his face as he considered the possibilities. He believed he had just gotten his hands on the best recon troops possible. The room remained silent for a moment before a voice broke the quiet. The man in the hoodie asked if Nambyumindong was the area near Songdo-si. The response was affirmative. It was revealed that Co Yejin had been to Nambyumindong because her parents lived there. It would be advantageous for Yejin to go on the first recon trip over Ha Dongin's party. All Co Yejin needed to do was send her rats, too. Using that alone, Yejin could confirm whether her family was still alive. It would also be far easier for her to send over rescue supplies, so she asked to be left to handle it. Co Yejin smiled. Co Yejin's trust and loyalty had increased. The man asked if she could start right away. Co Yejin agreed to be left to it. Co Yejin held a rat in her hand, a small creature that would be her eyes and ears in the dangerous mission ahead. Of course, she affirmed, ready to use any means necessary to ensure the safety of her family and community. The man before her continued, suggesting, and since you're doing this, it'd be nice if you can go along the subway rails. The man's words hung in the air as he looked at her expectantly. Co Yejin questioned, are you talking about Busan Line number 1? He confirmed yes. I plan on using that line as a route for rescue operations in the future. But she vehemently protested, you can't do that. Co Yejin's face was etched with concern, her eyes wide with worry. The tension was palpable as they stood at odds. The man seemed taken aback by her strong reaction. He asked, pardon? Why is that? Co Yejin revealed, there's a monster at Siamayan Station. Her words were punctuated by a sharp intake of breath, fear evident in her expression. The man's eyes widened slightly as he processed the information. A monster! He quickly refocused, his mind already strategizing. He requested, can you send one rat to where the monster is? Co Yejin, now surrounded by a blue aura, prepared to carry out his request. She affirmed yes. Squeaks echoed through the station. The squeaks grew louder. The sound came from a rat scurrying across the floor. The rat's eyes darted around nervously. It squeaked in terror. Below, a monstrous figure loomed. The creature's massive form filled the space. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. The monster roared, its voice a guttural bellow. The rat was sent flying through the air. The creature's massive tail slammed against the ground. Its clawed feet scraped against the floor. The monster's head turned, its gaze fixed on something. Its eyes narrowed. The rat, still alive, cowered before the massive beast. The Calican monster's eyes glowed menacingly in the dim light of the station. Startled, the rat froze, its whiskers twitching nervously. The monster lunged, its maw opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. A desperate cry echoed through the station. The rat found itself surrounded by the monster's menacing claws. The monster's gaze intensified, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Scrambling, the rat tried to escape the impending doom. The monster's tail lashed out, narrowly missing the fleeing rodent. With wide eyes, the rat braced for the inevitable. The monster's face contorted in anticipation of its meal. The monster's tongue flicked out, tasting the air as it prepared to strike. Suddenly, a surge of power emanated from an unknown source. The rat paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Elsewhere, Sung felt a surge of energy coursing through him. The numbers 2022 were emblazoned on Sung's hoodie. Sung observes the Calican monster and wonders what its level is. From the looks of it, the monster's level could be higher than 40. Nearby, a woman in a beanie tells Kim Jae-hyun that Siamayan can't be used. The woman asks about the Byam Nagal station one stop away, reminding him that she has seen how skilled his teammates were. She believes they won't have an issue getting past that place with their skills. Kim Jae-hyun listens intently. He acknowledges that what she's saying isn't wrong. Kim Jae-hyun agrees, stating that they will do as she suggests. Kim Jae-hyun tells her that she can head over to Unit 2701. The woman asks him to repeat himself. Kim Jae-hyun clarifies that she will live there from today onwards, adding that the place will need some cleaning. The woman thanks him, and he tells her to get going and rest well. Kim Jae-hyun reflects on the situation. He realizes that if he were in the same situation, he would have probably come up with the same plan, if it was before they met. A low groan emanated from somewhere. The sound grew louder. Kim Jae-hyun initiated the installation of solar energy electric generators. The system indicated that the construction would be completed in approximately 23 hours and 59 minutes. The solar panels began to appear on the rooftops of buildings. More and more solar panels were installed. Jae-hyun observed the progress. He noted that their efficiency was quite good. However, it was far from enough electricity for a population close to 800. Jae-hyun knew that in order to save money and install more facilities, he needed to increase the amount of people working. He considered that a 3-shift system was something he had to create at the very least. He envisioned the automated workers. The same went for the new public facilities. Jae-hyun's expression hardened with resolve. Jae-hyun decided it was time to get started. With the solar panels installed, the ultimate shut-in decided it was time for more hunting. Elsewhere, one of the workers swung a punch. The others continued to flee. One of the workers made a strange, screeching sound. The workers shouted that they were coming. The workers continued to flee from the unseen threat. Their pursuer moved with unnatural speed. A monstrous cri de ludli. The workers ran past a man in a suit. A blue energy crackled. The suited man fired a volley of energy arrows. The energy arrow flew. The arrow continued on its path. The screech of the monstrous bat echoed through the underground station. The winged creatures swarmed, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. One of the Calicans lunged forward, its fangs bared. Below, the station's tracks stretched into the darkness, the silhouettes of the bats dancing above. The creature's shadows flickered ominously against the ceiling. Nearby, Seo Yejin looked on with concern. She wondered if the others were hurt. Yejin wondered aloud if they could really defeat the Siamayan station snake that Jae-hyun had mentioned by themselves. She stood alongside Kim Dabin, both of them tense. Dabin reassured her that it would probably be fine, and that Sung could summon them if things looked really grim. Kim Jae-hyun smirked, thinking that there was nothing to worry about then. He wore a confident smirk. He declared that they should go. With determined steps, Jae-hyun moved forward. The sign for Yeomian Station loomed ahead. The group continued deeper into the subway station, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. Ahead, Kim Jae-hyun's expression was one of concern as he looked around. The silence was broken only by the echo of their footsteps. The path ahead was littered with the bodies of the fallen. The grim sight caused Oh Yeonju to gag, but she pressed on. Ha Dongin urged her to bear with it a little longer. Each step echoed ominously in the tunnel. Suddenly, Moon Byung-go's eyes widened in alarm. He gasped, his breath catching in his throat. Kong Deoksu shouted for them to stop. Seo Yejin gripped her weapon, ready for a fight. Byung-go's face was a mask of terror. The air grew heavy with anticipation. A monstrous form emerged from the darkness. The group braced themselves as the creature revealed itself. The monstrous form roared, its power evident. The sound sent Kim Jae-hyun reeling, his face contorted in a grimace. He wondered how they were supposed to defeat such a monster. The force of the creature's presence sent the group stumbling backwards. Ha Dongin struggled to maintain his footing. Seeing the danger, Kong Deoksu shouted for everyone to get down. The group huddled together, bracing for impact. A collective scream echoed through the subway. The force of the monster's attack ripped through the air. The group was sent flying. A party quest appeared. Hunt the giant snake within 10 minutes for a large EXP reward, with no penalty for failure. The tremors continued to shake the structure. People struggled to maintain their footing as the ground lurched beneath them. Despite the chaos, they tried to help each other, offering support and guidance in the disorienting conditions. Ha Dongin held onto Oyanju, his expression a mix of concern and determination as he tried to protect her from the shaking. Dongin wondered what was happening. Others also questioned if it was an earthquake. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before Ha Dongin. The screen displayed a party quest assigned to Ha Dongin and Oyanju. Hunt the giant snake. Dongin was shocked by the sudden appearance of the quest. The quest was clear: hunt the giant snake. Ha Dongin's eyes widened in disbelief and fear. Below, a massive form stirred in the darkness. The tremors intensified as something immense began to rise. The people looked up in horror, wondering what was happening. Ha Dongin stared in disbelief at the unfolding horror. Ha Dongin was struck by the force of the rising snake. The impact left him covered in blood. Nearby, Kim Jae-hyun watched the scene unfold, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Oh Yeonju stood ready, prepared to assist. Kim Dabin, witnessing the chaos, admitted to herself that she didn't know what was happening. Kang Deoksu prepared to strike with a blade crackling with blue energy. The air crackled with energy. Kang Deoksu launched himself at the massive snake. The creature was indeed a giant snake. Kang Deoksu's blade met its mark. The snake hissed in pain. The text explained that a giant snake is capable of eating its prey whole, but doing so is no easy task. The text continued, stating that because it is a living organism that enters its stomach, the snake could be greatly endangered whilst their prey attempts their final struggle. That is why it would use poison to completely subdue their prey. The giant snake would typically wrap itself around its prey, weakening them before swallowing them whole. However, that tactic was reserved for prey of a certain size. For a single rat, an organism that is far smaller, it wouldn't worry at all, even if it tried to swallow it whole alive. The rat was swallowed without much thought. 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 And no one could have dreamed what kind of consequences it'd bring. A sinister smile spread across Kim Ji-hyun's face as he thought to himself, open storage. He realized he had two skills that he could use. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. The dark magic swirls, accompanied by the distinct scent of gas. From within the snake's body, a voice declares the summoning of burning tissues. The words summoned burning tissues appear in a speech bubble. Immediately, the rat finds itself engulfed in flames, surrounded by what appears to be burning tissues. The snake's jaws remain open, ready to strike again. The flames intensify, searing the rat. The snake's body convulses as the flames erupt from within. The snake is engulfed in a fiery explosion. The explosion continues to burn. Elsewhere, Seo Yejin clutches her arm, visibly shaken. Despite her pain, Seo Yejin insists that she is okay, just a little surprised. Kim Jae-hyun reassures her, telling her she did great, and she confirms that she is okay. Above, a bright light shines. Kim Jae-hyun looks on. He thinks to himself that it absolutely cannot be killed by him as the group stand in a tunnel. The man with the headlamp continues to descend the metal structure. Elsewhere, a woman with short hair sits in front of screen, thinking that it has to be the knight vassals who kill it. Nearby, Ha Dongin grips his weapon. Kang Deoksu also grips his weapon. Ha Dongin and Oh Yeonju stand side by side, ready for battle. A screen displays the party quest assigned to Ha Dongin and Oh Yeonju. Hunt the giant snake. Dongin raises his weapon. Deoksu also raises his weapon, ready to strike. Dongin lunges forward. Deoksu follows close behind. Dongin slashes at the giant snake. The snake hisses in pain. The snake thrashes wildly. Deoksu strikes the snake. The snake continues to thrash as it is attacked. A piercing shriek echoes through the air. The sound intensifies. The shriek grows even louder. The intensity of the sound continues to build. The shriek reaches a fever pitch. The sound continues to escalate. The shriek reaches its deafening climax. The force of the sound sends someone flying backwards. Elsewhere, a man with his hair tied back glances over his shoulder, a look of concern on his face. Back at the scene of the battle, blood splatters. A system notification appears, indicating that they have hunted a king snake, level 40, and gained a massive amount of experience, earning 1,812,043,879 won. Another system notification indicates that the money has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in, and that Ha Dongin and Oh Yeonju have defeated the boss monster of the Siamayan station, making it possible to build an outpost base there. The system indicates that skill levels have increased, the house declaration has reached level 15, and 3 skill points have been obtained. Sung grits his teeth, his expression pained. Sung struggles, emitting a pain groan. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, indicating the discovery of beings eligible for citizenship. The notification was accompanied by a view of a city skyline. The system prompted, asking if he would like to grant them citizenship. Sung, still reeling from the pain, grimaced. He exclaimed in disbelief that there were 200 of them. The system awaited his command, grant citizenship. The system then announced that the number of citizens had reached 1,000, and that as the population hit a certain threshold, all citizens would develop baseline skills. The system further explained that the EXP and money acquisition rate for citizens would receive a 100% bonus. Sung wondered what all of this meant. The system displayed the stats of Kim Miho, level 17, showing his trust and loyalty levels, lack of awakened ability, and distribution rates for EXP and money. Sung realized that the system was working as described. He understood that even if he set his distribution to 0, he could still get 100% of the EXP and gold separately. Just then, CEO Yejin approached, excusing herself. Sung turned to her, asking if she needed something. Yejin asked if he could bring the people she was with there for her. The woman's expression was one of shock. Nearby, Kim Jae-hyun pondered something. He looked determined. He stated that doing so was the least he could do. CEO Yejin expressed her gratitude. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. He then asked if she could control the rat again. CEO Yejin confirmed that it was totally possible. She added that she would tell the others to follow the rat and asked him to guide them. Below the city, something stirred. A monstrous form began to move. It lumbered forward. The sound of its movement echoed through the tunnels. Footsteps approached. Footsteps echoed through the tunnel. The sound grew closer as the group advanced. Ahead of them, the rat scurried forward. The man with the headlamp looked concerned. The sound of something breaking echoed through the tunnel. The woman pointed ahead, indicating they had arrived. She seemed surprised by what she saw, claiming it wasn't her doing and that it was already like this. The man with the headlamp looked at the scene with concern, wondering if this was originally the orc's territory. A large, green hand lay on the ground. Blood splattered on the walls. The group walked through the tunnel, observing the scene. The rat continued to lead them forward, passing by the bodies of fallen creatures. The man with the headlamp reminded the group that even though they took down the boss monster, they couldn't let their guard down. One of the hunters warned that there might be hidden groups of monsters lurking around. Suddenly, the rat squeaked. One of the hunters commented that the rat was smart. Another hunter wondered if the rat was also part of Kim Jae-hyun's abilities. The group continued to move forward. They continued to follow the rat. The rat continued to move. The group followed close behind. They continued to move deeper into the tunnel. Sung realized that there was no large danger for now. He thought to himself that there was no large danger for now. Sung's eyes narrowed. He noticed he had 3 skill points. Sung wondered where he should invest them. He realized that since the range of their activities had expanded, he needed to invest wisely. The system suggested that the first investment should definitely be in the Ultimate Eyes skill, noting that it synergizes well with CEO Yejin. A notification appeared, indicating that the Ultimate Eyes skill had leveled up. Sung's eyes glowed with dark energy as the skill took effect. The dark energy swirled around his head. Grimacing, Sung seemed to be enduring some discomfort as the skill manifested. The dark energy continued to emanate from his eyes. His teeth were clenched, a sign of the effort he was exerting. The tunnel ahead was dimly lit. Sung moved forward, his enhanced vision piercing the gloom. Ahead, several goblins lurked, their presence now clearly visible to him. They seemed surprised by something. The sound of something breaking echoed through the tunnel. The goblins shrieked in alarm as Sung approached. A game-like information panel appeared, detailing the attributes of a level 8 goblin, a height of 103 centimeters, basic intelligence, tool use, and surprisingly good eyesight, even in the dark. Sung smirked, pleased with his new ability. He thought it was perfect, exactly what he needed. With his enhanced vision, Sung knew he needed to find monsters of appropriate levels to continue his training. He quickly engaged a nearby monster, its cries echoing through the area as they clashed. Sung's expression remained focused, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. The system notified him that the dignity preservation skill had leveled up. Sung considered the implications of this skill, realizing that as he met more people, their trust and loyalty would become increasingly important. The system confirmed the level up of dignity preservation. A holographic screen appeared before him, displaying the updated skill information. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Sung's eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He wondered what the sound was, realizing it sounded like a gunshot. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed. The sound was deafening. Startled, Sung wondered what that was. The sound of a gunshot was unmistakable. He realized this wasn't the right place. A goblin growled, brandishing a gun. Another goblin wondered what was happening. One of the goblins wondered why they were using guns. The goblins charged forward. The goblins continued their assault. One of the goblins prepared to strike. The gun was aimed and ready. The tension was palpable. A man with a headlamp led a group forward, ready for a fight. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out. urging everyone to flee as the goblins opened fire. The goblins' bullets whizzed through the air. More goblins fired from the train car windows. The hail of bullets continued to rain down. Amidst the gunfire, Co Yejin questioned how the goblins had acquired guns, while Kim Jae-hyun stated that they couldn't face them directly. A sinister grin spread across the face of one of the goblins. But Moon Byung-go appeared, his eyes glowing with an intense light as he prepared to strike a goblin. The text declared that they had Byung-go. Byung-go's eyes burned with a fierce determination. A goblin was sent flying through the air, blood splattering. Byung-go continued his assault, the sound of his attacks echoing through the train. He struck down another goblin, the creature's blood staining the floor. Byung-go's relentless attacks continued. He fought with a savage intensity, cutting down the goblins one by one. Byung-go's attack cleaves through one of the goblins. Another goblin retaliates, firing a revolver. The bullet pierces the head of another goblin, killing it instantly. One of the goblins cries out. Elsewhere, Co Yejin, standing in the train, wonders how they dare. Kong Deoksu clashes with a monstrous wolf. The knight and the beast face off, their power palpable. The wolf's claws drip with a viscous, red substance. Deoksu roars as he continues to fight the wolf. The monstrous wolf lunges, its fangs bared. The knight and the wolf continue their brutal fight. The wolf claws at Deoksu. Back on the train, Kim Jae-hyun glances around nervously. Ha Dongin stands nearby, also on edge. The monstrous wolf continues its assault. A knight in shining armor stands tall, ready to fight. The knight's foe is struck by a powerful blow. Meanwhile, a revolver lies on a reflective surface, a single bullet nearby. Suddenly, a notification appears. Register item. The system displays the cost of the items. SNWMOU, 476,321. .38 caliber bullets, 100 rounds, 158,401. Sung Jin-woo, eyes now completely black, mutters to himself, a gun? Sung's expression hardens, his gaze intense. The system informs him that the item cannot be displayed in the store. The item remains hidden from view. The system explains that there are many advantages to displaying a firearm. It elaborates that people would instantly become more proactive about hunting monsters. The system continues, stating that even regular folks below level 10 might start taking down orcs once in a while. Sung and another person celebrate, as the system announces that the XP and money payouts the citizens earn would increase exponentially. With that being said, Sung's eyes glow with power. The glow intensifies. Trusting every single citizen is a tall order. The man in the green sweater reflected on his methods. The way he had been accepting people had been completely random thus far. In other words, he had no standards. He had accepted everyone without any vetting. The man with the glasses carried snacks and water, as the other man thought to himself that he had faith he could have full control over things, no matter what comes his way. It was granted that the benefits scale with the increase in population. The people around them were lying on the floor. But a revolver lay on a white surface, with bullets beside it. Things change when guns are thrown into the equation. It wasn't guaranteed that there wasn't someone with malicious intentions among this many people. Envy, resentment, jealousy. A man stood over another man, lying on the floor, pointing a gun at him. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, a certainty that something was about to happen, and that in the worst-case scenario, someone might die. His eyes glowed ominously. He believed that only trusted people should be given access. He stared intently at a screen. Specifically, only those with high loyalty. He already knew exactly who should get one first. Elsewhere, a pair of green-skinned hands lay limp amidst a pool of blood. The scene revealed two of the green-skinned creatures, now deceased, lying in a pool of their own blood. Suddenly, a blue holographic image of a gun materialized. The holographic gun became a real weapon in Kim Jae-hyun's hand. A box fell to the ground. Inside the box was a revolver. Kim Jae-hyun held the gun, a relieved expression on his face. He was grateful to someone named Jae-hyun. Following the rat, the group moves forward, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor. At the front of the group, the man with the headlamp scans their surroundings with a concerned expression. Ahead, a door looms, illuminated by the headlamp's beam. The group remains close together, their faces obscured from view. A hand reaches out, grasping the door handle. The door opens, revealing a group of people huddled together, seemingly frightened. The title card reads, "The Ultimate Shut-In." Someone gasps for air. It was nice that the domain now included the walking trail, someone thought, grateful for the opportunity to meet. He thought he'd take a walk for the first time in a while. The system alerted them that someone who hadn't been permitted entry was attempting to enter. The man in the dark, high-collared outfit guessed that they had arrived. The system then indicated that beings meeting the requirements to be taken in as citizens were approaching and asked if they would like to offer them citizenship. The man agreed to offer it. Yojin looked surprised. Yojin's mother called out to her. The mother embraced her daughter. The mother asked Yojin why she had left without saying anything, expressing how worried she had been. Yojin apologized to her mother. Her sister exclaimed how good she smelled, asking if she had taken a shower. Yojin confirmed that there was warm water and she was able to properly shower. The man in the dark high-collared outfit added that he even had a bed and there was hot water. The man in the dark high-collared outfit called out to Yojin, who responded with a yes. He told her that Unit 2701 had been given to her and that she could use it however she liked. The man in the dark high-collared outfit reckoned that it was a bit tight for more than 30 people. Yojin expressed her surprise. The group continued to walk. Then, the woman with the beanie wondered what they should do. The man in the dark high-collared outfit stated that there were vacant rooms for them and that they had earned that much. Yojin exclaimed in surprise and gratitude. They were told that they could use Units 2402, 2301, and 1092. Yojin smiled widely. The system indicated that CO Yojin's trust and loyalty had increased, along with the trust of Hong Daorei, CO Yojin, Lee Sungjun, and Han Young-soo. The man in the dark high-collared outfit's face was shown. He paused, realizing he had leveled up but forgot to check it. The man in the dark high-collared outfit thought to himself. The system displayed Beast Management 0/10. He wondered about Beast Management. The screen displayed a notification for Beast Summon 1,000,000,001. Below the notification, the screen read, "What?" Reacting to the notification, Kim Jae-hyun was in disbelief. He wondered if he had just heard correctly. Did it just say 1,000,000,001? Jae-hyun's expression shifted to one of concern. Elsewhere, a voice asked if they had a moment. A voice from inside the room responded, inviting them to come in, followed by a quiet thank you. The person entering was asked what brought them there. It was Oh Hyren. She was asked her name. Hyren stated that she had something she needed to say. Kim Jae-hyun, standing before her, told Hyren to speak freely. She responded, "Okay then." Hyren's expression was filled with distress. She apologized, stating that she wanted to leave the party. Hyren stood with her head bowed, her expression obscured. Following Hyren's declaration, Kim Jae-hyun, visibly taken aback and sweating slightly, asked her to repeat what she just said. He apologized, explaining that he really wanted to leave the party. He felt as if his companion hesitated, suggesting that his abilities might not really have a place in the party. Sung thought that things might be fine without him. She told him that he could be honest with her. He exclaimed that he was scared. He admitted that he was so scared and that the goblins were terrifying. He continued, saying that so were the orcs, and a huge snake they faced that day made his blood run cold, as well as when they were being chased by that crimson tiger. He gasped. Tears streamed down her face. He apologized profusely, acknowledging that she was the one who always saved them. She felt useless, as if she couldn't meet their expectations. She had felt this way for a while now. The weight of past events pressed heavily on Kim Dabin. Rescuing Moon Byung-go's grandmother and fighting the Crimson Tiger were all missions that put lives at risk. Exterminating the orcs had also taken its toll. Dabin struggled to her feet, pushing herself to continue. The memory of those dangerous missions haunted her. She stood alone, shrouded in shadow. Frankly, she didn't have much to offer to the party, but he didn't blame her for that. The weight of responsibility was evident in his gaze. He knew the ability Poison Mist was dangerous. The text explains that if the ability isn't handled properly, it can harm allies, which is why it's difficult to use. The text continues, stating that she most definitely put her life on the line as well. But she must have felt awful seeing the results she had. A muffled groan escapes someone's lips. The individual winces, seemingly in pain. Another person explains that they recently became short on hands, prompting the injured individual to question what they heard. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hyun asks if they are going to the 21st floor's communal area. It's revealed that CO Yejin has been trying to handle everything on her own. She looks exhausted as she tends to the injured person. Kim Jae-hyun explains that it won't be just the 21st floor, as he is thinking of building communal facilities throughout the complex. He looks hopeful. He was looking for someone trustworthy to handle the work. Kim Jae-hyun tells Yoo Hyrin that he thinks he can trust her, asking if she would be willing to help. Hyrin hesitates. Kim Jae-hyun looks off to the side, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The camera focuses on the collar of Kim Jae-hyun's jacket. Kim Jae-hyun continues, stating that he firmly believes that if one is willing to move forward, they are far from useless. Yoo Hyrin looks down at her hands. Kim Jae-hyun thinks to himself that handling poison is no easy task, but he is sure it will shine one day. Kim Jae-hyun continues, thinking that if it's hard for her to go out into the field right now, she can work internally for the time being, and that when the day comes that they really need her ability, she will be ready. Hyrin asks for his help again. It is noted that Yoo Hyrin's loyalty has reached 100. She is already registered as a vassal, and her vassal capacity limit has increased. Hyrin apologizes. Kim Jae-hyun tells her that she may wear her weak side. A woman clenches her fist, a determined look on her face. The man responds, saying it's great. A speech bubble expresses gratitude and a desire to continue working together. The title card for the ultimate shut-in is displayed. Someone is thinking. The scene shows a glimpse of the interior of a room. A screen displays the words Beast Summon, along with a cost of 1 billion won. The ultimate shut-in looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares at the screen. He wonders if he should try it. He decides to go for it. His finger presses the yes button to initiate the Beast Summon. A notification appears, confirming that 1 billion won has been consumed for the Beast Summon. The ultimate shut-in looks shocked. The surge of energy from the summoning circle was almost unbearable. A wave of power emanated from the circle, washing over everything. The force of the summoning knocked the ultimate shut-in off balance. The light intensified, blinding everything in its path. The air crackled with energy. The summoning circle pulsed with raw magical power. The ultimate shut-in gasped, struggling to maintain his focus. The energy began to coalesce, forming a tangible presence. Outside, lightning crackled against the windows, mirroring the chaos within. The energy solidified into a massive, glowing egg. Runes glowed intensely around the egg. The ultimate shut-in gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the immense power. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the egg. The egg pulsed again, the cracks widening. The ultimate shut-in watched with anticipation as the egg began to hatch. He felt a sharp pain as the summoning reached its climax. The ultimate shut-in covers his mouth, a look of disbelief on his face. He wonders what is happening. One of the newly hatched bird's eyes is shown in detail. The bird flaps its wings. Golden light emanates from a bird. The three-legged crow sits in a circle of light. The system identifies the bird's eyes as ultimate eyes. Sung stands near the bird. The system identifies the creature as a three-legged crow, LV. The system explains that the divine bird with 3 legs was born with the power of the sun, is still young and needs protection, and must absorb high-quality sunlight to grow. Sung greets the bird. The bird chirps. The bird looks up. Sung wonders what he should call the bird. The ultimate shut-in seemed to be considering the crow's presence. Suddenly, he exclaimed as an idea came to mind. He asked the bird if it liked the name Blackie, since it was a pitch-black crow. The crow stared intently. It chirped in response. Sung asked if the crow was saying it liked the name. The crow chirped again, seemingly pleased. The ultimate shut-in chuckled, relieved that the crow seemed to approve. The crow chirped once more. Sung then asked if it was hungry. The sound of a bag of chips, rustling, filled the air. The crow eagerly devoured the chips. It continued to munch on the snack. The crow seemed content after eating. It chirped softly. Blackie, the three-legged crow, remained still, a drop of viscous fluid falling from its beak. Nearby, the ultimate shut-in watched the crow, a look of bewilderment on his face. He mused about what a carefree bird Blackie was. The crow remained still, seemingly asleep. The ultimate shut-in's eyes widened as he noticed something. A notification appeared, indicating that the three-legged crow's level had increased and the efficiency of the solar energy electric generator had increased by 100%. The notification further explained that the solar energy electric generator was a facility that produced electricity using sunlight, generating electricity worth 80,000 to 100,000 won daily, depending on how much sunlight was collected, and that surplus power was credited to the ultimate shut-in's wallet. The ultimate shut-in, looking at the notification, paused, realizing something. He realized that he hadn't built solar generators in the 10 new buildings yet. The buildings stood tall, awaiting their solar generators. The ultimate shut-in thought that almost all his money had been used, and it seemed wasteful to invest 130 million won into a facility that only became profitable after a year. But he realized that this changed things. Another notification appeared, again stating that the three-legged crow's level had increased and the efficiency of the solar energy electric generator had increased by 100%. The annual return was 90 million won. The efficiency of solar generators had tripled. With a wide grin, the ultimate shut-in declared his intention to install solar generators in all 10 buildings. The timer displayed the remaining time until the solar energy electric generator construction's completion: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The sound of footsteps echoed. The footsteps grew closer to apartment 3001. The sound of the doorbell rang. A hand pressed the doorbell button. The door opened, revealing Kim Jae-hyun. It was Jae-hyun. The door stood ajar. Jae-hyun asked what brought him here. The ultimate shut-in responded that there was something he'd like to ask of him. Jae-hyun wondered what it was. Jae-hyun looked on with anticipation. The ultimate shut-in stated that he'd like to entrust Jae-hyun with his money. The ultimate shut-in looked intently at Jae-hyun as he made his request. The apartment was silent. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun stood before the ultimate shut-in, who was dressed in a dark hoodie and black pants. Elsewhere, a man with glasses reacted in shock. After considering the tax collection skill, Sung reached a conclusion. If he entrusted money to a trustworthy citizen for them to hold, it would become profitable. While there was a 10% fee when granting it for the first time, it would generate a 10% profit margin every month. And so, Sung considered who he should entrust money to. Choi Hyungjin's information appeared before Sung. Level 25, title of the first servant, trust of 89, loyalty of 98, and the awakened ability, strength of a gorilla. It had to be Hyungjin. Without a doubt, his trust and loyalty were in another league. A notification chimed, indicating that 1 billion won had been given to vassal Choi Hyungjin, and 100,030,000 won had been used for the quest, including a 10% fee and a base cost of 30,000. Sung was astonished. The system notified Sung that citizen Choi Hyungjin's trust had increased, his loyalty had reached 100, he was already registered as a vassal, and the limit on the number of vassals had increased. Hyungjin stammered, asking if Sung surely wanted him to hold on to it. Sung thought that was what he originally planned, but he didn't expect for Hyungjin to reach 100 loyalty. Sung told Hyungjin that he could use a portion of it if needed. Hyungjin was incredibly grateful, thanking Sung profusely. Sung responded that it was nothing and that he would be counting on Hyungjin. Now, it was time to move on to the next matter. The woman was told to choose freely. She paused, considering her options. She placed her hands on her hips. Kim Jae-hyun told Dabin and Hyrin that they could go ahead and form a team. Because she was the team leader for 2023, she would have her weekly pay doubled. Her eyes sparkled at the thought. Citizen Kim Dabin's loyalty had increased. Dabin thanked him, promising to do her absolute best. Hyrin gasped. Hyrin was told to start with the handover, but she asked for a minute. Someone told Hyrin to slow down. Kim Jae-hyun smirked. Jae-hyun thought it was about time to go discuss things. The more difficult things are, the more necessary they become. The camera focuses on the number 2109. Kim Jae-hyun asked if everyone was okay, noting that they had all worked hard. The camera focuses on the number 2022 on Kim Jae-hyun's hoodie. The others confirmed that they were fine, but wondered why Jae-hyun had come to see them. Jae-hyun explained that, thanks to the monster at Siamayan Station, the surrounding area had become a monster-free zone. He added that the subway tracks, especially, had no more monsters. Jae-hyun stated that there were almost no monsters. He continued, saying that monsters remained near the Byum-nagal and Byum-il stations, which were near Siamayan. Jae-hyun declared that now was their chance. He urged them to act first before monsters swarmed in. As he watched Yoo Hyrin pleading through her sobs, Sung realized something. Sung thought about the people standing before him. Those around him were risking their lives to fulfill his requests. Thanks to Seo Yejin joining them and providing advance warning about the monster at Siamayan Station, they had avoided an impending disaster. It could have been extremely dangerous if they hadn't known. But even so, in this world, dying at any time was no surprise. He knew that wanting to protect his family and wanting to save them might be considered selfish. But even so, he hoped they could head straight to Jigaoki Station tomorrow. He couldn't give up on them. The ultimate shut-in. The window creaked open. A bird chirped outside. He approached the window. The efficiency of the solar energy electric generator had increased by 100%, and the level of the three-legged crow had risen. Level 5, already? Sung held his cup, lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar notification chimeth. The message declared that the three-legged crow had unlocked a portion of the power of the sun, and that he had partially inherited the power of the summoned beast, awakening basic elemental magic. Sung was confused, wondering if it was magic. He questioned if this was how it was done. Focusing, Sung raised a finger. A small flame ignited. It flickered at the tip of his finger. The sensation was familiar. He stared at the flame, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He gasped. It felt just like when he used the dignity preservation skill. Then, Sung looked around, ensuring he was alone. Satisfied, he confirmed that there was nobody around. Sung steeled himself, deciding to imagine it. He pictured a burst of flames. He imagined unleashing a burst of flames as big as a house. The energy began to manifest in his hands. The flames intensified as Sung focused his energy. He let out a burst of energy. The flames roared. The energy crackled intensely. Sung paused, considering the result. He realized this seemed to be his limit for now, noting that it was so small. Sung thought to himself that it honestly wasn't that amazing of a skill. But the energy began to take on a more sinister form. If Sung combines the gas created from sinister energy, it could become quite the threat. It's still low level for now, but its potential is limitless. Blackie will continue growing, after all. Sung decided it was time to wrap up the experiments here. It was time to eat. The construction of the solar energy electric generator facility was now complete. Blackie had already grown 3 levels since this morning. Thanks to that, the generator's efficiency has increased 8-fold. And now, even after supplying all the electricity, there's a surplus of power left, something that might get converted into money directly into the wallet. Sung looked up, sensing someone's presence. He realized, she's here. Thanks to that, Seo Yejin had a proper break. Sung was told that he simply offered compensation worthy of her ability. Thanks to Seo Yejin, the range of use for their abilities had greatly expanded. He thought to himself that he couldn't help but take care of her. He resolved to do his best again today. Sung was informed that Ha Dong's party was currently at Siamine Station, and that he could escort them right away. He had already sent some rats along the subway route. They could get as far as Koryang Station without any issues. Sung wondered if there was a problem beyond Koryang Station. Co Yejin confirmed that there was a problem beyond that station, specifically Busan Station. Co Yejin believed it was better for him to see this for himself. It's better to see this for yourself. Co Yejin was surrounded by a blue aura. The blue aura surrounded Co Yejin as she sat cross-legged. The scene shifted to a destroyed area. The destruction continued into the subway. The water shimmered, but it was clear that progress through it was impossible. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and wide eyes looked on. He observed that the tracks were in poor condition. The woman with long dark hair explained that she had tried sending rats above ground instead. She appeared distressed. The scene shifted to a view of the sky above a ruined landscape. Below, the devastation was evident, with rubble and debris scattered everywhere. The destruction continued. The man from before gasped. He noted that there wasn't a single intact building in sight. Everything had collapsed. The question hung in the air: what on earth had happened? A rat squeaked as it scurried through the rubble. The man's eyes widened as he saw something. Footprints were visible in the debris. The ground was cracked and broken. The devastation was absolute. Suddenly, realization struck. He cursed, understanding dawning on him. He understood why no buildings remained standing. Even the office buildings were reduced to rubble. He now understood why every road was completely destroyed. His eyes widened in horror. The air vibrated. The vibrations intensified. Two figures reacted with alarm. They were shocked. The vibrations grew stronger. One of the figures was sent flying. The other figure's face contorted in rage. Amidst the chaos, a stark warning echoed. The building was on the verge of collapse. The towering structure loomed, its height emphasizing the impending danger. The tremors had seemingly stopped, but the damage was done. Buildings showed signs of the recent shaking. Inside, Kim Jae-hyun checked on Co Yejin, asking if she was okay. Yejin confirmed that she was fine, but she was more concerned about the source of the tremors. Jae-hyun seemed to be thinking the same thing. The tremors had been strong. The shaking was evident. Suddenly, Jae-hyun called out to Jae-hyun urgently. He insisted that Jae-hyun needed to see something. Yejin, still on the floor, looked up at Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun urged that they get out first. Yejin confirmed that she was okay. She then wondered what was going on. Kim Jae-hyun apologizes, insisting that they head to his apartment first. The tremors continue. The situation appears ominous, especially considering they are near Hyungjin's place. From their vantage point, the Siamine Station area is clearly visible. Co Yejin recalls the loud explosion from earlier and notes that Kim Jae-hyun is urgently pulling her along. The situation seems unbelievable. The sound of something breaking echoes nearby. Kim Jae-hyun urges Co Yejin to go that way. Co Yejin curses under her breath. Kim Jae-hyun wonders what is happening. Dust and debris fill the air. A monstrous figure looms amidst the destruction. Someone reflects on how bad feelings are always spot on. The destruction continues to spread. The monstrous figure's eye is visible amidst the chaos. The ground rumbled as a monstrous figure emerged from the depths. The tremors intensified, shaking the very foundations of the world. The air crackled with an ominous energy. A sense of dread filled the atmosphere. From somewhere, a voice echoed, declaring a vassal summon. Elsewhere, a group of people reacted to the tremors, questioning what was happening. They wondered what was happening. The group questioned where they were. One of them speculated that it must have been an earthquake. They were confused by the events. The monstrous figure's glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. Someone questioned what they were seeing. The monstrous figure towered over the ruined city. The tremors continued to shake the area. The monstrous figure stood tall amidst the destruction. The monstrous figure stood tall, its presence causing the ground to tremble. The force of its arrival caused debris to scatter. Nearby, two men watched in horror as the creature approached. They screamed, terrified that it was coming closer. Elsewhere, someone else was also witnessing the chaos. He stammered, questioning what was happening. Kim Jae-hyun, his face flushed with fear, knew they had to stop the monster. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. They had to stop it. But Jae-hyun was unsure how to proceed. He wondered if his abilities could withstand the monster's attack. He stood, his back to the viewer, contemplating the situation. Suddenly, Jae-hyun heard someone call his name. Jae-hyun's eyes widened, startled by the sudden call. The sound of the call echoed around him. Someone pleaded to be allowed to handle the situation. The woman's expression was determined as she made her plea. Jae-hyun listened intently to the request. Oyeonju's name is spoken. Meanwhile, Co Yejin's fighting spirit burned against the giant. Her fighting spirit was burning against that giant. Kim Jae-hyun wondered if it was possible. He wondered if it was possible. Jaehyun asked if they thought it was possible. Yejin declared that she would make it possible. Her expression hardened with determination. A grant quest appeared. Hunt the Cyclops, 0/1. The time limit was 24 hours. The reward, resurrection of your son for 1 day. The penalty for failure, extreme pain for 1 day. Jaehyun announced that he would now give a mission brief. He held up the quest in front of him. Jaehyun asked everyone to listen carefully. Jaehyun asked if everyone understood. A chorus of voices responded with a resounding yes. Before them, the assembled group awaited further instructions. He began to assign teams, starting with Team 1, which consisted of Oh Yeonju, Ha Donggun, Kim Daejung, and Jang Deoksu. Team 2 included Kim Gaeum, Moon Byung-go, and Kim Jiyeon. Lastly, Kim Jae-hyun announced that Team 3 would consist of himself. He placed his hand on his chest, a gesture of confidence. He declared that he would handle things. He then instructed everyone else to quickly move to their assigned positions. He was counting on them all. From the front lines, one of the team members responded with an okay. Kim Jae-hyun's name was called out. He turned his head slightly. He was informed that those who completed military service had been sent to the front gate, as he instructed. He was also told that the rest of the residents had been guided to the underground parking lot. He thanked them, telling Hyrin that she should also head to the underground parking lot. Amidst the chaos, a voice declared a desire to assist. Even if it was just a little, the speaker wanted to contribute. Hands trembled, betraying the anxiety beneath the surface. A close-up revealed the intensity in his eyes. He asked if they would be okay. Another voice confessed to being scared. Despite the fear, she vowed to try to be brave. Her hands clenched tightly, a physical manifestation of her resolve. Someone declared that they should head to the front gate together. The Paranzio LH2 apartment complex loomed in the background. The crowd of people continued to move forward, each person counting off. The count continued to rise. It was revealed that out of over 1,200 people, only 101 had completed military service. The man in the red jacket exclaimed that it was a ridiculously small number. Another man, looking concerned, asked what they should do. The man in the red jacket demanded to know where Baek Sunjeob and the twins were. The man's face was contorted with worry. Someone realized that they had run away. It was confirmed that they had indeed run away. They had pretended not to notice anything and escaped to the underground parking lot. The man gritted his teeth in anger. They were branded as cowards. The people gathered were not fools risking their lives blindly, but rather, they came because they understood that everyone would die if they didn't fight. They came to protect their precious families. Someone once said this. Someone once said this. Someone once said this. Someone once said this. Courage isn't about not feeling fear. It's about not yielding. It's about not yielding. It's about not yielding and taking action despite their fear. To survive in this world consumed by fear. To survive in this world consumed by fear, we need people with greater courage. To survive in this world consumed by fear, we need people with greater courage. Thank you for being here. Therefore, a disembodied voice declared that 101 handguns and ammunition would be purchased. The voice continued, stating that they would purchase 101 handguns and ammunition. And also, the voice added as holographic weapons materialized. The system announced that the experience points and loot share rate for everyone had been adjusted to 100%. The system requested that Kim Jae-hyun pick up the guns and ammo placed in front of him. He reached for one of the weapons. He realized it was a real gun. With this, Kim Jae-hyun thought, maybe they had a chance. A voice declared that those who chose to face fear would be rewarded. The sound of something breaking echoed. The tension in the air was palpable. Ultimate eyes. The sound of something breaking echoed. And it begins. The monstrous Calican's eye glowed with malevolent intent. The creature's immense size was readily apparent. The hunter braced himself, anticipating the coming attack. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to strike. Kim Jae-hyun's expression was grim, his focus absolute. The hunter's weapon cut through the air. The blade arced towards its target. The weapon pierced the Calican's flesh, drawing blood. The Calican roared in pain and fury. The creature's thick hide was cracked and broken. Kim Jae-hyun stood his ground, unflinching in the face of the monster's rage. He prepared for another strike. Jae-hyun grunted with effort, pushing through the pain. The Calican shrieked, its attack imminent. Having drawn the Calican's ire, Kim Jae-hyun was sent flying backwards from the force of its counterattack. The impact reverberated through the cavern as he crashed against the wall. The Calican's massive paw descended, claws extended. The hunter was sent hurtling through the air once more. Each strike carried the force of a battering ram. The Calican roared, its eyes burning with rage. Its jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster's relentless assault continued, each blow threatening to crush Kim Jae-hyun. Debris rained down as the cavern walls crumbled under the force of the battle. The hunter was tossed aside like a rag doll. The Calican prepared to deliver the final blow, its maw agape. The air crackled with energy. A blinding light filled the cavern. The Calican snarled, momentarily taken aback. The hunter's fate hung in the balance as the light intensified. The cavern shook as the light intensified. The Calican, momentarily stunned, was knocked back by the force. The creature struggled to regain its footing. A voice boomed out, echoing through the cavern. The Calican turned its massive head toward the sound. The source of the voice was a figure holding a megaphone. The figure taunted the monster, calling it dumb. The speaker was Kong Deoksu, clad in full armor and wielding a halberd. Kong Deoksu continued to berate the monster. The Calican seemed to consider its next move. The monster remained focused on Kong Deoksu. One of the Calican's attacks had struck its mark, piercing Kong Deoksu's leg. Kong Deoksu expressed his disbelief at the monster's presence. Despite the injury, Kong Deoksu stood firm, gripping his halberd. Kong Deoksu prepared to strike, his halberd gleaming in the light. The Calican's grotesque face looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. It wonders why it looks like that. The armored knight stands before the monstrous Calican, pausing for a moment. Kong Deoksu hesitates, realizing the dire situation. The Calican's massive fist hurtles towards the ground. The impact of the blow sends shockwaves through the surrounding area. Debris and rubble fly as the Calican's attack devastates the city. Kong Deoksu's face contorts in a grimace as he witnesses the destruction. The Calican's menacing gaze sweeps across the battlefield. Kong Deoksu braces himself against the force of the attack. A cacophony of screams pierces the air. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo's eyes narrow with determination. He realizes that something is coming. An urgent voice calls out, telling everyone to get ready. Sung Jinwoo stands among others, his expression grave as he prepares for the impending threat. Sung Jinwoo knows it will be there soon. Sung Jinwoo remained vigilant, sensing the approach of something. The presence would arrive very soon. Meanwhile, in the devastated city, Kong Deoksu continued his desperate escape. The armored knight sprinted down the street, his cape billowing behind him. A colossal foot crashed down near Kong Deoksu, the impact sending tremors through the ground. He narrowly avoided being crushed. The knight gasped for breath, his face contorted in fear. His armor offered little comfort against the sheer scale of the threat. Elsewhere, the barrier protecting the civilians was about to fall. Cracks spread across the surface of the protective field. Suddenly, a dark bird swooped down, striking the barrier. The barrier shattered with a deafening crash. The dark bird continued its descent. Seo Yejin watched with a look of grim determination. The monster roared as it broke through the last vestiges of the barrier. Below the crumbling barrier, the man with the raven perched on his arm watched as the battle unfolded. Suddenly, a figure launched a spear of light towards the Calican. The spear pierced the monster's thick hide. The Calican roared in pain. Another spear struck the monster. The Calican's rage intensified. Meanwhile, Sung's rats began to stir. They squeaked, sensing the shift in the air. The rats swarmed, preparing to attack. Sung's expression hardened as he prepared for what was to come. He steeled himself. He realized that everything had been going according to plan. Sung initiated a gas summon. A dark energy began to swirl. The gas began to manifest. The Calican reeled from the sudden assault. With the monster staggered, Sung knew this was his chance. He thought to himself that when the opportunity to finish it off comes, he must take it. Dark energy crackled around him. He steeled his resolve, deciding to end it. Magic began to manifest. It was basic attribute magic. The magic intensified. Fire. Flames erupted. The fire surged forward. The flames engulfed something. The sign for Paran LH2 was visible through the smoke. The ground cracked and crumbled. The protective barrier hummed with contained energy, holding back the immense pressure from the outside. Beyond the barrier, silhouettes of onlookers watched as the monstrous form strained against the magical defense. Panic began to spread among the crowd as one of them shouted that the giant was leaning in their direction. Overseeing the situation, Kim Jian issued orders for everyone to hold their positions. He observed that everything was unfolding almost perfectly. Kim Jian's gaze remained intense, his expression unreadable. The creature continued to focus its firepower towards the fallen creature's head over the defensive wall. Kim Jian hoped that the vassals would be able to deal the finishing blow, if possible. He mused that it would be great if Han Dongin or O Yanju could do it, but they hadn't arrived yet. Kim Jian considered that even Seo Yejin, who had the knight title, would be fine, before questioning if Jijian could do it. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning that something was behind Kim Jian. Kim Jian calmly stated that it was fine, as it was going to fall over the defensive wall anyway. The eye of the Calican narrowed. The Calican seemed confused. The Calican's massive eye stared directly at Sung. The figure stood firm, his hand outstretched. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-yun stared in disbelief, muttering that there was no way this could be happening. The Calican's attack had been stopped by a barrier. The monster's massive form loomed. Its fist clenched. The Calican's red eyes glowed menacingly. The monster prepared to strike again. Elsewhere, a subject who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter. The people around Sung look up in alarm. Sung realizes what's happening. The monster is blocked. The order is given to open fire. The men open fire. The bullets strike the monster. More bullets rain down on the monster. The bullets seem to have no effect. The men continue to fire. The monster roars in pain. Sung realizes that while they manage to stop it this time, there's no guarantee they're capable of taking more hits of that caliber. Sung's eyes narrow. He realizes that if it gets breached even once, it'll be catastrophic, and decides that in that case, he must act. With a focused gaze, Sung prepares to unleash a new ability. The power manifests as a surge of energy around his hand. The ability, Gigantfication, takes effect. Sung reflects that this feature was unlocked by investing his saved-up skill points. He resolves to use it to prepare for emergencies. The monstrous Calican continues its assault. Nearby, a man shouts that it is coming again. The monster's massive form crashes against the barrier. Each impact sends tremors through the structure. A system message indicates that a subject who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter. The assault continues relentlessly. A man shouts, seemingly in defiance of the creature. Others open fire, determined to withstand the giant's attacks. Despite their efforts, the monster persists. The Calican roars in fury as it continues to batter the barrier. Despite the barrage of attacks, it was clear that they weren't enough to stop the creature. High above, the Calican remained a looming threat. Even the mouse bombs and the citizens' pistol attacks were steadily racking up damage against the monster. The situation was dire, but if they kept up the assault, they might be able to take it down. However, they still needed something that could deal the decisive blow. The need for a powerful weapon was becoming increasingly urgent. The attacks continued to rain down. The Calican roared in pain as it was struck. Nearby, Sung felt the shift in the air. He realized that they were here. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for what was to come. The Calican's monstrous eye narrowed. It roared again, its rage palpable. Sung prepared to summon the standard supply spear. Dongan's name echoes as Sung prepares to strike. His eyes narrowed, Sung focuses his power. The energy intensifies. With a ferocious cry, Sung unleashes the spear. The spear hurtles forward. The spear strikes the Calican. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow is immense. The Calican reels from the attack. The archer, having reached maximum efficiency, roars in anticipation. They prepare to provide cover fire. The archer fires, their arrows aimed at the monstrous foe. The level of the three-legged crow has increased, and the efficiency of the solar generator has increased by 100%. Sung's power surges. The three-legged crow partially unlocks the power of the sun, and basic fire magic has evolved into intermediate fire magic. The system detected an enemy intrusion and requested permission to release power. Sung wondered if he should release the power. If the system was calling it an enemy intrusion, he reasoned it must be referring to the Cyclops. The three-legged crow seemed to be plotting something. The system warned that 300 million won would be consumed. Sung was shocked at the amount. A surge of energy erupted. The energy surged through the city. Sung realized the energy was heading towards his house. He wondered if the energy was heading toward his house. The energy continued its descent. The energy struck the building. Sung looked on in shock. Feathers began to fall. The feathers fell from the sky. The three-legged crow, perched high above, tilted its head, a question forming in its mind as it muttered the name Blackie. The crow's power surged, crackling with intense energy. The crow's eyes glowed with a fierce light, its beak slightly open. Meanwhile, a monstrous creature with horns and sharp teeth roared, its eyes glowing red. The monster stood tall, its massive form dwarfing the three-legged crow in the distance. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hyun was sent flying backwards from the force of the monster's attack. The monster's attack continued to devastate the area, leaving a trail of destruction. The force of the attack intensified, the air shimmering with energy. The monster roared again, its form radiating power. The destruction continued, the environment around the monster crumbling. The monster unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the area. The monster's gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, dripping with blood. Nearby, Ha Dongin watched the unfolding chaos, a look of grim determination on his face. The monster's attack continued, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monster lunged forward, its massive form casting a long shadow as it attacked. The monstrous form loomed, its presence shaking the very air. Below, the creature's massive paw crashed down. The impact reverberated. The monster's face contorted in a silent roar. The air crackled with unseen energy. A system notification appeared, indicating that the ultimate shut-in had hunted a level 51 Cyclops and gained a substantial amount of experience and 31,925,374,089 won. Further system notifications indicated multiple skill level increases. Sung's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he felt the surge of power. He groaned, overwhelmed by the sudden influx. The surge of power caused him to cry out. The energy manifested as lightning, striking the surrounding buildings. The apartment complex was engulfed in the violet energy. A final system notification congratulated him on declaring dominion over apartment complex 1 and informed him that a construction grant of 10 billion won had been deposited. The ground trembled. Sung knelt, his hand outstretched as the three-legged crow landed before him. The three-legged crow stood before Sung, its posture suggesting a strange mix of defiance and curiosity. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Sung's mind, chiding him for spending 300 million without permission. The three-legged crow, seemingly unfazed by the mental intrusion, simply cawed. The voice continued, acknowledging that Black's final blow had been decisive. A sinister smile crept across Sung's face as he considered the situation. The voice complimented the crow, acknowledging its contribution. Sung considered that although summoned beasts seemed restricted to operating within his territory, it was incredibly cost-effective to turn 300 million into 30 billion. He wondered if he should summon all 10 summoned beasts. However, the beast summon function, costing 10 billion won, remained inactive. Sung was shocked by the price, questioning why it was so much higher now. A surge of power coursed through him. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the moment. The power continued to build. In that moment, Sung stood ready, the three-legged crow watching intently. A notification rang out from the status window. The system declared that Oh Yanju had completed a quest, consuming 324,576,089 won in the process. This signified the fulfillment of Yanju's wish. The group prepared to move on. Sung materialized water in his hand. He poured the water into an empty bottle. Oh Yanju thanked him for his efforts. Hot Dongan acknowledged that they would have to move on. The group realized they had run out of food supplies. Sung knew he could make water appear himself. They also realized that the food they had gathered by fighting the monsters around them had all but vanished. This was truly the limit. Hot Dongan knew that, in the end, they would have to leave. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Hot Dongan questioned what was happening, wondering if it was an earthquake. The shaking intensified. A voice booms out, calling for Junhyuk. Someone shouts at him to get up there right now. Another man exclaims that something terrible has happened, that there is a monster. Footsteps echo as someone runs. The man in the white jacket runs along the top of a wall, with another man following behind him. Junhyuk looks back, concerned. A monstrous creature roars in the distance. The man in the white jacket curses. Junhyuk tells everyone to stay hidden underground and not to move. The man in the white jacket asks what they should do now, wondering what else they can do against that thing, but then trails off. The man in the white jacket exclaims that there is nothing they can do. The man in the white jacket looks back at the monster. The man in the white jacket says that all they can do is pray that thing doesn't come this way. A voice says that that's the best. The man in the white jacket says that they can do something. The moment he saw it, he understood. It was an awakened, one that was on a completely different level than he was at that time. Hyunchini stammered, unsure of what to say. He was certain. He needed to gather some people. He didn't know who that was. But Kim Jae-hyun questioned if he was thinking of going over there. To survive in this goddamn world. He had to stick with that person. Oh Yeonju asked Junhyuk if he was sure it was okay, wondering what if they were bad people. Ha Dongin responded that they didn't have a choice, as they were out of food. Staying there would have led to death either way. So Junhyuk's judgment was right. They had to leave the rest to fate. Junhyuk looked determined. Kim Jae-hyun believed they were close. The group continued forward. One of the group members questioned what was happening, noting that the world was in ruins. The man also observed that the building was surprisingly clean. Suddenly, a screen appeared, displaying access restricted. The screen showed that access was restricted. Another screen appeared, asking if they wished to obtain citizenship. The screen then indicated that they had obtained citizenship. The group decided to proceed, as a party quest appeared, tasking them with locating the 30th floor of Building 114, with a time limit of 1 hour. The reward for the quest was a small amount of experience, with no penalty for failure. They continued down a brightly lit hallway. Lee Junhyuk was greeted by someone. The greeter extended their hand. The group continued to walk down the hallway. Kim Jae-hyun realized that this was the person they were looking for. Kim Jae-hyun's face is contorted with a mix of determination and strain, a visible scar marking his cheek. The narration recalls him as the one who brought the giant monster to its knees. Now, he stands directly before them. A hand clenches tightly. Lee Junhyuk declares his name. He thinks about holding this hand. Junhyuk says he is pleased to meet them, and the other person responds, okay. He resolves not to let this opportunity pass, no matter what. The sound of dishes clinking fills the air. Meanwhile, Kim Dabin sits with her back to the viewer. The clinking of dishes continues. A spread of food is laid out on the table, including eggs and sausage. Kim Dabin smiles. She asks if it is tasty. Someone replies that it is yummy. Kim Dabin's son asks if someone has a birthday, wondering why there is seaweed soup. The seaweed soup sits on the table. The mother responds. She tells her son it's because he likes it, and he expresses his happiness. Meanwhile, the front door opens. Kim Jae-hyun has arrived. The mother exclaims that it's the wizard uncle. Kim Jae-hyun asks how things went with the new arrivals, stating that he helped them settle in and gave them some food. The mother says, and I'm sorry. The son looks up at Kim Jae-hyun. The son asks why Kim Jae-hyun can't leave his house. The mother says she honestly didn't expect it either. The son says that just being there together is enough for him. Kim Jae-hyun thinks to himself that he is quite content. The mother embraces her son. The system registered Oh Yeon-ju as a vassal, and her loyalty reached its maximum. Even without the system's notifications, he could sense what Oh Yeon-ju was feeling. He could tell from her expression and attitude alone that she was happy with her son. The child asked his mom to play Dino. He could sense what Oh Yeon-ju was feeling. On the screen, a game featuring a yellow robot dinosaur was being played. The game was called Living Rock Stegodino. The yellow robot dinosaur was in action. The child exclaimed, "Wow, Stego," as Oh Yeon-ju hugged him. He watched them. He lowered his gaze. He wondered how his family was doing. He wondered if they were eating well and if they were hurt anywhere. He felt a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that something had gone terribly wrong. Nearby, a small bird chirped innocently, oblivious to the growing tension. Despite the anxiety gnawing at him, he knew he couldn't afford to panic. He reminded himself that it was just one day. He knew how much Oh Yeon-ju had worked for this one day, and a mouse from Co Yejin was now heading toward his parents' house. He watched, his expression unreadable. He knew that once the mouse reached the house, it should be able to deliver the necessary supplies to his family. So today, he decided to just watch. He was focused on the shining moment of Oh Yeon-ju's one and only dream. Yeon-ju was told that she could sleep with Siwoo in the main bedroom. The woman held the child close. The man suggested that they could sleep outside, but Yeon-ju was asked to rest comfortably with Siwoo. Sung thought to himself that this was an order. Yeon-ju thanked him for his consideration. Siwoo said good night to Uncle Wizard. The two of them entered the bedroom. Sung smiled. The camera panned to the ceiling. Siwoo was falling asleep. Sung, lying on the couch, told the rooster not to crow, lest the baby wake. He also told the dog not to bark, lest the baby wake. That night, Yeon-ju's gentle lullaby echoed quietly through the narrow gap of the door as Sung lay on the couch. Though he considered himself far too old for lullabies, Sung found himself listening nonetheless. Soon his eyes began to droop. He drifted off to sleep. The next day passed uneventfully. They ate the food that Yeon-ju had made with Siwoo. Siwoo attempted to feed Blackie. The child celebrated. Because Siwoo kept chasing after Blackie, who was trying to bask in the sun. Blackie grew annoyed, and they all took a nap together. Siwoo played with the toys Sung had bought from the store. And time flowed by as Siwoo drew a picture of his mom, Dino, Uncle Wizard himself, and Blackie. Time flowed by. They slept. Sung knew it was only for one day. That was all the time he could give them. A woman kneels on the floor, calling out for a child. Siwoo responds to his mother's call, questioning her. He asks if she is crying. The sound of her sobs fills the air. Tears stream down her face as she is embraced. Siwoo holds his mother tightly, concern etched on his face. He pleads with her not to cry. The woman calls out Siwoo's name. She struggles to speak, her voice choked with emotion. Between sobs, Siwoo confesses that he is terrified of a world without her. Siwoo calls out to his mother. She reassures him that she is right there. Hearing Siwoo's warm voice, which felt like sunlight, she was moved. Trying to comfort her, Siwoo's words resonated deeply. The tears continued to stream down her face. Still, she listened intently. Now, she focused on his words. Siwoo reassured her that he would always stay by her side. He promised he would always stay right by her side. Siwoo reminded her that he would always be there for her, and she acknowledged his words. Her tears continued to fall as she listened. In his thoughts, Siwoo reflected on his desire to do more for his mother. He vowed to make more delicious food for her, all the things she liked. Siwoo's voice cracked with emotion. He sniffled, trying to contain his emotions. Siwoo expressed his love for his mom. She gasped, overwhelmed by his words. Yet another inevitable farewell came. Tears streamed down her face. Siwoo's name hung in the air. She responded, telling Siwoo that she loved him too, and she smiled through her tears. Her grief was palpable. She called out to her mom. Oh Yeon-ju remained there, curled up against the wall. Oh Yeon-ju remained there. She was overcome with grief, until the very last trace of Siwoo's warmth had disappeared. Hope. Hope is a flower that only blooms in the depths of despair. So those who can grasp hope must always be surrounded by despair. It's so cruel. A single feather lay on the ground. A hand reached out, as a voice offered words of comfort, telling her not to be too discouraged. The young man reassured her that this wouldn't be the last time, explaining that he breathed hope into her. Once again, a sniffle echoed. Yeon-ju sat on the floor, tears streaming down her face. If given the chance, he would always make it happen. He vowed that he would always make it happen. Oh Yanju listened. She listened to that devilish temptation. Citizen Oh Yanju's trust level had increased, reaching 100, and she acquired ancient vitality. The ultimate shut-in. Someone shouted in frustration. The man's face contorted in anger. Two figures lamented the loss of their supply spear, their orc spear, everything they had. Everything was gone. The group discovered that all of their belongings had been stolen. One of the men asked about the other's possessions, only to be told that everything was gone. Everything was missing. Another man revealed that he had looked in the matter and found that others had experienced the same thing. He wondered if they knew what that meant. The man continued, explaining that they hadn't gone when the veterans were called up at the front gate. He added that the guys who went there and returned seemed fine, which was even worse. One of the men lamented that he should have just gone back then. The tension was palpable. Another man denied what the first man was implying. One of the men exclaimed in frustration, reminding the others that they had agreed to something. He reminded them that they were the ones who said people who followed those orders were just puppets. The man in the hoodie asked if he didn't remember, and another man apologized. One of the men clicked his tongue in annoyance. One of the men stated that they could get kicked out. One of the men realized that it had happened before. According to rumors, he had been caught trying to take advantage of a minor and was immediately expelled. That same bastard was later found dead in the street. Not long after the giant subjugation, survivors began gathering at the apartment complex, and now there were a good amount of people. If he kept going against him, he knew he'd be the next one kicked out. He cursed under his breath. That bastard. Beck Sungmin, who went to the draft call all by himself, was the only one who gained anything. He even got a gun. Beck Sunjiab sighed, wondering how things had gotten to this point. He probably still didn't realize it. Everything that he had gone through until now was just the beginning, and after getting punished by him, what kind of treatment did he think he'd get from the survivor groups after that? Also a quest. Hunt goblins 0/20. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, small amount of EXP. Failure penalty, 1 minute of intense pain. What the hell is this? He would learn the kind of responsibility he was supposed to bear. Hunt goblins 0/20. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, small amount of EXP. Failure penalty, 1 minute of intense pain. Intense pain. In order to stay within this safe zone from now on. The latest title card appears, marking the chapter as number 34, The Ultimate Shut-In. Ancient Vitality. One of Oyanju's rank skills drastically increases regeneration in proportion to the severity of injury received. He couldn't believe that the reward for hitting 100 trust would be a skill the target actually owns. The notification screen displayed that Oyanju's trust level had increased, reaching 100, and that he had acquired Ancient Vitality. Still, Sung didn't think it would be useful for now, as he wasn't going to be in combat. And he hardly ever leaves the house. So, Sung reasoned, he was unlikely to get hurt. But the fact that he gained a skill as a reward for 100 trust was definitely noteworthy. Soon, Moon Byunggo's trust will reach 100, if Sung can obtain it. Teleport, an ability that lets him move to any location he can see. If that's the case, what if he activated the outpost base? And then use Ultimate Eyes? In theory, if he has enough mental strength. The outpost base is a safe zone that can be built outside of your house. When activated, the area designated as a part of your house will also receive the same effects temporarily. However, it can only be activated when a citizen that possesses the title of knight and above is present. When an unpermitted subject stays in the zone for more than 1 day, the zone will be destroyed. It should be possible to teleport to that. At that location, Sung Danwoo realized he needed to increase his mental strength. From then on, instead of skill proficiency, he thought he should be having mental strength boosts as quest rewards. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was speaking. He stated that things had stabilized significantly and asked to be let go. Elsewhere, Yeonju looked on with a stern expression. Yeonju's name was spoken. The speaker explained that the operation was supposed to start the previous day, but it was delayed a day because of her, and then thanked her. Yeonju thanked them for giving up their valuable time. She looked on with a concerned expression. Sung thought that she was saying exactly what was on his mind. She wondered if she was showing too much of her impatience. Jaehyun chuckled, stating he was grateful, but also a bit embarrassed. The response was that it was not at all the case, and if they were in her shoes, they would have felt the same. The tension was palpable. Yeonju stated that everyone values their family above all else. He understood the value of the day Jaehyun had given him, perhaps because Yeonju was able to see Saiwoo, despite his imperfections. Once again, he offered his thanks. Her eyes no longer blazed with anger, but with trust. A slight smile played on his lips. He told them to wait in unit number 2901 with Dongan's party, adding that he would head down shortly. Footsteps echoed as he moved. He agreed to the plan. There was a reason he hadn't sent them out to Siamayan Station immediately upon gathering them. It was because that damned giant had damaged part of the tracks at Siamayan Station. Not just the subway tracks, but most of Siamayan's underground area was destroyed. They needed to dig a new route. On that end, CO Yejin had been using her rats diligently since yesterday. She worked to roughly secure a path. Ultimate Eyes. CEO Yejin sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by a faint blue aura. Nearby, Kim Jae-hyun seemed to be contemplating something. The condition of the rats was now a concern. One of the rats was identified as a tame giant rat, level 7. The rat squeaked as it scurried along. Jae-hyun's eyes widened as he realized something had evolved. He wondered if this evolution was due to the new ability Yejin gained when she was registered as a vassal. But something else was happening. Something was chasing the rat. A horde of zombies pursued it relentlessly. Jae-hyun was shocked by what he was seeing. The rat continued to flee from the approaching zombies. The situation was dire. Zombies. The rat squeaked in terror as the zombies closed in. The rat was surrounded by a swarm of zombies. The man's thoughts turned grim as he considered the situation. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. He reasoned that if he was just going to kill rats meaninglessly like this, he might as well use a gas explosion to sweep away the zombies. The rat squeaked, sensing the danger. The rat was sent flying through the air. Zombies fell with it. The man watched the rat's progress, exclaiming in surprise. The rat continued to be flung through the air. The man thought that the rat was a tough little guy. The rat looked determined. The man urged the rat to go straight up, telling it that there was an exit. The exit was just a little further. The rat needed to go further. The rat was almost there. The rat growled. The rat's eyes widened in terror as it was flung through the air. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared, watching the rat. The rat was sent flying directly into the mouth of a massive, monstrous creature. The creature wondered what it was seeing. The creature devoured the rat. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun's head was in his hands. He cursed under his breath. He wondered what that land shark was. More importantly, he needed to hurry. It was no wonder the place felt so familiar. That was Nampo Station. It was only a few kilometers from his parents' house. The odds were extremely high that such monsters were roaming near the house. Kim Jae-hyun knew that he needed to hurry. Elsewhere, Kim Dabin was on the floor, searching through boxes. Kim Dabin wiped the sweat from her brow, exhausted from her search. Elsewhere, Leader Kim's eyes narrowed. She stared intently. Kim Jae-hyun approached her, and she greeted him, noting that he had been working hard. She thought to herself that it wasn't hard work after all, since she was being paid for it. Jae-hyun asked what was up, but then hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He wrung his hands nervously. Leader Kim noticed his hesitation. She urged Jae-hyun to speak freely. She wondered what he was about to ask, realizing it must be serious. Jae-hyun finally spoke. He asked if he could borrow Hyren for a while. Leader Kim was shocked by his request. She thought about how she had to do everything alone. Meanwhile, Kim Dabin's expression grew increasingly disturbed. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun, with a sinister smile, tells Leader Kim that he'll be counting on him for the next 2 days. Elsewhere, Leader Kim's face is partially obscured, but his expression seems serious as he listens. Suddenly, CEO Yejin demands to know if she'll be getting overtime pay for this. A sinister smile creeps across Leader Kim's face. Kim Jae-hyun tells her to double it. CEO Yejin's eyes turn to money symbols as she hears this. An ominous, green energy crackled around the area. The energy intensified, swirling and pulsing. The ominous energy continued to spread. The energy coalesced around a figure. The energy continued to swirl around the figure. The area was now completely consumed by the ominous energy. Meanwhile, in another location, a group had gathered. One of them observed that everyone appeared to be present. One of the men at the table suggested that they officially begin the operation briefing. He reminded everyone that, due to the appearance of the giant, passing through Siamayan Station had become difficult. He added that it would be a shame to give up on using the subway line altogether, addressing CEO Yejin directly. Yejin, holding a document, confirmed that she understood. Yejin explained that the path from Siamayan Station to Byum-Nagal and Koryang Station was still intact, and that there were no monsters stationed in that stretch, making it effectively a free pass. Therefore, their first objective was to secure the route. The route to secure was to Byum-Nagal Station. CEO Yejin's recommended route involved moving along the main road. The compliment was given that Yejin was really good at drawing maps. She thanked them. Continuing the explanation, the situation was clarified. The area they needed to be cautious of was before reaching Jeonpo and Byum-Nagal. Orcs were active around a large supermarket in that zone, and their numbers were estimated to be at least 500. The question was raised if they really needed to clash with them. She stated there was no need. Their goal was simply to enter Byum-Nagal Station and use its subway line. They were instructed to just clear the few monsters they encountered and head into the station swiftly. Before they began the giant subjugation operation, money had been poured into leveling up Ha Dong's party as much as possible. Now, pretty much everyone was at level 30. Among the party, only Choi Hyungjin and Yu Hyeren were below level 30. At this point, goblins shouldn't even pose a threat to Ha Dongin. Ha Dong's party had a plan. According to their strategy, they could reach Koryang Station without any trouble by using the subway line. However, the real issue lay at the next stop, Busan Station. One of the party members asked if there was a giant there too, but they were told that there wasn't, at least not yet. The problem wasn't the giant, but the tracks themselves. Between Koryang and Busan stations, there was a massive horde of zombies. The group knew that the subway cars were packed with zombies. Unless they had some ability that could wipe out monsters in tight spaces, taking this route would be a major setback. The group seemed unsure of what to do. CO Yejin seemed to be contemplating something. She was sweating. Yejin spoke up. Yejin thought to herself. She realized that her ability might be helpful. The system alerted that the storage of poison mist had exceeded its weight limit. The effort having taken its toll, Oyeonju sighed in relief. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Yu Hyerin was praised for her efforts, and she thanked them in return. Kim Jae-hyun asked if she was feeling okay. The question hung in the air. She assured him that she was completely fine, explaining that while it had been exhausting at first, she suddenly felt a rush of strength. Kim Jae-hyun expressed his relief at hearing this. The narrator observed that Yu Hyerin looked worn out. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun had secretly accessed the vassal management window midway and leveled her up. He admitted that it had cost him a good bit, but he had made billions by now, so, in the end, it was the right move. Oyeonju asked if he was sure it was okay if she didn't go in person, but she was told it was fine, and that she should just stay there and keep producing poison mist because that alone was enough.
With all preparations in place, Kim Jae-hyun prepared to act.
He declared that it was time to begin. Kim Jae-hyun's eyes glowed with an ominous light. The plan was set. The operation was about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of approaching creatures echoed through the halls. The creatures were grotesque, their decaying flesh barely clinging to their bones. They shambled forward, their eyes fixated on some unseen target. A level 3 tamed rat scurried through the shadows. The rat moved with purpose, its small form a stark contrast to the horrors around it. The undead creatures continued their advance, their hunger insatiable. Kim Jae-hyun focused, his gaze intense. He prepared to open storage. A surge of energy emanated from the undead. The rat was suddenly engulfed in a green aura. The rat was transformed. The rat, now empowered, charged into the fray. The undead moan as Yu Hyerin's poison mist begins to take effect, paralyzing them. The mist seeps into their bodies, hindering their movements. Once inhaled, the poison slows movement and hampers control over their bodies. The poison then paralyzes the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, leading to suffocation. Since they're zombies, not breathing isn't exactly a problem. That's why they have their plan B ready to go. Kim Jae-hyun's expression hardens, his resolve firm. He hears Yejin's confirmation and urges her to proceed. Meanwhile, the tamed rat continues its charge. It scurries forward undeterred. A zombie emits a final, gurgling moan. The rat's perspective shows the zombie's demise. Blood splatters. The rat continues its rampage. Sung gains experience and money for hunting zombies. Kim Jae-hyun's companion is taken by surprise, questioning what is happening. Elsewhere, something is clearly amiss with the rats, as they emit agitated squeals. The tamed giant zombie rat's eye glows ominously as it squeals. The rat's maw opens wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it howls. Kim Jae-hyun's companion stares ahead, his eyes wide with concern. He realizes that the last attack was far too close for comfort. The man knows that if one is hit by zombie blood, they will begin turning into a zombie. He is relieved that they luckily avoided the worst-case scenario. Kim Jae-hyun wonders if the mutated rats are still following orders. The rats appear to be following orders, though they seem a little more aggressive. Kim Jae-hyun's companion believes that is good. Kim Jae-hyun smiles, thinking that everything is going smoothly. The companion thinks that if they make it safely to Jigaoki Station, he might be able to reunite with his family this time. A system message indicates that a subject who hasn't been permitted entry is trying to enter. The system then indicates that a group near their base satisfies the conditions for citizenship, numbering 157 people, and asks if they would like to offer citizenship. An offer was on the table. Kim Jae-hyun examined the holographic screen, which displayed the requirements for citizenship. The screen then notified him that he had unlocked the skill, Economic Activity Subsidy. This could be pretty good. The system outlined the Economic Activity Subsidy, explaining that titles would be assigned to citizens, who would then receive subsidies. These subsidies were separate from the ultimate shut-in's wallet and would be paid as a daily wage. The ultimate shut-in examined the details on the screen. Assigning titles to Kim Dabin and the public facility management team seemed ideal, as assigning titles to as many citizens as possible was beneficial. The originally promised weekly wage of 700,000 won matched exactly with the daily 100,000 won for staff. The system displayed the daily wage for each role: 100,000 won for staff, 150,000 won for assistant managers, 200,000 won for managers, 250,000 won for deputy general managers, and 300,000 won for general managers. Now, there was no need to deduct a fee when giving money. Given how things were, the ultimate shut-in considered greatly expanding the number of personnel managing public facilities. From the Economic Activity Subsidy, The money given to the citizens was practically free. It wasn't a small amount. Even 100,000 won paid to staff each day added up. If all 300 staff roles were filled, it would add up to 30 million won per day. If all roles were filled completely, the daily wage for staff would be 100,000 won. That's 50 million won per day. If these amounts piled up, the ultimate shut-in realized the potential. The revenue he could collect using the tax collection skill would increase, and some of that spending would be returned to him via purchases made at kiosks. Assigning titles to as many citizens as possible was beneficial beyond the public facility management role. There were also roles such as infrastructure maintenance, cleaning, and security. He considered the economic activity subsidy system, concluding that it was all he could focus on for the moment. He determined that security should be assigned mainly to those who had gathered at the main gate previously, deciding to begin with that task. The system announced that citizen Kim Dabin had been appointed as a general manager. Meanwhile, the man with glasses offered to handle the heavy lifting. The ultimate shut-in paused, wondering who Kim Dabin had accepted as team members, recalling Choi Hyungjin and Yoo Hyun, but struggling to remember who else. He continued to review the system's announcements. The system declared that Kim Dabin's loyalty had reached 100, that she had been registered as a vassal, and that vassal capacity had increased. The ultimate shut-in remarked that it was as he expected. The system explained that when loyalty reached 100, they immediately became a vassal, which meant the ultimate shut-in wondered if a special ability was awakened the moment loyalty hit 100, deciding to see what Dabin's ability was. The system reiterated that citizen Kim Dabin had been registered as a vassal, and that vassal capacity had increased. Nearby, Kim Dabin slept soundly. She continued to snore softly as she rested on the couch. Someone wondered if they should wake her. Another person, with a sinister smile, questioned if they should wake her. The first person decided against it. Yoo Hyun had completed her assigned tasks. He thought she pretended to be fine, but it looked like she had gone through a lot, and that if anything, she overworked herself to the point of exhaustion and deserved a reward. He decided to let her sleep. The ultimate shut-in used his invisible hand. The hand gently pulled the covers over Kim Dabin. Meanwhile, CO Yejin sat cross-legged on the floor and responded, "Yeah." Kim Jae-hyun asked Yejin if she was okay. Yejin insisted that she hadn't done anything that would make her tired and that she was totally fine, adding that they had entered the Nampo station tracks now. Kim Jae-hyun told her to continue with her work. Yejin assured him that she could count on it. But then, Yejin gasped. Kim Jae-hyun asked what was wrong. Yejin's face was contorted in distress. She realized the link wasn't working. Yejin asked what he meant and why it cut off suddenly. The ultimate shut-in held her, his expression unreadable. The link was on, but Yejin realized the distance seemed to be the problem. The distance was now too far. The ultimate shut-in wondered if it hadn't been working fine earlier, and if the link was only active while she remained still. Yejin realized the range where a link could be made was limited to around the central station. She wondered what they should do. Of all times, the ultimate shut-in realized he had been planning to use Yejin's mouse. He cursed, remembering he wanted to check on his parents after going a bit farther past Jigaoki Station. He knew it was a hassle for Yejin. Yejin sighed. A blue aura emanated from Yejin. The aura intensified around her. Giant rats with glowing red eyes appeared. The ultimate shut-in knew that they had to exhaust every possible method for now. Until then, he hoped that everyone would be safe and sound. The map showed their current location and the route to Jigaoki. The Koryang station sign stood amidst the destruction. Ha Donggin's party descended the stairs. Ha Donggen and Oh Yeonju looked out at the ruined city. The city was in ruins. The group was shocked by the sight. Ha Donggen thought the sight was incredible. Someone told the bird to do the scouting. The bird took flight. The bird flew into the sunset, thinking. Kim Jae-hyun observed that there didn't seem to be any monsters nearby. Even at Koryang Station, not a single goblin had been seen, one of the group noted. Another member of the group remarked that, thanks to the giant causing chaos, they would get through here easily. Kim Jae-hyun agreed, stating that it was probably the case. One of the women in the group worried about the approaching night and wondered if they would be okay. Another woman suggested that they find a safe place to stay and leave in the morning, but a third woman reassured her that there was no need to worry, because knowing the behavioral patterns of goblins, it was actually safer at night. She explained that they tend to hide during nighttime. Another man listened intently. Someone declared that they were going to move out now, adding that if things got dangerous, Jae-hyun would summon them. The group prepared to move. Nearby, a mouse squeaked. Someone realized that it was CO Yejin's mouse. The group noticed the mouse. An order was given to follow it. Someone began to follow the mouse. The mouse continued its trek, its tail dragging along the ground. The group moved forward, the flooded city stretching out before them. Kim Jae-hyun observed that Busan Station now resembled a lake, wondering if the giant was responsible for the transformation. The group continued to move forward. CO Yejin remarked that the buildings appeared to have crashed into the ground, creating the gaps in the landscape. A splash echoed as something broke the surface of the water. Another splash, closer this time. Kim Jae-hyun paused, wondering what the sound was. He realized he had just heard sound. The sound grew closer. Someone shouted that there was someone over there. A figure emerged from the water, resembling a woman. The figure's appearance prompted disbelief. Kim Jae-hyun couldn't believe what he was seeing. As a mysterious figure emerged from the water, a shockwave of force erupted outward. The force sent those nearby staggering. Someone shouted for everyone to cover their ears. The source of the command was a monstrous figure. It was a siren. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through Sung's body. The force propelled him forward, his movements now unnaturally swift. Sung gripped his head, overwhelmed by the sensation. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Panic rising, Sung wondered aloud what was happening to him. He realized, with growing alarm, that his body was moving on its own. The realization solidified. His body was acting independently. With unnatural speed, Sung struck out, sending both Oh Yeonju and Kang Deoksu flying. As they were sent hurtling through the air, Yeonju cried out in shock. The force of the blow sent Yeonju and Deoksu crashing through a window. They plummeted downwards. Yeonju and Deoksu fell into the water below. Deoksu struggled, water filling his lungs. As they sank deeper, Deoksu's vision blurred. Sung realized that at this rate, Deoksu would drown. Below the surface, a figure plummets into the depths, clearly in danger. Above the water, Kim Jae-hyun's eyes widen with alarm. Struggling against the current, Oh Yeonju desperately tries to reach the surface. Below, Kang Deoksu sinks further down. He struggles against the creatures pulling him down, his muffled cries lost in the water. Back on solid ground, Moon Byung-go curses his powerlessness. Ha Dong-in clutches his head in frustration, unable to help. Meanwhile, Kim Gaeong's body is engulfed in flames. The flames intensify, forming a protective armor around her. The transformation continues. Nearby, Yoo Hyun speaks to someone on the phone, explaining that she can now bear the power. The fiery armor solidifies around Gaeong. Catching her breath, Gaeong urges herself to hurry and save Deoksu. She also remembers Yeonju. Gaeong wonders what exactly is the source of her power. From below, a figure gasps, seemingly in shock. The source of the shock is revealed to be the Calican, its massive form rising from the water. Nearby, Oh Yeonju is being pulled along by the current. The Calican is surrounded by smaller, monstrous creatures, all emerging from the water. The creatures advance on a city, their intent clear. The Calican's massive form crashes through the water surface, creating a huge splash. Below, Kang Deoksu and Oh Yeonju are caught in the turbulence. On the surface, a man rallies his comrades, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. His face is a mask of grim determination. The man's comrades charge forward, ready to meet the monstrous threat. Below the surface, the Calican continues its descent. Its massive foot plunges into the water. Kang Deoksu cries out in pain. He struggles against the current, determined to fight back against the monstrous foe. The Calican unleashes a torrent of water, adding to the chaos. The force of the water sends one of the hunters flying backwards. Meanwhile, the other hunters continue their assault against the seemingly endless wave of monsters. From a distance, Co Yejin grits her teeth, frustrated by the relentless onslaught. She curses, noting that the monsters just keep coming. The hunters continue to fight, spears at the ready. Below the surface, the Calican's clawed feet move closer. Above, the battle rages on as the hunters struggle to hold their ground against the monsters. Kim Jae-hyun grunts, exhausted from the fighting. Ha Dong-in, equally weary, laments that they don't have time to be delayed like this. Os monstros intensificam seu ataque, seus múltiplos olhos brilhando ameaçadoramente enquanto avançam. The Calican's minions continue to fall as the hunters fight back. The Calican's massive form looms beneath the surface. Elsewhere, a massive bear slams into the ground. The bear's paw descends. The bear looms over Sung Jin-woo, its breath heavy and menacing. Sung coughs up a mouthful of water, relieved to be alive. Elsewhere, Yeonju is fighting alongside the other hunters. Kang Deoksu calls out to Oh Yeonju, thanking her for saving him. Sung assures Deoksu that it is all right, reminding him that he has helped him many times before. Meanwhile, one of the blue-scaled monsters roars. The hunters are struggling against the relentless onslaught of monsters. The hunters find themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. Kang Deoksu, seeing the dire situation, declares that he will take things seriously. Kang prepares to strike. Another hunter declares that they will take the monsters all the way. The blue-scaled monsters continue their assault, roaring fiercely. The monsters' attacks intensify. Kang Deoksu unleashes a powerful strike. The force of the attack sends one of the blue-scaled monsters flying. The ground cracked as something immense moved below. Below, the hunters scattered. The shadow of the unseen creature loomed over them. The armored hunter roared for everyone to get back. His warning was clear. Everyone needed to get away. a massive, white, wing-like structure burst forth. Kim Jae-hyun and Ha Dongin were caught in the blast. Dongin, though shaken, insisted he was fine, but wondered what had just happened. The armored hunter stared up in disbelief, questioning what he was seeing. The perspective shifted to the underside of the creature. It was a goblin. Someone shouted for everyone to look up. The crowd reacted in shock and confusion. The goblin was impaled on a massive cross. The grotesque scene was punctuated by the goblin's muscular torso. The hunters realized they had been so focused on what was beneath them that they failed to notice the danger around them. One of the hunters grits his teeth in anger. He curses the unseen enemy. The hunters discovered the gruesome scene of several people impaled on crosses, a testament to the enemy's indiscriminate cruelty. The hunter wonders how many they have killed. The enemy approaches. A hunter cries out in pain. His eyes widen in terror. He raises his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. Another hunter calls out for his dad. A monstrous foot descends. The foot crushes the hunter. Another hunter looks on in horror. The monster looms over the hunter. The man yelled out, calling for Gayao. The man's face was contorted in a scream. A gun fired, the muzzle flash illuminating the scene. The impact reverberated. The woman stood her ground, spear in hand, as the creature lunged. The creature was struck, sending it flying backwards. Another man, gun in hand, called out to Kim Gaeon, asking if she was okay. Moon Byung-go remarked that it was a nice shot, wondering what had just happened. The woman was on her knees, seemingly in distress. Ha Dongin called out to Dongin. The man thought he had found a way to deal with the situation. The man's expression was grim. The woman revealed that she had been watching through Blackie the whole time. The perspective shifted to a close-up of a crow. Yu Hiren appeared to be commanding the creatures from behind. The man's face was filled with concern. The siren's expression was cold and calculating. The siren's influence was undeniable. Even though it was unclear what she was saying, her movements seemed to control the creatures. The siren's teeth were sharp and menacing. Her smile was predatory. The creatures with fish heads began to move as well. Kim Jae-hyun believed that if they took down the siren, they might have a chance. It was thought that maybe the rest of the creatures would retreat without a commander. Ha Dongin knew what needed to be done. Ha Dongin thought it was worth trying. Kim Jae-hyun didn't think they'd be given the chance to take out the siren, as the creatures roared. The creatures were closing in. Ha Dongin confirmed that what they needed to do was take out the siren. Kim Jae-hyun agreed. A bead of sweat trickled down Kim Jae-hyun's face as he considered the task ahead. Kong Deoksa declared that he would take down the siren himself. The armored knight had a plan. The siren's mouth opened wide. The monsters roared as they charged forward. Ha Dongin noticed that the monsters were changing formation. He realized they must have figured out that they were targeting the siren. Kim Jae-hyun asked Deoksu if he could really trust him on this. Deoksu assured him that he could, telling Jae-hyun to have faith in him. Aggroing them might even work in Deoksu's favor. Deoksu declared that this was for him. Kim Gaeon vowed to protect Gaeon. Kim Gaeon was being held. Ha Dongin told Dongin to move. Ha Dongin moves forward, ready to strike. A dark shape moves through the water. The feathered creature strikes at Kim Jae-hyun. The creature's attack lands. Kim Miho fires his weapon. Ha Dongin continues his advance. The team moves forward. Deoksu shouts. Sung focuses his gaze. The knight prepares to strike with a blade of blue energy. The knight strikes. The blue energy blade cuts through the air. The siren is struck. The energy blade continues its path. The siren's eye widens. The blue energy crackled intensely. The energy surged through the water. The men watched in horror, their guns raised but useless. Kong Deoksu called out to the knight. The siren shrieked. The siren accused them of breaking their trust. The fish monster snarled. Moon Byung-go asked if they had forgotten. Kim Jae-hyun gasped, as the knight asked if he knew the best way to deal with fish. Kong Deoksu grinned. The knight prepared his attack. The knight's spear glowed with blue energy. The knight's spear pierces through the siren. The siren's body begins to dissolve. The siren's mouth opens wide in a silent scream. The siren emits a final, guttural scream. A system notification appears, confirming that the siren has been defeated and that the ultimate shut-in has gained experience points and 350,376,231. Elsewhere, a man runs from a monstrous creature. The creature snarls, its multiple heads snapping hungrily. The other hunters realize that they are retreating. Kong Deoksu sighs in relief, glad that one less threat has been eliminated. Moon Byung-go praises Deoksu's genius. Gaeong is being held by Ha Dongin. Oyeonju wonders what she should do. Oyeonju thinks of her father. Ha Dongin's eyes widen as he looks up. Dongin is in disbelief, questioning what he is seeing. His shock intensifies as he wonders why his. Elsewhere, someone speculates if their father-in-law is up there, quickly dismissing it, thinking they must have seen wrong. The person tries to reassure themselves that it's just a mistake. Dongin's name is spoken. The speaker is visibly distraught, tears streaming down their face. They question if they do. The name tag reads Kim Dio-kun. The speaker realizes it's their dad. Someone collapses to their knees. In the distance, several figures stand or kneel, observing something. Someone comments that he looks so pitiful. A figure stands tall, their feet planted firmly on the ground. The title card displays the series name, The Ultimate Shut-In, along with the current episode number, 39. A new quest appeared, its objective to target Kim Gaeao. The reward for completing this quest, the resurrection of her father. A warning flashed, stating that any beings who die outside the Ultimate Shut-In's territory cannot be resurrected. A hand reached out, its purpose unknown. The pressure mounted as Sung's face contorted in pain. Someone called out to Kim Jae-yeon. The woman's expression was unreadable. Meanwhile, in another location, Oh Yeonju sat on the floor, looking dejected, while Ha Dongin stood nearby. Sung realized he had placed his trust in Ha Dongin's party. The situation was life-threatening, and Seo Yejin would have summoned them without hesitation. Summoning without an outpost base would mean starting over from scratch. The risk was too high, and they had no choice. Sung asked if he really had no choice. He felt as if he was being dragged underwater. He was surrounded by merfolk wielding weapons. If that wasn't life-threatening, then what was? Sung wondered if that was all, realizing he already knew the truth. He realized that worrying about family and wanting to see them again soon wasn't a desire. He reflected on how his situation was unique, while everyone else had families to worry about and protect. Of course, he knew that. Everyone gave in to him, and he knew that he always knew. A hand hovers over a screen, ready to accept a quest. The screen displays the details of a party quest. Make a grave within 1 hour. The reward is a small amount of EXP, and there is no penalty for failure. Tears streamed down his face. His expression was filled with anguish. He collapsed to his knees, overcome with emotion. His teeth clenched, a guttural sound escaping his throat. He gripped his head, dark energy swirling around him. He cursed his situation. A crude wooden cross stood atop a mound of rocks. More rocks lay scattered nearby. A group of people stood around the grave. Kim Gaeong asked if they were sure about this. The response came that their dad would like it here. He was a workaholic. He also had a lot of pride. He used to sing about wanting to be buried along the railroad tracks, even after death. When she was little, Kim Gaeong's wish had come true. It was Kim Deo-kun's grave. With every word Kim Gaeong said, her heart ached because part of her feared that it could be her story too. Sung stood silently. She resolved never to make them grieve again. For that, they'll need even stronger people. Sung's gaze was intense. Right now, the person with the most potential is... The figure was being attacked by a monster. The figure's leg is caught in a watery tendril. Elsewhere, a notification appeared, stating that Lee Junhyuk has exceeded the requirements for vassal registration. The notification solidifies, declaring vassal registration, Lee Junhyuk. Meanwhile, a woman calls out to Junhyuk. Junhyuk is glowing with a blue aura. He wonders what is happening to him. A game-like notification appears, detailing Lee Junhyuk's stats. Level 40, title of 12th Servant, Knight, and Mage, with Trust at 59 and Loyalty at 31. It lists his awakened abilities as creating water, water bomb, and controlling water. It also mentions a grant quest. The notification details the grant quest, instructing him to try using water bomb and control water, with a 10-minute time limit. The reward is enhanced mental strength, but the failure penalty is mental fatigue. He realizes that the person he is seeing is Jae-yeon. The grant quest is reiterated. Try using water bomb and control water. Junhyuk wonders what just happened, and if Jae-yeon is okay. Junhyuk understands that he needs to get Jae-yeon. Nearby, a goblin declares that there are plenty of targets. The goblins are gathered together. Water begins to gather. Junhyuk is manipulating the water. A sphere of water crackles with energy. Nearby, a goblin cries out in alarm. Lee Junhyuk, his face contorted in a grimace, declares his intent to unleash a water bomb. He hurls the water sphere towards the goblins. The water bomb explodes, sending droplets raining down. The goblins scream as the water descends upon them. Junhyuk clenches his fist. His eyes glow with a blue light as he prepares to control water. The system message confirms his ability to control water. Junhyuk stands amidst the falling water, ready to manipulate it. Kim Jae-yeon and Ha Dongin watch in astonishment. Dongin exclaims in disbelief. Jae-yeon asks Junhyuk if he was responsible for the water. Junhyuk chuckles, amused by their reaction. He laughs maniacally. The force of the water magic caused the ground to crack. Lee Junhyuk, kneeling, expressed his gratitude for the power he had received. Kim Jae-yeon watched Junhyuk, commenting on how he had suddenly gone crazy. The system notified them that Lee Junhyuk's trust and loyalty levels had increased significantly, and that he had completed the quest. Junhyuk considered that he had awakened a rank S ability. He was now the second rank S after Oh Yeonju. Junhyuk admitted that he hadn't expected this, since his first skill was rank B. He knew that creating water consumed mental strength to produce water, and he hadn't thought things would go this well. He wondered if it was because his level was already high but it didn't seem like it was just luck. Junhyuk thought that the results were good either way, but now he contemplated how he should make use of him. The mysterious figure considered how he should make use of Junhyuk. The figure wondered if he should have him join Ha Dong'in's party, but decided that party was already well balanced. The figure thought that just inserting Lee Junhyuk into that group didn't appeal to him. The figure considered that the group that came with Lee Junhyuk revolved around him tightly. The figure reasoned that if Junhyuk was removed now, they'd likely fall into chaos. It was best to let Lee Junhyuk continue working with his current team for now. Sung Danwoo stood, a notification screen floating before him, displaying the rewards for hunting goblins. The system deposited the earned currency into his account. Suddenly, Sung's eyes widened in alarm. Elsewhere, the others continued to diligently hunt. Because of this, Sung Danwoo's skill, House Declaration, leveled up, granting him skill points and a new skill. The sudden surge of power caused Sung to exclaim in disbelief. The system announced that his territory was expanding. As the territory expanded, Kim Jae-hyun screamed in agony. The pain was unbearable. Jae-hyun's suffering continued. A sharp pain pierced through him. Kim Gaeung, frantic, called out to Jae-hyun, asking if he was okay. The pain was unlike anything Jae-hyun had ever experienced, feeling as if he was being stabbed all over with a large needle. Gaeung urged Jae-hyun to breathe. Calling out his name, Gaeung panicked, unsure what to do. Jae-hyun groaned, confused about what was happening. He realized he had collapsed. Yojin, hovering over Jae-hyun, wondered what was going on. The scene unfolded. Yojin stammered, asking what she was doing, and apologized profusely. Yojin explained that she thought Jae-hyun wasn't breathing and was going to give him CPR, but Jae-hyun assured her that he was all right. Jae-hyun, now sitting up, was approached by the feathered creature. He insisted that he was fine. Jae-hyun clutched his head in pain. Despite the pain, Jae-hyun focused, a screen displaying the words "Ultimate Eyes" appearing before him. The scale of the power was enormous. The original area of deployment plus the entire west and northern zones were affected. It had swallowed up all the roads within a 1-kilometer radius centered around the apartment complex. No wonder it hurt so much. The area had expanded to its largest scale ever. He admitted he was tired, wanting to sleep for 5 more minutes, but now wasn't the time. First off, he had received 3 skill points upon reaching level 20. He had already decided which skill to level up. The most crucial skill for the current operation was about to be leveled up. He would level up Ultimate Eyes. The screen displayed the option to level up. With a ding, the Ultimate Shut-in's Ultimate Eyes skill had reached level 41. The skill leveled up. Multi-vision function had been added. Jae-hyun was surprised by this development. Jae-hyun could feel his field of vision expanding. It felt like sitting in a security room surrounded by CCTV monitors. Maintaining this suddenly broadened field of view felt like it was draining his focus. 3 simultaneous views were still his limit. The second skill he would level up was, he leveled up his Dignity Preservation skill. The Ultimate Shut-in's Dignity Preservation skill had reached level 5, and a Mystic Draw feature had been added. He received 300 crystals. He had received crystals. Mystic Draw. 1 draw cost 300 crystals, and he had exactly 300 crystals. The crystals were given to him for a try, so there was no reason to refuse. He initiated the Mystic Draw. Suddenly, a light appeared in the room. Jae-hyun noticed the light. He gasped. The light intensified. The bright light revealed a ring. The ring was identified as a ring of communication, designed to deliver the voice of the Ultimate Shut-in to his vassals. Jae-hyun examined the ring closely, a strange darkness emanating from his eyes. He considered the ring's purpose, a ring that conveys one's voice. Jae-hyun realized this item wasn't bad at all. It would be perfect for Kim Dabin. He recalled that Kim Dabin was registered as a vassal. The system confirmed that Kim Dabin, the 11th servant, had vassal management skills, a trust level of 77, a loyalty of 100, and the awakened ability of telepathy. It was telepathy. Jae-hyun thought that was insane and a perfect skill for this kind of task. He then heard that 50 people were sharing 1 unit to sleep. Jae-hyun was confused, thinking that was just a temporary measure. Someone asked what he meant. Another person questioned if they thought they were chickens or something, stating that they saw plenty of vacant homes earlier and had already checked around, asking what he was talking about. Someone else stated that they should at least make it so that everyone can sleep together, and that they should let the kids sleep comfortably at least. The residents pleaded for just a few empty rooms, promising they would only use them to sleep. Hesitantly, one of the residents began to speak. The man in charge apologized, stating that their policy wouldn't allow it. Suddenly, a door shimmered into existence. The door was labeled as an Ultimate Shut-in's door LV.1, and it could connect doors within declared territory. A new skill had appeared when he hit level 20, but he hadn't expected to use it so soon. The man in charge questioned if they weren't basically trespassing in someone else's home. He argued that in an emergency like this, they should be helping each other, questioning why they were acting so entitled. The man declared that he was the one who supposedly trespassed. Someone called out Jae-hyun's name. The man in charge stated that if they didn't like the policies he'd made, Jae-hyun told them to kindly get out of his house. The man was shocked by what Jae-hyun said, questioning how a kid dared to speak to him that way. Jae-hyun pointed, indicating that they should leave. The man on the ground was struck. The other residents shuffled their feet. Things had grown quiet. Jae-hyun's expression hardened. The residents looked on. As of that moment, the residents protested as they were told that the electricity, water, and gas would be shut off for their entire unit. Jae-hyun wondered what they thought was going on and if they thought it was a coincidence. Jae-hyun pointed out that they all showed up just after they defeated the giant. He asked if they didn't come because they judged them as capable because they took down the giant. He stated that hundreds of people with the same idea as them show up there every day. Jae-hyun asked if they understood what he was saying. It was explained that if they began giving in to their demands, 3 problems would quickly arise. Empty rooms would quickly dwindle, existing residents would begin to have feelings of spite, and there would be no end to their demands. 2. Existing residents would begin to have feelings of spite. There would be no end to their demands. He began, making his position unequivocally clear. Jae-hyun declared that the basic rights and welfare they expected simply did not exist. He continued, stating that the South Korean government had already collapsed. The man emphasized that he was not its representative. He knew they might see him as a tyrant abusing power. Jae-hyun explained that the world they now lived in was far too brutal for naive ideas, such as rights and welfare. He stated that if they wanted to enjoy these privileges, they should prove they were worth such things, while other survivors were enduring harsh conditions and trying to adapt, taking turns sleeping in 3 shifts to make the most of their space. They sought advice from citizens who had adapted earlier. Even in that discomfort, there were people who looked out for the children and weak, striving to survive together. Even in that discomfort, there were people who looked out for the children and weak, striving to survive together. Yet these people chose to make demands rather than seek solutions. Jae-hyun's anger flared. He demanded that they return to their assigned accommodations immediately. Jae-hyun realized they had become too comfortable. He warned them, unless they wanted more things taken away from them. Nearby, Kim Jae-hyun and another student walked down the hall. Further down the hall, 2 more students walked in the opposite direction. A group of students walked together. Kim Dabin sighed in relief, thanking Kim Jae-hyun for saving her. Jae-hyun responded that there was no need to thank him, as it was only natural of him. Jae-hyun thought that he should be the one thanking her. Dabin was startled by Jae-hyun's response. Jae-hyun wondered if this was fascinating to her. Dabin thought that Jae-hyun might be able to do something similar too. Jae-hyun wondered if it was telepathy, and thought to try thinking about the person he wanted to communicate with and speak in his mind. Jae-hyun wondered if he was doing it like this. It was well done, but he would need to learn the exact usage conditions and limitations through practice. Jae-hyun thanked her. Jae-hyun wondered why this was working. A fist clenches tightly, a sign of building tension. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's name echoes in the air. The students stand in the hallway, their expressions a mix of apprehension and defiance. From within the group, a voice nervously calls out, excusing themselves. The tension is palpable as the student speaks. One of the students asks if he has anything left to say. The student's face is etched with shame. He begins to speak about the person who was just expelled. He pleads for them to forgive him just this once. Another student questions why they should do that. The student explains that while Yoon-sik was the loudest, it was a collective opinion. The student continues, stating that it was everyone's fault and that Yoon-sik shouldn't be the only one punished. The group agrees to accept any punishment. The student begs for mercy just this once. Someone reveals that they have been thinking about when might be the right time to allow Sung Yoon-sik back. Someone declared that they couldn't take one person's life just to set an example. Fortunately, Sung Yoon-sik hadn't left and had kept knocking at the door. Someone asked what the other's name was, and he responded that his name was Han Kyung-hoon. Han Kyung-hoon was told that Sung Yoon-sik's citizenship would be restored. Also, electricity and water supply to his unit would resume. However, gas would be excluded. Kyung-hoon was told that this was being done out of respect for his heart, but this was a one-time exception, and he should make sure the others knew that. It was announced that Sung Yoon-sik had regained citizenship. It was also announced that citizen Han Kyung-hoon's trust level had greatly increased. Han Kyung-hoon expressed that he'd like to restore the gas too, for the sake of the children in his group. But then it wouldn't be a proper punishment. At the very least, they should experience the discomfort of cold showers and sleeping on cold floors, Jae-hyun thought. Someone commented that he seemed like someone with a really warm heart. He smiled. He wondered, me? The man confirmed the arrangement. Dabin thanked him for his consideration. Sung then addressed Dabin, bringing up the shared facilities currently located in Building 3. Kim Dabin considered assigning one person to each of the 25 buildings. Dabin was shocked by the suggestion. She asked how many team members Sung had again. Sung responded that he would expand to 100 members and run operations with them. Sung believed that assigning 4 people per building should be enough for proper management. Dabin, surprised, agreed to pay everyone 100,000 won per day. Sung stated that at that scale, it should operate with stability. The elevator announced that it was on the 21st floor and the door was opening. Sung added that his say and discussions would become stronger too. Sung and Dabin stood together. Someone asked if they were new and if they came there for something. Someone wondered if they needed a medical team. Nearby, Dr. Lee Sung-min, associate professor of nephrology at Busan Park Hospital, suggested giving them a room and turning that area into a hospital. The question was posed of what to do with the skilled personnel now that he was sent back and how they must be treated accordingly. Sung Jin-woo considered the idea of giving them a room and turning that area into a hospital. Someone mentioned that they should find a good number of nurses too. The speaker elaborated that if they searched, they should find a good number of nurses too. Sung considered the possibilities. Dabin told him that she would leave the medical team's setup and operations to him. She affirmed that he could leave it to her. The door clicked open. Sung turned his head. Sung asked Jae-hyun if everything went well. Jae-hyun confirmed that there were no issues. Sung Jin-woo's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, his new abilities manifesting. Tendrils of dark energy swirled around him as he wondered if Hot Dongin's party had already left. He noticed that the area was now clear of the other hunters. The lingering traces of their departure faded into the air. He knew that they were en route to Jigaoki Station without any issues. Sung decided he should finish what he had started earlier. He realized that now was the time to invest his final skill points. The skill point window shimmered before him. His ultimate storage skill had leveled up. The system notification confirmed that Ultimate Shutin's ultimate storage skill was now level 2, increasing the storage capacity to 200 kilograms and adding a preservation function. The preservation passive would ensure that items stored would maintain their exact physical state at the time of storage. The capacity had doubled, and Sung could now use it more flexibly. He wondered what this new preservation function was. Sung considered what would happen if he used it correctly. He held a revolver, a blue energy swirling around it. The system clarified that the preservation function would maintain the gun's physical state. This meant that when summoned from the storage, the gun's condition would be identical to when it was initially stored. Then, Sung raised the gun. Yejin called out in alarm. Kim Jae-hyun warned that it was going to be loud. Jae-hyun exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing it as a G-gun. CO Yejin screamed. Sung prepared to store the live round in storage. A live round fired. The gun discharged. Yejin screamed as she was sent flying backwards. She crashed into the wall. The system confirmed that the round had been stored in the storage. Sung noted that it worked perfectly up to that point. Sung Jin-woo considers his next move, hoping his guess is correct. Back in the apartment, Sung Jin-woo prepares to summon. He clenches his fist. His hair shifts as he focuses. With a determined look, Sung Jin-woo declares his intent to summon. The summoning begins, and golden orbs descend. The golden orbs fall rapidly. A sinister grin spreads across Sung Jin-woo's face. He thinks to himself that this is crazy, but it's a surefire way to support Hot Dongin's party. The scene shifts to the Jigaoki subway station. A goblin is kicked. The force of the kick sends the goblin flying. More goblins are kicked. The summoned fighters continue to kick the goblins. The goblins continue their assault, their crude weapons raised high. One of the goblins grinned, revealing rows of sharp, menacing teeth. Nearby, Hot Dongin breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally. Dongin stood alongside his party, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and determination. At Jigaoki Station, the crown-wearing Sung Dan-woo stood in the darkness, a faint glow emanating from his hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the area, asking if everyone could hear. Among the group, Kim Jae-hyun looked around, surprised, and wondered if he had heard correctly. The voice confirmed that they could hear him clearly, and Jae-hyun affirmed that they could hear him just fine. The voice instructed them to communicate like this from now on and to proceed through exit 2. Jae-hyun confirmed that he understood the instructions. The group approached a door marked with a number 2. They descended the stairs, heading towards the exit. The group continued to move forward. Jae-hyun looked back, a concerned expression on his face. The perspective shifted to Sung Dan-woo, who was lying on the ground amidst rubble. The surrounding area was devastated, with debris scattered everywhere. Sung Dan-woo declared that they were now in uncharted territory. Meanwhile, CO Yejin continued her attempts to re-establish a link with the rat back at Central Station, but all efforts proved futile. CO Yejin sat in a meditative pose, focusing her energy. Unlike their previous excursions, they were now entering completely uncharted territory. Kim Jae-hyun acknowledged the situation, understanding that they were heading into a completely unprepared zone. The group moved forward through the devastated landscape. The destruction was immense, with rubble scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged from the shadows. Kim Jae-hyun's eyes widened in alarm as he spotted the creature. Someone exclaimed in surprise, noticing the approaching threat. Ha Dongin shouted a warning as he and another hunter prepared to fight the creature. The creature roared, demanding they step back. The hunters braced themselves, ready to engage the monstrous shark-like creature. The creature's massive jaws snapped shut. The group realized they had barely fought their way past the fishmen when this new threat emerged. The monstrous shark-like creature loomed, its eyes glowing menacingly. One of the hunters questioned if it was now a shark. The shark-like creature lunged forward, its massive jaws agape, ready to devour anything in its path. Determined, Kim Jae-hyun grit his teeth, preparing for the onslaught. He strained, bracing himself against the creature's immense power. With a mighty yell, Kim Jae-hyun thrust his spear forward, aiming for the beast's gaping maw. Ha Donggin's name echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Oh Yeonju fired her weapon, providing support from a distance. The shark-like creature, momentarily staggered by the combined assault, reeled back. Kim Jae-hyun, seizing the opportunity, pressed his attack. The creature, however, recovered quickly, its massive form a blur of motion. Kang Deoksu cried out, caught in the chaos. A powerful blow landed. The shark-like creature continued its relentless assault. The force of the impact sent debris flying. A monstrous creature with razor-sharp teeth lunged forward. Meanwhile, a notification appeared, indicating that the ultimate shut-in had hunted a shark and gained experience points. Over 13 million won had been deposited into his wallet. Elsewhere, a massive bear with glowing red eyes stood its ground. Kim Wee-jun called out to the scout, confirming that everything was okay. The scout appeared nervous, sweat beading on his brow. The air crackled with energy as dark birds flew through the sky. Ha Donggen looked up, confused by what he was seeing. His eyes widened in alarm. Donggen shouted that the area was swarming. The ground trembled as something massive approached. A grotesque, worm-like creature emerged from the depths. The hunters found themselves surrounded by monstrous beings. Donggen realized they were surrounded by those things. Another hunter yelled a warning, pointing out that there was something above them as well. From below, the hunters could only watch as the massive calican loomed over them. The creature seemed to be questioning something. The calican was surrounded by smaller, flying creatures. Below, one of the hunters questioned what the new creatures were. The calican remained still, observing the hunters below. The hunters braced themselves for the inevitable attack. The hunters began their assault on the massive creature. Kang Deoksu shouted out. The armored knight prepared to strike. The knight moved with incredible speed. He commanded them to stop. Kang Deoksu charged forward, yelling. The knight's attack landed. Kang Deoksu's attack connected, but the calican remained a formidable foe, unfazed by the assault. Other hunters continued to engage the smaller, flying creatures. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Sung received a notification. He had hunted a sky blue marlin, gaining experience points and 785,231. Back in the dungeon, the hunters continued their assault. Seo Yejin prepared to fire her weapon. The hunters' attacks continued to strike the calican. Seo Yejin clicked her tongue, resolving to take them out one by one. Suddenly, Oh Yeonju screamed. She called out to Dejung as she fired her weapon. Someone shouted for them to stay back. Another hunter was seen leaping away from the calican. Seo Yejin initiated a storage summon. Seo Yejin prepared for a live round. A surge of power emanates from the blue marlin. The system notified the ultimate shut-in that he had gained experience points and that 231,733 won had been deposited into his wallet. Meanwhile, Sung realized that sniping directly yielded a miserable payout. Back in the real world, Kim Jae-hyun called out to Seo Yejin, who confirmed that he was fine. Kim Jae-hyun told her to stop trying to link and to shoot for him instead. Seo Yejin questioned if he wanted her to use a gun on him, but Kim Jae-hyun insisted that she do it quickly. She asked where she should aim. Seo Yejin raised the gun, and Kim Jae-hyun questioned her actions. She fired, urging him to hurry. Seo Yejin deposited the bullets into storage as a live round. Kim Jae-hyun told her to keep shooting, and she confirmed that she would. The bullets she fired. Sung summoned and deployed them into battle. The summoned bullets appeared in a grid-like interface. The bullets struck the calican. The system acknowledged the successful hunt of a sky blue marlin, noting the experience points gained and the deposit of 1,393,121 won into the ultimate shut-in's wallet. Meanwhile, Seo Yejin held her gun at the ready. Kim Jae-hyun urged her to reload and keep firing, acknowledging that while he felt sorry for Yejin, it was necessary to increase efficiency sixfold. The gun discharged. The sound echoed. Elsewhere, a door rattled as someone tried to open it. Startled, Kim Dabin exclaimed, "What's going on?" Back in the apartment, Seo Yejin and Kim Jae-hyun continued to fire at something outside the window. Elsewhere, Kim Gaeung, still in bed, wondered why she couldn't wake up for what she thought was a weird dream. The bullets continued to strike the calican. The impact reverberated. The calican staggered. It roared in pain. Sung, spear in hand, prepared to strike. The young man couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he muttered that this had to be a joke. He wondered how they were supposed to defeat something like that. The warning cry echoed through the battlefield. The monstrous entity was returning. The monstrous calican descended, its maw gaping wide. The creature crashed down, its immense size dwarfing the hunters below. Its massive form continued its descent. The Calican's clawed hands swiped at the ground. Dejung, the bear, prepared to receive a buff. Oyanju affirmed that she was ready. Dejung was enveloped in a golden aura. The bear's eyes glowed with renewed power. The buff took hold, enhancing Dejung's strength. Dejung roared, empowered by the buff. The Calican continued its assault. The bear and the hunter stood against the monstrous foe. Kim Jae-hyun's name was called out as the battle intensified. Kim Jae-hyun, wielding a blade crackling with blue energy, prepares to strike. The blade flashes as he brings it down. The strike connects. The blade cuts into the Calican. Elsewhere, a massive bear descends from above. Its eyes glow with menacing red light. The bear slams into the ground. Its claws extend, ready to tear. The bear continues its descent. Its face contorts in a savage snarl. The bear's eyes glow as it realizes the attack had no effect. It was unharmed. Someone shouts for everyone to get back. The speaker's expression is one of intense urgency. A figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The figure emerges, now armed with a revolver, ready to fire. The Calican continued to withstand the barrage of attacks. The bear stood firm, unfazed by the creature's assault, as someone observed that its defense was insane. Nearby, another wondered what they could possibly do. Another questioned if there was really no way to defeat it. It was determined that the Calican shell was no ordinary one, and that a certain level of impact would be needed to break through. Sung felt like a force of a hammer strike was needed. His eyes glowed with power. If that was the case, Sung thought. He extended his hand. Sung wondered where it was. He continued his search. Sung was sure he had seen it there before. His eyes widened. He located the storage. Sung called out to Oyanju. As Sung Jinwoo's fingers interlock, he instructs someone to jump onto the crab's carapace when he gives the signal. The bear acknowledges the command, confirming that he understands. Something that could break through that shell. That is, Sung Jinwoo prepares to summon something. He shouts the command, summon. A blue glow emanates from the floor. Meanwhile, Miho apologizes, promising to register the item and buy a new one later. For now, he will maximize the heavy barbell's kinetic energy through gravity. The barbell plummets downwards before storing said object in that state. With this, Sung Jinwoo summons a barbell. The summoned barbell materializes. The summoned barbell is fully formed. The blue orb pulsed with energy, suspended above the monstrous Calican. The Calican, towering over its prey, heard a command. Oyanju's voice echoed, urging action. In response to the command, a concentrated beam of energy slammed into the Calican. The monster roared in pain as the energy struck. The feathered creature staggered, momentarily thrown off balance by the sudden assault. The force of the impact sent debris flying. The attack continued to batter the Calican. The Calican roared again, its voice filled with rage and pain. The monster swiped its massive claws in a desperate attempt to retaliate. The claws tore through the air, narrowly missing their target. The assault continued, each blast further weakening the monstrous foe. A system notification appeared, confirming the successful hunt of the giant crab, level 35, and detailing the experience points acquired and the one deposited into the ultimate Shutin's wallet. After the defeat of the giant crab, the road leading back to his parents' house felt like walking through a seafood market. There were all kinds of fish. Beyond the fish, there were also assorted kinds of crustaceans and monsters they had to defeat along the way. There were several moments where, without his support, the situation could have turned deadly. Back in his own home, Sung stood in his room. Sung had a vague feeling all along. For Dongin's party, this place was overwhelming for them, even with their current strength. It was a party composed entirely of awakened ones, armed even with guns. And yet, after moving only 1 kilometer, everyone was already exhausted. It was time to admit it. The scene shifted to a group of people. The probability that his family was still alive was close to 0. The closer he got to his parents' house, the heavier his fear grew. But even if there's only a 1% chance, he couldn't let go of this thread of hope. The streets were in ruins, yet they still felt familiar to Sung. He knew his parents' house was just beyond that alley. Then he paused. He wondered if that was a tree. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Stop." The group halted. Sung realized this was the city he was born and raised in. He knew perfectly well what was supposed to be here. There were never trees along this boulevard. Even if there had been, the city would never have left one standing like that. In that case, Sung knew that tree was a tree giant, level 38. It was a tree that appeared after the world's collapse. Just as he thought, Sung addressed everyone. Kim Jae-hyun asked if everyone saw that enormous tree in front of them. The group confirmed that they saw it. The group noticed the tree. Kim Jae-hyun realized it was a monster. The order was given to attack it. The hunters charged forward, weapons raised. The tree giant remained still. Suddenly, a glowing red eye opened in the tree's trunk. The tree giant roared. The hunter's strike cuts through the air with incredible force. The energy blade continues its descent. The attack connects with the tree monster. The monster's wooden limb splinters and cracks under the force of the blow. The energy from the attack permeates the surrounding area. The monster's form begins to crumble. Kim Jae-hyun continues his assault, his expression determined. More, the tree monster is destroyed by the hunter's attack. The energy blade explodes outward. The force of the impact sends splinters flying. The tree monster is left in pieces. The hunters stand victorious over the remains of the tree monster. Ha Dongin looks on with a shocked expression. The title card appears, the ultimate shut-in. A burst of blue energy erupts. The energy explodes outward as Sung prepares to fire his weapon. Sung fires his gun. The bullets strike their target. More blue energy crackles. A massive bear-like creature charges forward. The tree monster reels from the attack. The bear-like creature leaps through the air, claws extended. The creature's massive paw is shown in detail. The creature's eyes glow red as it continues its assault. The creature lands, its weight causing the ground to crack. The tree monster is shocked by the sudden attack. The bear-like creature continues its descent. The creature roars as it crashes down. Amidst the chaos, Kim Jae-hyun urgently called out to Oh Yeon-ju. Meanwhile, the bear-like creature found itself ensnared by the tree monster's tendrils. The tendrils tightened their grip. The bear-like creature struggled against the constricting tendrils. Each tendril pulsed with dark energy. The creature groaned in pain as the tendrils tightened further. Elsewhere, Kang Deoksu shouted for Oh Yeon-ju to get away. Oh Yeon-ju, however, was already in motion, leaping into the air. Moon Byung-go's eyes widened in alarm. Kang Deoksu gritted his teeth. Ha Dongin paused, confused by the unfolding events. Kim Mi-ho yelled for Moon Byung-go to act. Oh Yeon-ju unleashed a powerful attack. The attack tore through the environment. The group was caught in the blast radius of Yeon-ju's attack. A figure plummets from above. The sudden impact on the battlefield causes Kim Jae-hyun to pause, questioning what he is witnessing. For a brief moment, the wooden monster ceases its relentless attacks. Jae-hyun wonders what it could be. Ha Dongin orders Yeon-ju to fall back, while instructing the rest to continue their assault. Dongin questions why Yeon-ju is being singled out. Another soldier confirms the order. The command is given to follow Jae-hyun's orders. Dongin is visibly frustrated by the command. The order is repeated. Yeon-ju is to fall back and protect Kim Gaeong and Dejung, while Kang Deoksu's group moves forward. Kang Deoksu acknowledges the command. The tree monster looms, and a soldier wonders if they will be able to do this. Another soldier reminds them that they have a solid defense and will manage. The tree monster's hand looms closer. One of the soldiers curses, wondering what is happening. The tree monster emitted a strange sound. The sound echoed. Kim Jae-hyun, visibly shaken, asked what had happened. Another member of the group watched from behind the foliage. The wooden monster had returned to its original spot. Someone wondered if this meant it didn't attack humans. It was noted that ever since Oh Yeon-ju transformed into her beast form, the monster started attacking. The attacks had been solely focused on her. Oh Yeon-ju realized that her beast form might have provoked the monster. The tree monster loomed. It was getting up again. The ground trembled. The monster roared. The monster moved. The monster prepared to strike. The Calican monster looms. Its massive form a stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Energy crackles around the monster, a display of raw power. The air vibrates with unseen force. Sung realizes his theory was correct. The young man notes that, for some reason, the monster does not attack humans. Then, a new order is given. The command comes, since it shows no hostility, ignore the wooden monster and advance. The armored knight acknowledges the order. The group moves forward. The party, including Oh Yeon-ju, advances toward the massive tree. Footsteps echo as they approach. Kim Jae-hyun is startled. He looks around, surprised. Kim Jae-hyun stammers, unsure of what he's seeing. He calls out to Jae-hyun. Kim Jae-hyun's face contorts with rage. He refuses to believe what he is seeing. The tree looms large, and someone asks if this is his parents' place. His fist clenches tightly. He thinks that this should be his parents' place. He remembers where his father and mother, his grandfather and grandmother, should have been. His eyes glow with fury. Jae-hyun believes that monstrous tree has no right to be there. He declares that they will fill it with gas and blow it up, adding that Ha Dongin's group can be summoned back through their vassal summons. Kim Jae-hyun declared his intent to destroy the monstrous tree. A detection system identified the presence of the ultimate shut-in's blood. Nearby, someone seemed confused by the situation. Elsewhere, a man demanded to know who was present. Another voice echoed the sentiment, questioning the identity of the interlopers. Two figures stood together, observing the unfolding events. One of the figures seemed perplexed, questioning what was happening. Nearby, a hand reached out to touch the damaged tree. The individual wondered if they should do something about the tree. The tree, named Poppy, was asked if it was okay, noting the hole where it had been pierced and acknowledging that it must have hurt. The man reached out to touch the tree. Someone nearby lamented that the village chief would be heartbroken when he found out about the tree's condition. An angry man demanded to know who had done this. Another man responded affirmatively. The angry man questioned why someone would hurt Poppy, who wasn't hurting anyone, while another man apologized. Someone called out, beckoning them to come over. The man who had been yelling earlier looked in the direction of the voice. Another man exclaimed that Poppy had done them a great favor again. Footsteps approached. A man prepared to strike the tree with a weapon. The weapon struck the tree. Someone's blood pressure spiked. The man stated that the food didn't taste that great, though. Another man questioned if that was the time to complain about the taste, suggesting that if he didn't like it, he should just not eat it. The first man responded that that wasn't what he meant. The man stated that he understood. Suddenly, everything became clear. The man wore a hoodie. There was the existence of a tree monster that didn't attack people. There was also the enormous tree that only grew at their house. Ever since he was very young, their house had always been filled with plants. In the yard, flowers changed their clothes with each season. On the rooftop, many kinds of trees bore fruit, depending on the time of year. After his grandfather retired, a small farm was built on the rooftop. The man smiled. Sometimes, vegetables would appear on their dining table. If the tree that doesn't attack people and the gigantic tree rooted in their house's spot are both manifestations of someone's awakened ability. And if that person has awakened an ability similar in level to his, then... Grandfather. A voice asked if he had awakened, hadn't he? He thought to himself, thanking goodness, really thanking goodness, because he thought everyone had died. High-level monsters around level 20 roam the ground freely. And in the skies, flocks of monsters leveled at the high tens wander about. He wondered how humans could possibly survive in such a place. Ha. Jaehyun asked what was wrong. Sung reassured her that it was nothing. He was just relieved that everyone was safe. Sung reassured her that it was nothing. He was just relieved that everyone was safe. Sung smiled slightly. His eyes glowed with a dark power. Sung decided to make sure. He thought to himself that youth was wonderful. Elsewhere, someone asked if what they had was enough. The man with the bat confirmed that it was more than enough, thanking the young ones. Ha Dongan was called. Dongan was asked to inquire about the village chief's name. He understood. Dongan excused himself and asked if he may ask a question. The man asked if he knew their chief. The man revealed that their village chief's name was Lee Bongyeol. Sung realized it was as he had thought. It was as he suspected. The village elder was indeed his grandfather. Elsewhere, the masked man and his entourage continued their journey. Before heading to the village chief, the masked man paused. He suggested that they stop for a moment. The group came to a halt. The masked man and his group stood in the village. Two men sat nearby, one carefully cleaning the other's ear. Nearby, fish sizzled in a pan. One of the men with the masked figure was amazed by the sight. At a glance, it was clear to the masked man that there were many people. Nearby, an older man worked on a craft. The older man was greeted by someone calling out, "Hey, old man, park." The news had spread quickly. Poppy had done him another great service. One of the men grumbled that it was such a big task that the younger men had to help him clean up, and he would have been done for if it weren't for them. He declared that he wanted to treat them to a plate of sashimi and ordered it to be sliced up quickly. The order was acknowledged. The knife tapped against the cutting board. The sashimi was expertly sliced. The group looked on in anticipation. The man told them to eat up. One of the guests asked if there were chopsticks, but the man told them there were none and to just use their hands. He then called out to Kim Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun looked surprised. The man thanked Jae-hyun, who seemed confused. One of the guests prepared to eat. She thought it was delicious. The guest enjoyed the sashimi. The group enjoyed the sashimi. The meal was delicious. The others at the table were amazed by the food. It had been a long time since someone had eaten sashimi. Elsewhere, the ultimate shut-in smirked. Nearby, a display of beverages shimmered with a blue glow. Dongan looked on, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, someone noticed something was amiss. It was cola, but how? Another man exclaimed that it was cider. The group questioned if it was really okay. More items shimmered with the same blue glow. Someone exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of it all. The items were being presented. The items included toilet paper, Spam, and other goods. Dongan realized that Jae-hyun had prepared these gifts for everyone. One of the assembled group wondered if this Jae-hyun fellow could be some kind of god. Another member of the group wondered if they should at least refuse politely. The village chief was present at the gathering. Far above, a lone figure stood atop a tall structure. The village chief was being called. A pair of eyes glowed with an eerie light. The face of an older man with glasses was shown. The man was being called grandfather. He was the world tree's guardian, chosen by the world tree, and possessed the life force, blessing, and protection of the world tree. The air crackled with unseen energy. Lee Bongyeol's face was etched with a mixture of shock and burgeoning power. The system's notification detailed Lee Bongyeol's awakening. His bloodline power unlocked, his title as a druid recognized, and his trust solidified at 88. His awakened ability was revealed to be the guardian of the world tree, and the system announced that the condition had been fulfilled, granting him access to new construction options. The crowd of onlookers parted, their attention drawn to the source of this newfound strength. The surge of power continued to emanate outwards. Li Bangyeol stood firm, the energy swirling around him. The air continued to crackle. The crowd watched as Li Bangyeol's transformation unfolded. Someone observed that he looked much healthier and stronger than before. Sung Dan-woo's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Li Bangyeol. Sung realized that this wasn't just his imagination. Sung could tell, just from the way Li Bangyeol walked, that something had changed. Sung recalled that Li Bangyeol had grown old, his brain weakened, and his legs had lost much of their strength before. Li Bangyeol thought to himself that this must be because of his awakening. A figure with glowing eyes addresses everyone. The figure explains that the man beside him is his grandfather, asking that he be greeted in his stead. Someone responds affirmatively. The village chief states that it is an honor to meet him. The grandfather explains that these are the new people who came recently, noting their talent for creating tools out of nothing. The village chief listens intently. The grandfather continues, stating that all the things seen here were made by them. The village chief seems surprised and asks if that is true. The village chief explains that water had been a serious problem. The grandfather listens. The village chief expresses his gratitude for their arrival. He thanks them, but notes that those weren't. The grandfather wonders where they came from. Then, the village chief reveals that they are all from Kim Jae-hyun's ability. The grandfather is shocked. One of the new arrivals states that they came at the request of Kim Jae-hyun. The village chief was taken aback, questioning if they were referring to the Kim Jae-hyun he knew. His eyes widened behind his glasses as the realization began to dawn on him. He muttered, recognizing the name and the possibility that it could be his grandson. The village chief stood in disbelief. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hyun confirmed that he was indeed the one living in Siamine apartments. His words echoed in the minds of those listening. The grandfather realized that Jae-hyun was alive. If that were true, Kim Jae-hyun thought to himself. A voice commanded him to come with them immediately. He acknowledged the command. The group began to move. The group ascended the tower. Kim Jae-hyun surmised that they must all be up there. Far above, a group of people stood on a rocky precipice, their figures silhouetted against the sky. Back inside, Kim Jae-hyun's expression hardened with resolve, his eyes gleaming with an inner light. He realized there was no direct way to reach them yet. But Jae-hyun knew that once the outpost base was complete, he could use the ultimate shut-ins door skill to reach them directly. A new construction option had become available. The option to build an annex had been unlocked, as the condition had been fulfilled. The annex building, costing 10 billion won, was described as a safe zone built outside of the ultimate shut-ins territory, its area expanding in proportion to the territory. When activated, it would temporarily grant the same influence as House Declaration, but only if a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in resided there. The cost, Jae-hyun realized, was 8 times more than an outpost base. Also, it didn't say that it could be destroyed. He had received 10 billion won in construction support after securing one apartment complex. Even after installing solar panels on every building, Jae-hyun still had over 7 billion left, while the annex building cost 3 billion to build. That amount of money. Jae-hyun decided to build the annex building, realizing that the cost was not an amount he needed to worry about anymore. He looked surprised. The annex building began to materialize. Kim Jae-hyun is seen within a swirling vortex of blue energy. The energy coalesces, revealing a schematic of the surrounding area. Sung realizes that the system is showing him the scale beforehand. The area looks almost identical to where he is now, leading him to wonder if the annex expands as he grows stronger. He realizes that it's far more valuable than the outpost base, which has a limited range despite costing 10 billion. There's no need to hesitate, as the facility requires the presence of one blood relative of the ultimate shut-in for 7 days of construction. He confirms his decision. The system indicates that there are 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining until the annex is complete. Sung decides he needs to ask his grandfather to stay within range until it's complete. He is determined to see this through. Sung's expression hardens with resolve. The system announces that the vassals have encountered the kin of the ultimate shut-in, and the power of the bloodline is being unlocked. The system displays the name Kim In-shim, level 21, title Bloodline Relative, Trust 99, and Awakened Ability None. Sung wonders if it's his grandmother. Within the room, Kim In-shim lies in bed, surrounded by several individuals. Sung clenches his hands, his concern evident. A voice urged someone to listen to what was being said. Kim Jae-hyun clasped his hands together, his expression unreadable. As Jae-hyun focused, a green aura emanated from his hands, enveloping the person before him. The voice continued, relaying that they claimed Jae-hyun had sent them. The person lying down exclaimed that Jae-hyun, their grandson, was alive. A surge of energy pulsed outwards. Sung's eyes glowed with an intense light. He thought of everyone. The voice urged someone to ask grandfather what had happened. Kim Jae-hyun stood, still clasping his hands. A woman reported that Jae-hyun wished to know what had happened. The person lying down questioned how Jae-hyun would know. Someone stated that he was sharing sight through them. A gasp escaped someone's lips. The voice reassured Jae-hyun that grandma was with him. The scene shifts away from Kim Jae-hyun, now focusing on another location. It had only been a short time since she had fallen into this state, the man thought, trying to contain his emotions. He wondered how long she had been unable to wake. His face was etched with worry. It had been this way since that day. That day, the world had changed forever. That day, monsters had begun to appear. The focus returns to Sung. The day the monsters appeared, the world began to collapse. His grandmother had been asleep ever since. The scene shifts to a full view of Sung. It was the first time Sung had seen his grandfather look like that, and seeing his expression made his heart ache even more. But still, it was such a relief that she was alive. Sung's eyes glowed with power as tears streamed down his face. Even though his grandmother has been in a coma for nearly a month, Sung remains vigilant. From the outside, she appears to be sleeping peacefully. Magic surrounds her, ensuring that she's being kept safe. If only he could assign quests to blood relatives, Sung thought he could spend whatever it takes to heal her. Unfortunately, the system forbids giving quests to kin. However, Sung apologizes, even with his ability. Someone says that it's fine and there's nothing that can be done. The air crackles with energy as Sung's frustration mounts. He wonders why it is so quiet. He realizes that nobody has come out to check on him, and he doesn't want to think about why. Someone asks Oh Yeonju to ask about their parents. Another person asks where Kim Jae-hyun's parents are now. Someone wonders if Jae-hyun is watching through them. Two figures stood together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun recalled a conversation from past, beginning with that day. He remembered being told that his mother had gone to work and his father had gone out to earn money. He also recalled being told that his father would never leave his mother alone, so they must have hidden themselves somewhere safe. That was roughly what he heard, but from his grandfather's tone, Jae-hyun knew that even his grandfather didn't truly believe they had survived. And he knew it too. He realized that unless one of them had gained powers as transcendent as his grandfather's, the chance they survived was nearly zero. Meanwhile, a new directive was issued. Everyone's next target was Wang Nursing Hospital. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun was seen with a woman and a man. Even if he only had the smallest of possibilities, he acknowledged that they had all worked hard and it was pretty late, so they should sleep over at his place and then work again tomorrow. Even if he was only grasping at straws. The system detected the presence of a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in nearby. A bead of sweat trickled down the face of the ultimate shut-in. Meanwhile, CEO Yejin was given a direct order, command the rats. She wondered if she should order them to do something else when suddenly the system issued a new command, search the area and find any survivors nearby. The ultimate shut-in, eyes glowing with power, commanded something to happen now. The system indicated that whatever it wasn't pointing to Ha Dong inside. The ultimate shut-in realized it was right here, a blood relative. The system indicated that someone was heading straight towards him. He didn't even need to check. He realized it was his mom and dad. The villagers continued their work, unaware of the horrors about to descend upon them. One of the villagers wiped his brow, commenting on how the work never seemed to end, even at this late hour. Another villager chuckled, replying that it simply meant they had an abundance of food, which was a good thing. The first villager paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He looked up, sensing something was amiss. Below, the other villagers continued their work, oblivious to the danger looming above. Suddenly, the villager saw them, monstrous creatures descending from above. The villagers stared up in disbelief at the monsters. He wondered what they were. The village bell began to ring, signaling the alarm. From the watchtower, a guard shouted that monsters were swarming in. Another man yelled for everyone to move everything to the seafood storage and lower the shutters. He urged everyone to hurry and move quickly. The village chief exclaimed that this was bad. The force of the impact reverberated through the surrounding area. Inside, someone urgently demanded that others come out immediately. Confusion reigned as someone questioned what was happening, while another voice identified the threat. Monsters. The man's face was contorted in a scream. The warning was clear. A massive horde of monsters was charging in. The monsters surged forward, a chaotic mass of teeth and claws. Their forms were grotesque and terrifying. The air crackled with unseen energy. Below the light of the full moon, the horde advanced upon the village, their silhouettes stark against the night sky as two figures watched in apprehension. Inside, the group remained huddled together, their fear palpable. One of them voiced the question on everyone's mind. Were those all monsters? An older man, his face etched with worry, muttered everyone. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. The monster's claws scraped against the ground, a prelude to the coming onslaught. The order was given to fall back. Below, the ground trembled. One of the men wondered why Poppy was so badly injured. Another man offered to help, but was told to stay back, as they were not the target. One of the men questioned what the other meant. The man with the glasses asked if it looked like those things were. From his point of view, a horde of monsters descended. It seemed more like they were fleeing from something. The man with the glasses stated that with that being said, it didn't look like they'd passed through without causing damage. The forest was illuminated by a blue light. The man with the glasses thought that they better be prepared. Prepared. A massive claw descended. A massive claw descended, dwarfing everything below. Below, the hunters watched as the horde of monsters continued to flee. One hunter exclaimed that the monsters were passing them by without attacking. However, the situation was far from safe. The hunter realized that anything traveling over land was bound to collide with them, and there was no way Sung could deal with that many by himself. The other hunters declared that they would help too, but the lead hunter told them to stay inside the building. He believed that they would have a hard time on their own. Suddenly, Sung appeared, telling them to stay inside. The claw continued its descent. The monsters were being crushed. The impact was devastating. Sung repeated his order for them to stay inside. The hunters were left in shock. The claw continued to descend, crushing more monsters. The force of the impact shook the ground. The massive claw continued its descent, crushing everything beneath it. The creature's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The ground trembled under the immense pressure. The creature's eyes narrowed, focusing on its prey. Elsewhere, Kong Diaksu stood ready, his blade glowing with a vibrant emerald light. The rain continued to fall, obscuring the battlefield. The monster roared, its massive form dominating the landscape. Blood splattered as the creature continued its rampage. A series of notifications appeared. He had hunted a land shark and a saw stingray, gaining experience. Another notification chimed, indicating he had hunted a blue crab and gained more experience. A new buff appeared, labeled Bloodline, increasing all stats and experience gained from monsters hunted by one with a Bloodline title. Sung realized what was happening. Someone observed that the standard of someone at level 55 was being exceeded. Sung thought that at first, his grandfather was just being reckless. But with a single stomp, he had wiped out hundreds of monsters, making Sung realize that helping him was an understatement. The man with the glasses watched the scene unfold, realizing that his grandfather was a monster in his own right. Almost immediately, Sung began receiving notifications of experience gained from hunting giant crabs and lobsters. More notifications continued to flood in. Then, a notification appeared, indicating that his skill level had increased. Sung was surprised by how quickly he was leveling up. He wasn't ready for this. The powers surged through him, causing him to cry out in pain. The city was being ravaged by the surge of power. The destruction continued. Sung cursed under his breath. The pain of his body, bursting apart, felt like it was happening in slow motion. He thought to himself that no matter how many times he went through this, he would never get used to it. He clenched his fists. A notification appeared, asking if he would like to give citizenship to those who met the requirements of being taken in as citizens. Sung wondered if his parents were included. The list of newly registered citizens was far too long to check individually. But, judging from what happened with his grandfather and grandmother, if his parents were within range, that means they're outside this range. Meanwhile, Co Yejin was working hard to track their location. So when she finds them, he'll know right away. His body was in pieces, but there was no time to rest. Elsewhere, someone asked how things were on grandfather's side. The man thought it was strange. Someone asked what was wrong, and another wondered if their treatment of him had changed. It wasn't a big deal, but back then, the monsters he killed would vanish, leaving some remains. But now, not even bones remain. They just disappear completely. Ever since they came under Kim Jae-hyun's influence, the corpses have stopped being left behind, a result of Jae-hyun's ability. Considering the strange letters appearing in the air, one man wondered if they were also Jae-hyun's doing. The man he was speaking to confirmed that was correct. Another man remarked on the peculiar nature of the ability. Since the situation seemed under control, he decided to head to the warehouse and bring some people. One of the people he was speaking to questioned who he was bringing. Meanwhile, the feathered creature considered that if they were going to eat that meat, someone had to kill the monsters for the fresh flesh to remain. One of the men agreed, stating that he would bring them right away. He never thought there would be this kind of inconvenience. After all, Sung never thought of eating monsters before. Dark energy swirled around a large fish. Sung wondered if he should try it. Activating his ability, Sung initiated item registration. A blue, geometric shape appeared. The item registration was successful, and the category Fish had been added. It worked. Sung grinned, pleased with the results. Kim Dabin considered the cost, realizing that the item alone could feed 100 people. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun announced that he had found them. The group moved with purpose. Elsewhere, Co Yejin exclaimed that there were survivors, triggering a system notification that she had encountered the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in, unlocking its power. At the same time, Kim and Shim urged someone to look over there. Someone pointed towards a distant location. Ha Dongin reassured Oh Yeonju that their apartment was completely fine. The group moved forward, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. Someone agreed, stating that they were right. A system notification identified Lee Ji-suk, level 50, with the title Bloodline Relative and the awakened ability, The One Who Rules. Kim Dong-hyuk observed the scene with a serious expression. Another system notification identified Kim Dong-hyuk, level 42, with the title Bloodline Relative Escort Warrior and the awakened ability Enhanced Defense Aura. Someone realized that they were really there. Another person realized that it was really their mom and dad. Citizenship would be granted to 23 people who were subordinated under Lee Ji-suk, the one who rules of the bloodline. The place where mom and dad were was at the very edge of the expanded domain. They fortunately wouldn't be blocked by the transparent wall. Judging from their path, they would soon enter the domain. The domain was now within reach. They fortunately wouldn't be blocked by the transparent wall. At last, they meet. They meet. He screamed. He called out for his mom and dad. He could see them. The transparent wall was within reach. Kim Dabin wondered if it could be her darling. The realization hit someone. Jaehyun was alive. Standing amidst the city's glow, Jaehyun raised his hand, trying to get their attention. He called out to his parents, telling them it was him. His face contorted with a mix of desperation and joy, tears welling in his eyes as he tried to convey the truth of his identity. His hoodie, emblazoned with the year 2022, served as a visual marker, a symbol of the time he had lost and the reunion he so desperately sought. Amidst the crowd, a woman in heels and a man in dress shoes rushed forward, their pace quickening with each step. Jaehyun's name echoed through the crowd as his parents called out to him. They pushed through the throng of people, desperate to reach their son. The cry of Jaehyun rang out, filled with relief and disbelief. The moment they reached him, his mother embraced Jaehyun tightly, tears streaming down her face. Overcome with emotion, she questioned if it was truly her Jaehyun. Clinging to him, she wept openly, overwhelmed by the reality of his return. A relieved smile spread across Jaehyun's face as he was reunited with his mother. His mother, still holding him close, asked if he was hurt, but Jaehyun reassured her that he was fine and had been doing well. He expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed by the moment. Jaehyun stood embraced by his mother, finally home. Those standing nearby appeared to be nurses from the hospital where his mother once worked. He realized that they weren't simply awakened, but rather granted abilities by his mother. A pair of dogs were being led forward. The dogs were surrounded by a visible energy. A woman walked forward, leading the dogs. It was noted that dogs and cats couldn't be granted citizenship, so they weren't able to enter until now. Entry was permitted, and it was noted that the system was quite similar to the vassal registration system. The dogs continued to move forward. The system displayed information about the contract of subordination, stating it was able to form contracts with up to 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities. He realized that when he formed this contract of subordination, their abilities were awakened, and he considered how decisive the awakening was. It was clear that his mom's ability was unbelievably powerful. Someone expressed their gratitude, thanking God and Buddha. It was realized that his dad's ability must also be one that was awakened through his mom's contract of subordination. The man wore a hoodie. The system displayed information about the Enhanced Defense Aura, rank S, which consumes mental strength to create an aura that protects the entire body, and while cloaked in aura, physical abilities increase threefold. The reason this ability is so powerful lies in the description, specifically the word threefold. If it were simply written as plus 300%, it wouldn't be as incredible. For example, if there were abilities that increase physical stats by 200% and 300%, stacking them would result in 500%. But if you have a 200% increase stacked with a skill that multiplies it by 3, then the 300% itself is tripled, ultimately resulting in a 900% increase. So right now, his dad has, first, the buff that all citizens have, Power of Trust, all stats plus 93%. Then, the Bloodline effect grants an additional plus 930% to all stats. He's already operating at 1,123% efficiency. And when he applies Enhanced Defense Aura on top of that, the result is a body reinforced to 3,369% efficiency. That's insane. It's an adjustment that, among the 23 Awakeners his parents lead, most are around rank B to C. But even so, compared to non-Awakeners, they're on a completely different level. That's how they were able to come this far safely. But enough of that. He'll bring everyone back with him, since they must be exhausted from the long journey. The young man declared that he would provide each of them with supplies equivalent to what 5 households would need. He assured them that if they needed anything, rice, ramen, anything, he would provide it. He urged them to let him know, promising to provide it all, suggesting they take a warm shower and rest comfortably in a heated room. The group looked on, unsure of what to make of the situation. One of the women wondered what they should do, observing that he was pretending to be fine, but he clearly was not. The man with glasses thought to himself that this was bad, wondering if the shock had made him unable to distinguish between the apocalypse and the present. The young man smiled faintly. His mother asked if he had seen the lights in their apartment, and he confirmed that he had, adding that he thought it was strange too, as there were so many lights on. The woman stated that was why they had come here. He asked how they thought the lights came on in a world where electricity and water had been cut off. He pointed upwards, a serious expression on his face. He told them to take a good look. The group looked up at the building, now illuminated with lights. A strange energy crackles in the air. The neighbors look on in confusion, unsure of what they are seeing. The source of their confusion is a bottle of cola, glowing with an unnatural light. The air shimmers around the bottle. Kim Jae-hyun holds the bottle aloft, a wide grin on his face. One of the neighbors wonders if they can really drink such a precious thing, but Jae-hyun assures them that they can. Jae-hyun smiles, telling everyone to have a glass. He then declares that he will guide them to the house. Using the ultimate shut-ins gate, he transported them into the apartment complex. The group walks down the hallway. Jae-hyun first showed mom's subordinates the homes they could use. He had also stocked them with all the supplies they asked for: ramen, rice, eggs, milk, and everything else. Footsteps echo in the hallway. Jae-hyun continues to lead the group. One of the neighbors wonders if it is really okay for them to use someone else's house so freely. The neighbor stood behind Kim Jae-hyun as he smirked, confident that they would return the apartment when the original owners came back. Jae-hyun's expression hardened, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he thought that they would return it when they came back. He reassured them not to worry about things like that, even though no one had returned yet. Jae-hyun announced that they should all go inside now. The sound of the door opening echoed as they entered. Kim Dabin bowed deeply, greeting Jae-hyun's parents. The others followed suit, offering their greetings. Jae-hyun's father looked on, with a curious expression. His mother's eyes widened slightly. Jae-hyun's father wondered aloud if they could be his son's girlfriends. Jae-hyun quickly denied it, insisting that it wasn't what they thought. Kim Dabin blushed, seemingly flustered by the comment. She spoke with utmost sincerity, questioning why she would be serving his parents. Jae-hyun thanked them for their efforts and told them they could return now. Jae-hyun looked on with a strained expression as his neighbors whispered amongst themselves, clearly still processing the situation. With a resolute tone, he declared that everything would be all right. And so, Jae-hyun dismissed the two neighbors, leaving his family together. After his mother and father had washed up, the family gathered. He asked them about everything that had happened. Jae-hyun's dad had been working as a taxi driver, and he always made sure to pick his wife up in time for her commute. That day, too, as usual, he had gone to fetch her after work. As Jae-hyun sat with his parents, he listened intently. When the monsters appeared, they protected each other, and as a result, both survived safely. And as he thought, his mother was the one who awakened. After hearing their story, Jae-hyun also explained to them what had happened to him so far. He recounted the abilities he gained and how he had been living until now. Jae-hyun's expression was serious as he spoke. He also spoke of his grandma's condition and that his grandpa was watching over her. As they shared their stories, night began to fall. Though unresolved problems still loomed, the family found solace in each other's company. Being together with his family again brought a sense of comfort. For the first time in a long while, the house felt warm and inviting. Rain lashed down, obscuring the already dark sky. The storm raged over Nagasaki, Japan. The downpour intensified as figures stood on a pier, seemingly unfazed by the elements. One of the figures, his face etched with concern, stared out at the turbulent sea. The man muttered in disbelief, describing the scene as some kind of monster. Emerging from the depths, a colossal, serpentine creature materialized, its form crackling with energy. The creature's immense form dwarfed the pier as it rose from the water. The monstrous entity towered over the city, a terrifying spectacle of raw power. Its silhouette cut a menacing figure against the stormy sky. The creature's presence radiated an oppressive aura. The man on the pier watched in horror as the monster passed by. His face contorted in fear as he gasped. A voice, seemingly from an unseen source, stated that they did not know where the monster was heading. It was ominously declared that wherever it went, there would surely be destruction. Cruel destruction and ruin awaited. The story of the ultimate shut-in continued. The next morning dawned. He had been the first to tell his grandpa the news about his parents. After confirming their survival, his grandpa was so happy that he looked as if he could leap for joy. His grandpa assured him that both his dad and mom were doing well with him and that he shouldn't worry. He played their videos over and over again beside his grandma. They could also see a video of his grandpa and grandma. Hot Dongan recorded a video of his grandma and grandpa. He would ask them to record one. It was a video that Hot Dongan recorded of his grandma and grandpa. His mom shed tears. They would be able to see them soon. Once the annex building was completed, the protagonist considered using the ultimate eyes to travel to his parents' house, where his grandfather was. He had asked Hot Dongan's party to hunt monsters, basing their operations out of his parents' house until the annex construction was finished. At the annex building construction site, 3 vassals holding the title of knight were assisting, increasing construction efficiency by 50%. Time passed, as the construction continued. The protagonist noted that just having Dongin, Yanju, and Dejung around had raised the efficiency so much. On top of that, after yesterday's monster wave, the number of monsters around his parents' house had skyrocketed. Considering their levels, it was far more efficient for them to continue hunting there rather than returning. The protagonist realized that if one wanted to hunt there now, they had to walk at least 1 kilometer. Ever since the declaration expanded the territory, the frequency of citizen hunts had sharply dropped. That was because the citizens who didn't know about the expansion wandered into their old hunting grounds, only to find those areas had already been incorporated into the house territory. The goblins that used to linger there had all died off yesterday, during yesterday's level up. Dabin was present. Someone gave Jaehyun the go-ahead. There was something someone wanted Jaehyun to announce to the people. Jaehyun, standing in what appears to be a home, was asked to explain the situation. He began by stating that the territory had expanded. From then on, it would be necessary to venture beyond Siamine Station to hunt. The woman acknowledged the information, stating that she understood. The announcement continued, emphasizing the need for people to rescue survivors within the expanded territory. The speaker stressed the importance of including those who had requested a medical team the previous day, integrating them into the relief effort, as they would prove useful. Again, the woman confirmed that she understood. Within the newly expanded territory, thousands of survivors were in dire condition. Even within the proclaimed safe territory, more than 10 people had died, primarily due to the lack of drinking water. The citizens couldn't venture outside due to the monsters. Though relief supplies had been distributed whenever citizens were found in danger, it was still not nearly enough. Jaehyun emphasized the need to rescue as many people as possible, and if necessary, to treat them. He resolved to go directly to the ultimate shut-in's door or find other ways to treat them. Someone questioned Jaehyun's serious expression. The woman responded with understanding. He acknowledged that he understood. If that's the case, the woman with dark hair offered, perhaps she could help. Of course, Jaehyun thought. Among the people his parents brought, some had heal or care abilities. The care type, in particular, was excellent against conditions like dehydration, fainting, or poisoning. His mother believed that if she formed a contract of subordination with the relief team, they would awaken similar powers. And just as she thought, more than 80% of them awakened healing-related abilities. Most were related abilities. So the overall level wasn't high, but once the relief team started moving, the situation calmed down quickly. After 3 days and nights of effort, they went house to house within the territory and managed to save many lives. Phew, it's finally over. These last few days were so busy, he thought. He couldn't even breathe. A notification appeared, indicating that beings meeting the requirements for citizenship were approaching and asking if he would like to propose citizenship to them. The offer was presented to him. Since the expansion of the territory, new citizens kept arriving, and he was thankful for that. Rain poured outside. The sound of footsteps echoed. Jaehyun wondered about the rain. Someone called out to Jaehyun. Dabin asked what was going on. The relief team had suggested rescuing people outside the territory. Jaehyun had tried to dissuade them, but they insisted that this was the golden time and they had to go, despite the danger outside the territory. He considered this golden time. It was noted that the outside wasn't like it was back when it was just goblin packs. Now, even sea monsters that should have remained in the ocean had come flooding on land. It was an environment where ordinary people couldn't even imagine stepping outside. The narrator notes that the people must be incredibly strong, perhaps because many of them are former firefighters. Kim Jae-hyun states that he likes them and instructs Dabin to have them wait, as he will assign a hunting team as their escort. In response, Dabin confirms that she understands. The protagonist wonders aloud, questioning HM. A notification appears, indicating that the protagonist has hunted a giant crab, level 33, and gained experience points. It was explained that since there was no settlement gold, it meant that his father, one of his bloodline, had hunted it. Even with the rain pouring down, Kim Jae-hyun had gone out to hunt. Kim Jae-hyun reflects that his father was strong enough that he wasn't really worried. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock. Notifications appear, indicating that the protagonist has hunted a hammerhead shark, level 25, and a saw stingray, level 22, gaining experience points from both. Another notification appears, indicating that the protagonist has hunted a blue crab, level 28, and gained experience points. The protagonist realizes that the speed isn't his father's, wondering what it could be. A notification appears, displaying ultimate eyes. The protagonist's eyes glow with a dark, ominous power. Dark energy crackles around the protagonist, signifying the activation of his new ability. It was his grandfather. The tendrils of the sea creatures continued to spread. They writhed and twisted in the downpour. The monsters thrashed wildly. The realization hit Kim Dabin. It was her grandpa. The man's face was grim. Ha Dongin asked what was wrong, and Jaehyun reported a monster wave. The news was grim. Another monster wave? Sung realized that at this rate, even inland areas would keep seeing more and more marine monsters. And the numbers were even greater than usual this time. The question remained, Why do these things keep happening? The man felt that something was off about this one. His brow furrowed with concern. Why were they running towards them in such terror? Sung realized they were afraid. Amidst the downpour and flashes of lightning, a question hangs in the air. Afraid of what? The lightning illuminates a monstrous form lurking in the shadows. The ominous presence looms over Sung, who remains unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Meanwhile, the others react with shock and alarm. Kim Jae-hyun can only stammer in disbelief at what he is witnessing. The air crackles with energy as the monstrous entity fully materializes. The group can only wonder what they are seeing.